Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 641. There is no doubt about the strength of the stone corpse, and it is one of the oldest living stone kings in the heavens. At this moment, the demon is taller than hundreds of millions of feet, with the sky above its head, its feet on the earth, swallowing the sun, moon and stars, and rolling demon clouds in and out of the 7 orifices, like rivers of the underworld. I don't believe you can refine this celestial tablet. Xiao Chen, secretly ruthless, embraced the celestial tablet less than 1 meter high, and began to use his divine power to move towards the infusion in the celestial tablet. Yeah, the little thing Kiki also stretched out a pair of small snow-white claws, touching Xiao Chen's back to help him, and together they sacrificed to the steel, ready to launch a shocking blow. The stone corpse evolves from the unrivaled demon body to the order of the gods, showing the infinite charm of the corpse way, and wants to forcibly refine the divine map and ancient scrolls, unite with its own body, and achieve the eternal immortality of the holy corpse. At this moment, the sky monument skyrocketed and enlarged rapidly, revealing a trembling coercion, like a wild beast that could destroy the world was awakened from its deep sleep. The stone corpse immediately felt that something was wrong, frantically condensed the original power of the stone man king, spewed stars, moon and stars, and a large nebula rushed out of the body, trying to bring Xiao Chen and the others out together. However, after skyrocketing, the monument has become as heavy as a mountain, but it can suppress the world. Although the wind and clouds are surging in his belly and the stars are trembling, it is still difficult to shake the monument. Roar! The stone corpse roared loudly. He dared to fight even the idea of the divine map and the ancient scroll, and with his own extraordinary strength, he began to desperately urge the king's combat power to carry out the ultimate refining. But the sky monument skyrocketed, unstoppable, and charged straight into his body. Impossible! The stone corpse was shocked, with an urge to scold his mother, and shouted, "It's not a sky mark, it's a real sky monument, how could it be in my belly?" In the early years, he had grievances with Xiao Chen, and knew that he had a sky mark in his palm, but the stone corpse did not believe it anyway, so Xiao Chen hugged the real sky monument in his arms. At this moment, he was like a mortal who swallowed 100 caddies of heavy stones alive, his face was pale, his breath was like a cow, and he was going crazy. This isn't fucking true. The stone corpse roared angrily, his stone cheeks turned green, and he wished he could beat his chest. Buzz! A huge trembling sound came from the stone corpse's belly, the sky tablet trembled, and it soared to the limit height that Xiao Chen could move. The stone corpse went berserk, his head full of stone hair counted down, his old face turned from green to blue, and finally turned black. His eyes were fierce, and he yelled loudly. He took a step with his huge body and came to the center of the ancient land, where he was surrounded by the stone kings fighting. This old corpse is completely willing to go all out, and everyone will be unlucky together. This is his malicious attitude at the moment. The huge body is in the middle of the crowd, and then it cracks. Court death. Arrogance. Seeing that the stone corpses despised so many of them, the surrounding stone kings shot forward together. But then they realized something was wrong. The stone corpse had hideous facial features, the wide mouth opened involuntarily, the teeth fell out, the stone mouth was also cracking rapidly, and the neck was swollen terribly. There was a loud bang, and the huge mountain-like stone body of the stone corpse burst into billions of feet of light, and it burst open at this moment. The majestic energy was so overwhelming that it shattered all the remaining ancient killing formations in this area. A monstrous energy pierced through the void, and countless terrifying wormholes appeared, rushing towards many unknown worlds. Even though the Stone Man King is immortal, at this moment everyone has no choice but to change color, and they all have the urge to yell, "This stone corpse is too ruthless," rushing to the center of the crowd and self-destructing, the ferocity to the extreme, not only ruthless to others but also so cruel to oneself. Do you want to hurt everyone? But in an instant they understood what happened. A huge sky tablet fell out of the broken stone corpse, the earth cracked like a mountain, and the sky shook. Everyone had one thought: the stone corpse went crazy and swallowed a steel. This is completely unreasonable. Legend has it that there is a celestial monument buried in the Little Stone Emperor's mausoleum, and its power is unpredictable. Everyone believes that the stone corpse encountered this celestial monument. Xiao Chen wore an ancient scroll, which matched the divine map, and covered his body with the king's god city, so that he blocked the violent energy waves, and fled away with Kiki at a high speed. Where are you going? Lu Zan found him at the first time, and a huge claw came over, smashing all the endless stars that rushed out of the stone body after the stone corpse exploded, and slashed at Xiao Chen and KK. Quickly grab the mirror of the three emperors. Xiao Chen yelled, as if he was talking to someone in the dark. All he did was to distract Lu Zan. Hearing this, all the surrounding stone kings rushed towards the mirror of the three emperors. The stone mirror was blasted into the distance by the violent energy just now, and no one was there to guard it. Lu Zan was very unwilling, so he slapped his palm fiercely, and withdrew the protruding big hand. Even so, the divine power still surged in like an overwhelming sea. However, Xiao Chen can withstand such palm force. As long as he does not have a real confrontation with Lu Zan, he still has great confidence. A huge stone seal flew out of the ancient scroll, enlarged to a height of 10,000 feet, and smashed down. Boom! The destructive palm force was blocked behind, without hurting Xiao Chen and KK at all. Receive! Xiao Chen roared. The thing that fell to the ground had already turned into a 1-meter-long steel, and flew back like a streamer. In the distance, many stone man kings were surprised for a while, but they did not stop them. They were fiercely fighting for the mirror of the three emperors. During this process, the torn body of the stone corpse rushed in all directions at an extremely fast speed, and he planned to escape to different big worlds from the wormholes pierced through. When I come back someday, I will take the divine map and your soul power. The voice of the stone corpse was extremely cold. At this moment, he was out of anger, and the stone body was torn apart. This was a great shame and a terrible trauma. He was almost going crazy. But this old antique was suspicious by nature and extremely cautious. After his body was broken, he didn't dare to stay in the heavens. He was directly divided into several parts and escaped to other unknown worlds from each wormhole. Xiao Chen was horrified. This stone corpse was too powerful. The sky tablet exploded his body, and there was no sign of falling. It was extremely terrifying. He further understood how terrifying the Stone Man King is. The powerhouses of this series have already represented the strongest combat power in the heavens and myriad worlds. After all, there are only a limited number of people like the Little Stone Emperor since ancient times, and they cannot exist in this world for a long time. In a sense, the Stone King is the most powerful. Xiao Chen's eyes shone coldly. Shaking the ancient scroll, the 5 stone kings stepped out hand in hand, and immediately fixed the right foot of the stone corpse that was about to pass through at the end. With a loud bang, the Little Stone Emperor's great seal and holy sword struck on it at the same time. Boom! The withered stone man's foot failed to escape. It was cracked immediately after being hit, and then the misty ancient scroll shrouded it, collecting it in the majestic rivers and mountains. The body of the Stone Man King cannot be refined in a short period of time, but Xiao Chen believes that the potential of the ancient scroll has unparalleled growth potential, and in time it will surely absorb the divine power that originally belonged to the king. An angry roar came from those wormholes, and the stone corpse was completely mad, but it didn't want to return to the battlefield of several big stone kings. Xiao Chen said via voice transmission, "Brother Shishi, go all the way, I will wait for you to come to me with a cane." Okay. The stone corpse was so angry that it rushed to the 9th heaven, wishing to swallow Xiao Chen alive in one gulp, and disappeared into the wormhole with endless anger and grief. Seeing the raging battle around the mirror of the 3 emperors, Xiao Chen frowned. It was very difficult for him to get the mirror of the 3 emperors. With so many stone kings present, he had no hope. At this moment, he saw that unknown Stone Man King was breaking through in a large tomb, and he was also looking for something. "KK, can you take the entire tomb into Paradise Lost?" "Yeah, it's hard." The little thing shook his head and muttered, "1 big tomb is 1 world, 7 big tombs are 7 worlds, at most 1 can be stored." "Okay, take that one." Xiao Chen pointed to the 7th tomb, because the stone soldiers from the first 3 tombs had all been taken out, so he chose the last one, so he could get a stone soldier and a little stone emperor's natural magic star. "Okay." KK nodded vigorously, then opened the lost paradise, and put away all the remaining ancient killing formations in the tomb. "It's so heavy, I can't put it away." The little boy had a frowning face, sweating profusely, and even used his energy to feed. "I'll help you." Xiao Chen helped Kiki to collect the 7th tomb. Boom! The 7th tomb rose slowly, flew towards the lost paradise, and finally fell to the ground with a bang, and the entire lost paradise shook and trembled 3 times. The unknown stone man's eyes shot cold light, and rushed out from another tomb. Seeing this, Xiao Chen and KK quickly retreated, not wanting to really conflict with him. At this time, the stone man kings in the battlefield also saw the changes here, and they were filled with murderous intent. Not only did they want to win the mirror of 3 emperors, but they also regarded the 7 tombs as their possessions. Boy, you are so ruthless. You plan to dig 3 feet into the ground. You don't want to let go of even a bird's feather. At this time, the old skull flew out of a large tomb unsteadily, with light in its eyes, and said, "It's hard to find the 7 magic stars in a short time. My old man might as well take away a large tomb, and it's worth coming here to get a magic star." The old skull opened his mouth and swallowed a large tomb. When he wanted to continue to swallow the second one, the stone kings in the battlefield couldn't stand it anymore, and cast a spell full of gods here. Although the most precious mirror of the 3 emperors is surrounded by them, no one can guarantee that they can get it in their hands. In comparison, the most real treasure is the one that can see the big tomb. In each tomb, apart from the various treasures collected by the little stone emperor, there is also a pair of powerful stone soldiers and a magic star that the emperor was born with. If you collect all 7 natural magic stars, I am afraid that it will be no worse than the mirror of the 3 emperors. The old skull changed color, turned into a stream of light and fled away into the distance. At the same time, the nameless stone man king followed suit, put away a large tomb and rushed to the sky, and fled away. He was very self-aware and knew that he could not win the 3 emperors' mirror. At this moment, Xiao Chen has brought KK to the edge of the ancient land of 100,000 miles. He is not greedy, and he did not fight for the mirror of the 3 emperors. Now that the kings are all berserk, the most important thing is to save their lives. Because once the mirror of the 3 emperors is captured and the stone man king frees his hand, he and Kiki will have no way to go to heaven or to earth. However, when he rushed to the edge of the 100,000-mile ancient land, he frowned. This place was sealed off by the kings in order not to let the kings outside come in to fight for it. Is it necessary to smash the barrier of the big world with the monument of the sky, the map of the gods, etc., and open a few wormholes in order to escape? In the end, Xiao Chen did not do this, because he felt that there was a strong man lurking outside the ancient land. If he cast a spell recklessly, he might be regarded as a fat sheep, and attacked and killed. At this time, the old skull also showed its shadow not far away, and then turned around and rushed back to the depths of the ancient land. Seeing this, Xiao Chen also turned around and flew back. The battle in the center of the ancient land reached a fever pitch. The Xuangtong patriarch turned into the void Tao, covered the sky, and shrouded the 3 emperors' mirror. Shan Jun also condensed the Tao with his body, with thousands of gods and 10,000 kinds of Tao rhymes, overwhelming the sky and covering the earth, pressing forward. At this time, the stone crow turned into a round of black sun, and shouted, "The big sun and sky wheel." The black light shattered everything around, and the head of the 3-eyed stone man king was almost shattered. Lu Zong condensed 3 phantoms with his body, each of which was mighty, and he summoned the ghosts of the other 3 ancestors from other worlds, and immediately knocked out the sharpening stone beast, and the beast's body was almost shattered. All 6 of them tried their best to stretch out their big hands and grab the 3 emperors' mirror in the middle. But at this moment, the 3rd stone soldier in the world suddenly became crystal clear like jade, bursting out with dazzling brilliance. First, a round of black sun erupted, and then several phantom soul powers rushed out ferociously, followed by the void Tao and 10,000 Tao rhymes. It is copying the fierce attack of the 6 powerhouses present, and it is attacking these 6 powerhouses in a misplaced manner. Bang bang bang, sudden changes made people hard to guard against. The 6 people never expected that the 3 emperors' mirror without anyone leading it would be so terrifying, and the mirror directly reflected their fiercest attacks. All 6 people vomited the blood of the stone man, fell out, and suffered severe trauma. The 6 people were furious, and rushed forward again regardless of everything else, and at the same time, the ancient land of 100,000 li shook violently, and a powerful king broke through the restriction they had set up and forced his way in. The 4 supreme kings with extraordinary backgrounds have been recharging their energy for a long time. At this moment, they directly slaughtered the field, and made a merciless attack on the 6 kings, vying for the mirror of the 3 emperors. Xiao Chen was horrified, he never expected that so many stone kings would be provoked. This is simply appalling. It is almost comparable to the battle between the source of Kyushu and other worlds in the past. Many unrivaled figures took action, and it was really a catastrophe. If this prehistoric heaven was not strong enough and supported by the ancient killing formation in the tomb, I am afraid that it would be completely destroyed within 1,000,000 miles. The 10 stone kings competed for the front, the unimaginable power of the world, piercing through the heavens and the world, and terrifying black holes, like honeycombs, densely covered the sky. Xiao Chen sighed, if the little stone emperor were here, who could resist? Such a thing would never happen. The mirror of the 3 emperors was indeed powerful, but no one dominated it. Under the astonishing power of the 10 supreme kings, it shook and swayed like a flat boat in the vast sea. In the end, the mirror of the 3 emperors was blown away by the mighty power of the 10 supreme kings that swept across the heavens and flew straight towards Xiao Chen. At the same time, the mirror surface of the 3 emperors' mirror just turned to Xiao Chen, and a dazzling light shot out from it. Yeah, KK pulled Xiao Chen's sleeve and wanted to escape, but it was too late. Shocked, Xiao Chen quickly hugged the 1-meter-high sky tablet in his arms and blocked it in front of him. He didn't dare to contend with the divine map. After all, he didn't have all the battle swords, and he couldn't exert his true power. He was afraid that the divine map would be broken up again. Ding! There was a crisp sound, but the expected horror did not happen. The mirror of the 3 emperors did not reflect the supreme mana attack of the 10 kings. Yeah, Kiki immediately hugged the 3 emperors' mirror and the Tianbei like a little koala. Xiao Chen was stunned, and immediately grabbed the Tianbei and flew away, showing the fastest speed in his life. Where are you going? All the top 10 kings changed their colors, and except for the stone crow, they all followed closely behind. Chapter 642 The Kings of the Stone Men Enter the Otherworld. The mirror of the 3 emperors sucked on the monument with a ding, which made Xiao Chen the target of public criticism, and the kings of stone figures moved in unison, all chasing after him. During this process, the stone crow pounced on a large tomb, turning into a round of black sun, hanging in the sky. The black light fell down like strips, and immediately swept away a large tomb. When Lu Zan saw this, he let out a long howl, and stretched out his huge claws, covering another tomb. At the same time, stone-grinding beast, Shuangkong Patriarch, Shan Jun, etc. also made moves one after another, trying to carve up the remaining tomb. The other stone man kings all changed their colors, and when they flew over the tomb, thousands of rays of light bloomed, and the rest of the tomb collapsed, and the kings competed for it, and there was a sudden radiance there, and all kinds of strange treasures flew out from time to time. Everyone scrambled to grab it with their supreme magic power, and the brilliance was shining all over the place. The broken tomb was divided up, and everyone got a part. As for who got the little stone emperor's innate magic star and the rest of the stone soldiers, that's unknown. Everyone didn't have time to sense what they got, and they chased Xiao Chen at top speed. The most precious thing is the 3 emperors' mirror. Its attraction to the kings is far greater than any war treasure. Xiao Chen fled with the mirror of 3 emperors. Apart from delighting him at first, he felt headaches at the moment. Although it is a rare treasure, it is very difficult to take it away. In the rear, the kings are chasing after him, and he feels that it is difficult to get rid of it. It can be said that it is extremely dangerous. If he does not give up, he may not be able to save his life. Shintu exerted its mysterious power, and after combining with Xiao Chen, it was like the escaped one, elusive and ungraspable. The stone man king in the rear wanted to join forces to detain him forcibly, but they were unsuccessful. Xiao Chen clearly felt the terrible coercion, and broke out in cold sweat, but he managed to avoid it several times. This reminded him of the scene of Emperor Shizong's fall. It was because of the cooperation of several great stone kings that they detained him back then. Right now, if he hadn't become one with the divine map, he might have ended in tragedy just like Emperor Shizong did back then. The 8-phase world rotates, Xiao Chen steps in the 8 worlds, and the speed reaches the extreme, but the pursuers behind him are not ordinary people, but the most powerful king in this world. One person is enough to wipe out a big world. Xiao Chen couldn't get rid of it at all. If he wasn't good at speed, he might have been caught up in an instant. A king can chase you down. You have no way to go to heaven, no way to go to earth. Life is better than death. With so many people chasing you, there is no hope of surviving. Patriarch Shuangkong secretly sent a voice behind him, saying, if you want to survive, leave the 3 emperors behind, and the crisis will be solved by itself. Xiao Chen didn't respond, and flew away at a high speed, but the murderous aura from behind became more and more intense, and he was almost locked. There is a mighty king approaching with incomparably terrifying divine sense, and a catastrophic and terrifying attack is about to rush. The situation is getting more and more critical. You must know that one blow from the king behind is enough to destroy a big world. If you are hit, you will die. Xiao Chen's head was crowned with the king's god city, and he was wearing an ancient scroll. He was ready to take precautions, and at the same time, he kept changing his position, leaving endless afterimages in the blink of an eye. Boom! There was a dull sound, and at this moment the Stone Man King finally made a move, and a powerful mental beam attacked Xiao Chen like a bolt of lightning. Coming up is the soul attack. The power of this kind of divine sense is the most terrifying. If the soul is injured, it may accompany it for life. Above Xiao Chen's head above the king's god city, streaks of auspicious colors fell down, covering his body like a curtain. At the same time, the ancient scroll trembled, and the majestic rivers and mountains inside emerged clearly, like a real big world separated between Xiao Chen and the powerful divine sense. And the 5 great kings turned into the aura of the avenue, and stepped out at the same time, standing among the picturesque rivers and mountains, blocking the terrifying divine sense behind them. One of them raised the Stone Emperor's seal in his hand, and flipped it down. The big seal left by the little Stone Emperor suddenly shone brightly, and divine patterns emerged. A big, Huang, character flew out of the stone seal, and a surge of anger surged towards the mountains and rivers. Boom! The little Stone Emperor's great seal was stamped on that incomparably powerful divine sense. There was a loud noise, the ancient scroll rattled, and terrible cracks appeared in the magnificent mountains and rivers inside, as if a real mountain suffered from a tsunami and an earthquake. The 5 charms of the great Tao force back the impacting divine sense. This is the first time that an ancient scroll has shown unpredictable power. However, Xiao Chen still spouted blood, and was impacted by the aftermath and suffered serious trauma. The ancient scroll is a rare treasure. If the Stone Man King uses it, he will not be injured. After all, he is not a Stone Man King. It is very rare to be able to block the killing blow just now. Xiao Chen has a new understanding of this treasure. It is very powerful, but it is not something he can fully control. The ancient scroll is misty, and the rivers and mountains with cracks inside are healed immediately after being nourished by the 5 kinds of charms. Destroy. There was another cold drink from behind, and a stream of light rushed towards it, extremely gorgeous, beautiful and intoxicating, but it represented death, which was the presentation of Dao Yun. This time, Xiao Chen didn't dare to meet him. He traveled through the space at a very high speed, and flew away like a madman. Just now withstood the killing blow. It doesn't mean he can succeed every time. Among the 9 kings who have been chased, which one is not a living fossil that has been cultivated for hundreds of millions of years? Standing out from the endless creatures of the heavens and the world, he is the strongest figure who has ascended to the sky since endless years, representing the current peak combat power of the heavens and the world. One person destroys everything, and 9 people gather together. Unless the little Stone Emperor is reborn and returns to the moment when he stepped on the summit, no one can stop the 9 kings. Silently, the sky just now turned into a honeycomb shape, and I don't know how many wormholes were punched out. Behind those black holes are countless unknown big worlds. Breaking through the big world barrier is by no means as simple as the dimensional space. Xiao Chen was in a cold sweat, and the 9 kings were chasing after him. It was really hard to survive, and he couldn't get rid of it. Do you really want to abandon the mirror of the 3 emperors? This is a pretty difficult choice. Such a treasure was acquired by accident. If he were to throw it away, he would be really unwilling. Boom! The deafening mental fluctuations surged like a vast sea, and this time, 2 kings made a move. Xiao Chen wished that the world of 8 phases could regenerate the 8 phases. He needed to fly away at a faster speed, change directions extremely quickly, and travel through multiple dimensions. KK, haven't you taken off the 3 Emperor mirror yet? Xiao Chen asked anxiously. Yeah, I'm working hard. The little thing responded in a childish voice. A pair of snow-white little animal claws were clinging to the 3 Emperor's mirror, trying to take it off the monument. Let me try. Xiao Chen was anxious, wanting to use this legendary treasure to fend off the strong men behind. Yeah, I took it off. Kiki screamed, her pair of small claws trembling again and again, as if she was holding a flaming iron. Give it to me. Xiao Chen took it. Be careful, it has absorbed a lot of my divine power. KK reminded. Xiao Chen was startled when he received it. It was more than what can be described by the word, many. On the spot, 1/3 of his divine power was taken away, and there was a void in his body. This is simply a bottomless pit. Xiao Chen quickly left the mirror with his hand, pinched the edge, and turned the mirror to look backward. At this moment, Lu Zhan happened to stick out his claws. The huge sharp claws were as thick and terrifying as a mountain, shining with a gloomy light, surrounded by endless blood. It was a blood demon formed by slaughtering thousands of living beings. Kai, when the 5 bloody lights came tearing, This time Xiao Chen didn't back down, and a huge devil's claw also appeared in the mirror of the three emperors, and 5 terrifying bloody lights shot out, returning along the original path. Boom! There was an earth-shattering loud noise from behind, Lu Zon's body shook violently, and the other Stone Man Kings were also taken aback, showing serious expressions. The 5 streaks of blood that Lu Zon tore out left 5 terrible wounds on his body in the end, and golden blood flowed out of the stone body. The third stone soldier in the world, let everyone see its incomparably terrifying side. If it is in the hands of the Stone Man King, wouldn't it be able to look down on the world and not be afraid of any opponent? The eyes of all the kings became hotter and hotter, and no one would choose to give up. If you don't let go now, when will you wait? Patriarch Xuankong secretly transmitted voice to Xiao Chen again, saying, even if you have the mirror of 3 emperors, you still can't stop the king's attack. Dream. Someone happened to attack again. Xiao Chen blocked it with the mirror of 3 emperors, and at the same time irradiated towards the ancestor Xuankong, and when the flower was replaced by a tree, the terrifying divine light immediately caused a roar from behind. However, Xiao Chen was surprised to find that the mirror of the 3 emperors had dimmed a lot, and he instantly understood what happened. Although the mirror of the 3 emperors is a heaven-defying treasure, it also requires powerful divine power to control it. Before that, 1/3 of his divine power was absorbed for this reason. From the looks of it now, after absorbing this part of divine power, the mirror of 3 emperors can probably only block the Stoneman King's shocking 3 strikes, it's not unlimited. This, Xiao Chen yelled that it was not good, he was not a Stone Man King, and he did not continuously provide divine power to Shi Jing. If this continued, he would be exhausted sooner or later. He started flying away again, and at the same time quickly recovered his divine power. He had to keep his physical condition at its peak, so that he could control the 3 emperors' mirror. Yeah, knowing what happened, KK hurriedly instilled divine power into the mirror of 3 emperors, and at the same time opened the lost paradise, calling for the 3 skeletons, the little stubborn dragon and others, so that they would be ready to respond at any time. In this way, the immediate crisis was finally resolved. However, it is impossible to get rid of the Stone Man King in the rear. If this continues, it will still be a certain death situation. Where is the old skull, and why hasn't that old duck appeared yet? Xiao Chen said to himself, hoping that the stone crow would come out to meet him. Whoever believes in me will live forever, my old man will always be with you. At this moment, the voice of the old skull came from a distance. Another cold snort rang in Xiao Chen's ear, it was Stone Crow expressing his anger. Boy, it's not that we don't take action, it's that we can't help you. Please ask for blessings, the old skull said through voice transmission. To tell you the truth, the situation is very bad, and there are Stone Kings watching in the dark. We are helping you to keep an eye on these hidden opponents. Otherwise, even if we are together with you and take charge of the mirror of the 3 emperors, we will not be able to withstand the siege of the kings. Hiss. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and now he became the prey of the kings. Everyone was watching him, and someone would join in and kill him at any time. This kind of result makes people feel chills just thinking about it. What should I do? Xiao Chen's scalp was a little numb. A Stone Man King was enough to make him run for his life. If all the giants in the heaven jumped out, he might as well commit suicide. Is it really necessary to throw away the mirror of 3 emperors? Yeah, don't throw it away. KK immediately hugged the 3 emperor mirror tightly like a little money fan, and at the same time let the little stubborn dragon and the 3 skeletons quickly instill divine power. You decide for yourself. This is the voice of the old skull. Even if I win it, I can't keep it right now. Unless the little stone emperor is born again, no one can stop the lore of the 10 kings. This is the voice of Stone Crow. Xiao Chen was almost desperate, unable to keep the 3 emperor mirror, he was really unwilling. I really don't want to leave it behind. KK looked at Xiao Chen aggrievedly. I don't want to give up either. This is the key to the future war. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and said, leaving the heavens, I can't stay in this world any longer. There are experts from all the worlds gathered here. The longer the time, the more dangerous we will be. At the same time, he had an infinite killing intent in his heart, and he absolutely couldn't throw away the 3 emperor mirror in such a hasty manner. Even if he had to throw it away, he had to arrange it. Target, another world. Xiao Chen was determined to go all out, and wanted to use this to make a big fuss, making the disturbance bigger and wider. Those who dare to go down to the world, come. Xiao Chen counterattacked suddenly, split a huge mountain with the mirror of 3 emperors, used the divine power of the kings, broke the barrier of the big world, opened a huge wormhole, and rushed in. He was looking for the coordinates of the other world. After breaking through the barrier of the big world more than 20 times in a row, he felt that he was not far from the other world. And in this process, the loss of divine power is incalculable. In the rear, Lu Zhan was frightened and furious. He had already seen what Xiao Chen was going to do. He surpassed everyone, spared no effort to consume his source, and used the charm of the Supreme Tao to oppress Xiao Chen. This is not a direct attack, it is completely a kind of awe from the Tao, squeezing Xiao Chen from all directions, and the three emperors' mirror cannot fully absorb that coercion. Xiao Chen suddenly felt as heavy as a mountain. Seeing this, the other kings also showed the charm of the Supreme Avenue, oppressing Xiao Chen. Yeah, it's so uncomfortable. KK muttered uncomfortably. Boy, turn over the mirror of the three emperors quickly, put your palm on the front to convey the divine power, and use the back to counterbalance the charm of the Tao. At this moment, the voice of the old skull rang in Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen had doubts in his heart, and if he sent divine power head-on, wouldn't he want to fight back against himself? However, he believed that the old skull would not harm him, so he acted accordingly. The three emperor mirror trembled slightly, and Xiao Chen felt that most of the divine power that had just been recovered was suddenly taken away. At this moment, he discovered that there were weak fluctuations on the back of the mirror of three emperors, and the coercion of the kings behind was resisted. Xiao Chen was startled, and only then did he realize that there were three blurred figures on the back of the mirror of three emperors, and the scratches were almost worn away by the baptism of time. It was these three faint and vague figures that were absorbing the coercion of the kings. The kings in the rear were shocked, they knew that Xiao Chen had discovered another terrifying power of the three emperors' mirror. Three emperor mirror. Xiao Chen's heart was shaken. This stone mirror definitely has an unimaginable origin. It surpasses the power that ordinary stone soldiers can have, and it seems that it is not just as simple as a weapon. At this moment, Xiao Chen finally discovered the coordinates of Kyushu and the other world, and then rushed forward without looking back. Chased by the kings in the rear, Xiao Chen turned the stone mirror over again, and with the help of their divine power, blasted open the door to another world. Lu Zhan changed his color instantly, tearing apart the space with his powerful divine sense, and passed the news ahead of time. Without looking back, Xiao Chen went straight through the wormhole and entered another world. In the rear, some stone man kings stopped here, hesitating, and finally some people retreated, because they thought of some ancient legends, the other world is very evil, and there are unknown secrets. In the past, a king descended from the heavens and mysteriously fell in Kyushu. Some people suspected that it was caused by a mysterious force in another world. In a sense, both the foreign world and Kyushu are regarded as ominous places by the heavens, and the king will not come easily under normal circumstances. However, only 3 of them stopped, and the others finally rushed in, and after the Dark King chased here, several people also followed. In general, the number of Stone Man Kings has not decreased. Such a terrifying peak combat power broke into another world at the same time. As soon as Xiao Chen entered the foreign world, he began to feel the breath of the 99 stone steps. Where is it? Xiao Chen frowned. The 99 stone steps are very evil and have unpredictable power. If you don't enter a certain range, you can hardly feel its existence. Once you enter the area where it is located, you will immediately feel an unparalleled sense of oppression. Xiao Chen. Lu Zhan has a ferocious demon in the rear, his body is 10,000 feet high, roaring, shaking the earth. The other world had already known the message from him, and all the monks hid themselves, not wanting to be affected by the king's war. In the history of the foreign world, there have only been a few large-scale enemy invasions, but each time, there are mountains of bones, rivers of blood, and the collapse of the world. At this moment, everyone is extremely nervous, they firmly believe that the inheritance from the other world is indelible because they have unknown backgrounds. However, once the enemy army attacks, catastrophe is unavoidable. It is said that Kyushu and other worlds are ominous, and Kyushu is still unclear, but the other world must be related to the 99 heavy stone steps. This is Xiao Chen's conjecture, because the other world is not the ultimate invincible in all worlds, and has also been captured by others. Although the opponent was eventually repelled, the original world was shattered several times, and the whole family even migrated to another world. After several catastrophes, the living world has changed. The only thing that remains the same is the 99 heavy stone steps. If there is an ominous force, it must be there. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the other world is also afraid of the ominous power, so for a period of time, the 99 heavy stone steps have been lodged in the eternal unknown place, until the war destroyed the eternal unknown place, and the 99 heavy stone steps were moved back to the other world. Xiao Chen is looking for it, he wants to rush there. Only in front of the 99 heavy stone steps can the strong aliens and the stone kings who are chasing after them be afraid. It would be great to fight there. Chapter 643 Revisiting the 99 Stone Steps. Xiao Chen led the disaster to the east, broke through the barrier of the big world with the mirror of the three emperors, rushed into another world, and led many stone kings to come. At this moment, he was undoubtedly crazy, so bold that it made Lu Zhan extremely angry. Boom! The three emperors' mirror reflected a dazzling ray of light, shining towards the Wanren cliff in front of it, and turned into flying ash in an instant, leaving nothing behind. After arriving here, Xiao Chen didn't have any scruples. Even if he destroyed the world, he didn't feel any guilt. Xiao Chen, Lu Zhan roared, shaking the sky and the earth. The demon body was higher than 10,000 feet, blocked in front, opened his mouth and spewed out a river of stars, and endless stars bloomed in it. Tear, Xiao Chen greeted Shanjun and Xuankong Patriarch's fierce attack with the mirror of three emperors, and immediately reflected a huge Wangjing holy sword and a great Dao charm to Lu Zhan, tearing apart the Tianhe, shaking the 10,000 Zhang demon body shaking 3 times, and a smear of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He didn't stop, and after a brief counterattack, he fled out at a very high speed, because just now, the three emperor mirror almost drained his divine power, and he needed time to recover. Since entering the foreign world, Lu Zhan's mouth has been uttering various incomprehensible and strange syllables. Xiao Chen knew that he was summoning the other 3 ancestors and urging them to wake up. The ancestor of the alien world sleeping on the 99 stone steps cannot be summoned with a single call, and requires various mysterious rituals to wake up. Ahead, the mountains are green and the valleys are verdant, the fairy clouds are lingering, the mist is misty, colorful flowers and plants are everywhere, and there are pavilions and pavilions on the tops of the mountains. It can be seen that this is a good place for cultivation. However, this place is already empty, and there is no monk here, but Xiao Chen still swooped down. This place gathers the source of hundreds of veins and gathers the spirit of thousands of mountains. It is really a spiritual root of the earth. Boom! Xiao Chen swooped down and slapped it with his palm, which immediately scattered the spiritual roots of the earth, like boiling water rolling up, and the colorful light was boundless. Xiao Chen flipped his hand and pointed the three emperors' mirror down, and all the scattered spiritual energy gathered in the clouds, and 2/3 of the entire earth's spiritual root was snatched away in an instant, and the required divine power was immediately replenished. 2 cold lights shot out from Lu Zhan's eyes, and a figure identical to him rushed out of his body. The demon body was intimidating, surrounded by terrifying blood demons. It was a figure exactly like him. This is a puppet fed by his own blood, full of evil aura, released by him at this moment. It is completely self-destructive, trying to dirty the mirror of the three emperors. Yes, apart from nourishing essence and blood, what this puppet body condenses the most during the day is the turbid chi and evil spirits between the heaven and the earth, which can destroy many spiritual treasures in the world. Beside, the kings felt awe-inspiring. The ancestor of this alien world was really extraordinary. Roar! After the puppet let out a long howl, it turned into a pool of dirty blood, and rushed forward. The target was the three emperors' mirror. Xiao Chen didn't know the origin of the puppet body, but his intuition told him that it was an evil filth, and it might be harmful to a sacred thing like the three emperors' mirror. He wanted to avoid it, but he didn't want to turn over the mirror of the three emperors. The 3 blurred figures on the back immediately exuded endless coercion, making the blood pressure on the beach tremble again and again. In the rear, the kings were surprised, sighing secretly that the mirror of the three emperors was really against the sky, worthy of being the 3rd stone soldier in the world, and it was difficult to affect the blood puppet specially used to destroy the stone soldiers. Xiao Chen was overjoyed and no longer worried. He turned the mirror of the three emperors upside down, and a white holy light shot out from the mirror, which smacked the dirty blood on the spot and evaporated completely. Puff! In the distance, Lu Zhan shook his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew that this bloody puppet was completely destroyed. The kings were shocked. They understood that Xiao Chen had discovered another magical function of the three emperors' mirror. He could also shoot divine light to destroy the opponent. Where are the 99 heavy stone steps? Xiao Chen flew away at a high speed, feeling a little anxious in his heart. If he went on for a long time, he would definitely die. Now, just because they have just entered the foreign world, the kings don't want to make too many moves. They all want to see the power of the foreign world. If they all make moves, then Xiao Chen will be in danger. When flying to a barren mountain, the terrifying fluctuations in the sky came down, making people's hearts tremble. The wind was rolling like thunder, and the terrifying sound was deafening. A huge mace fell from the sky. As long as 10,000 feet long, the wolf teeth on the top are uneven, and the roots are flickering with cold light, smashing the space and breaking the time. The ancient barren mountains below suddenly collapsed and turned into dust on the ground, and billows of smoke rose into the sky. Spike, Xiao Chen guessed that another ancestor from another world had made a move. This ancestor named Lenya had shown great power during the last battle in Kyushu, but in the end his stone body was destroyed. At this moment, he was not surprised but delighted, because if the ancestor of the wolf tooth from another world appeared, it indicated that the 99 heavy stone steps were not far away, and the wolf tooth must have come from there. Xiao Chen dodged this shocking blow, soared into the sky, and stepped into the sky, but he didn't find any trace of Lenya. What are you looking for? Lu Zan came, and at the same time, a mace suddenly appeared through the space and smashed towards Xiao Chen. Boom! This time, Xiao Chen used the Three Emperors' mirror to reflect the astonishing divine power of the mace and smashed it towards Lu Zan. He didn't sense the breath of the 99 stone steps, but Xiao Chen found a giant floating island in front of him, where the breath of life was extraordinarily strong, the green light was shining, and vegetation was everywhere. There is a majestic ancient magic city on it, and it is obvious that an amazingly talented person has transformed here. Judging from the surging life energy, it is not vague to become a stone king, it is only a matter of time. Okay, Xiao Chen said 3 good words in a row. If such an ancient magic city is destroyed, Lu Zan and other kings from other worlds will feel distressed. The huge mace stick came down abruptly again, weighing hundreds of millions, shaking the world and blocking the front. Xiao Chen instantly understood that the real ancestor of the other world, Lenya, was not here. All the mace manifested was just to protect the ancient magic city here, and to protect this peerless figure from the other world to succeed in nirvana. Lu Zan shouted loudly, he would never allow such a junior who was about to become a king to be disturbed by others, and fell here, and a picture of the galaxy in the universe suddenly appeared above his head. This is the combination of Tao rhyme and divine power. He tried his best to consume his essence, and he also wanted to severely injure Xiao Chen to stop his crazy actions, and he would never allow this ancient magic city to lose. Xiao Chen didn't want to give up. The mirror of the 3 emperors was radiant, constantly reflecting the divine power of the 2 kings, returning the same way to the other. But even with the mirror of the 3 emperors in hand, it is mainly defense. It is too difficult to destroy the ancient magic city in front of Lu Zan. His mouth overflowed with traces of blood, and Kiki was anxious, mobilizing her divine power again and again, instilling it into the mirror of the 3 emperors, while the little stubborn dragon and the 3 skeletons in Paradise Lost also tried their best, and their bodies were almost dry. I will destroy you. Lu Zan's voice was icy cold, and he was sacrificing his essence. The avenue of terror was everywhere. He wanted to smelt Xiao Chen. Although the 3 emperors' mirror swept out terrifying divine lights, Lu Zan was getting closer and closer. The opponent is too powerful, it is difficult to break through, and cannot destroy that ancient magic city. At this moment, other kings also rushed forward, and Xiao Chen's heart sank. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to let out a long sigh and prepared to fly away. But what surprised him was that the attacks of those kings were not fatal, and they were reflected to the side when they touched the 3 emperors' mirror. He was surprised to find that some kings were killing that ancient magic city in disguise. Hidden assassins, borrowing swords to kill people, touching the mirror of the 3 emperors for a moment, all those terrifying beams will automatically shoot towards the ancient magic city. Obviously, they don't want the foreign world to be too powerful, and they want to take this opportunity to destroy the royal city. The island of God, floating in the sky, trembled, and the powerhouse who had been sleeping in the ancient magic city woke up, suddenly frightened and furious, and under the leadership of his powerful consciousness, the entire island turned into a stream of light and flew away into the distance. Lu Zan sensed something was wrong at the first time, his eyes were extremely cold, and he scanned the crowd, even facing so many kings, he didn't have any fear, and he looked extremely strong. Some kings were frightened, after all, they were in another world. If the 4 ancestors came out together, or the ominous 99 stone steps reappeared, they might be in danger, so they couldn't help restraining themselves. However, at this moment, the ancient magic city and island that were fleeing at a high speed suddenly shook violently, as if they had hit a 1,000-foot magic mountain. Smoke and dust filled the air, rumbling, and except for the magic city, the entire island collapsed. Who is it? Lu Zan was furious. Boy, hurry up, I can only help you so far. Xiao Chen heard the voice of the old skull, it was his tricks. Just now, after KK, the little stubborn dragon, and the 3 skeletons instilled divine power into the mirror of 3 emperors, it finally accumulated enough power. Xiao Chen turned over the terrifying stone mirror and shone into the sky. Boom! In the glaring light, the fierce attacks of the kings were reflected, and immediately pierced through that ancient magic city, breaking it apart at once, filled with smoke and dust, and turned it into ruins, falling to the ground. This is the terrifying power of the Stone Man King. After the mirror of the three emperors, it was all born by the primordial demon city, and it immediately shattered. And Xiao Chen was also very uncomfortable. Although he was united with the divine map and covered with ancient scrolls, he also suffered heavy injuries. Just now, 5 kings made a move. Even though he had the 3 emperors' mirror in his hand, which could reflect those terrible attacks, he still suffered violent shocks. The horror and strength of the Stone Man King are evident at this moment. Xiao Chen was not really attacked, but his body was still shaken and almost collapsed. Yeah, Kiki was about to cry anxiously, when she saw Xiao Chen coughing up blood continuously. Let's go. Xiao Chen endured the pain and fled away. He felt that the soul and the flesh shell were all cracked, and he was terrified. The horror of the Stone Man King gave him a new understanding. They really represent the ultimate power of eternal life in the world. Roar! Lu Zhan went crazy. An ancient magic city that was expected to transform into a Stone Man King was destroyed in front of his eyes. He went completely berserk. The Stone Man's eyes were blood red, coquettish and intimidating. Lu Zhan roared and rushed towards Xiao Chen. Although the 3 emperors' mirror was vibrating and reflecting divine light, the majestic coercion brought by Lu Zhan continued unabated. He tried his best to injure his vitality and was wiped out by the 3 emperors' mirror. He also wanted to kill Xiao Chen. At the same time, all kinds of inexplicable ancient sounds from his mouth became more urgent, urging the other 3 ancestors to wake up. Although the Spike Soldier had already manifested, he hadn't really appeared, and the other 2 had never shown any signs of manifesting. Boom! There was a Stone Man King who cooperated with Lu Zhan to attack, but the 3 emperors' mirror was not strong enough. Xiao Chen's body shook again, and he was overturned by Lu Zhan's majestic pressure. On his flesh shell and soul, one can clearly see a series of terrible cracks, and the injury is extremely serious. Yeah, Kiki was about to cry anxiously. Then, as if it remembered something, it rushed into the lost paradise in an instant, rummaged through it quickly, and quickly found the target. In the treasure heap of the Imperial Mausoleum of Hours, there are more than a dozen seemingly ordinary grasses grown in a 1-meter square stone vessel. This kind of vessel is crystal clear and looks like a treasure at first glance, but the grass is actually a little more ordinary. Yeah, Kiki was pleasantly surprised. It remembered that the old skull once said that this is the life-returning grass, which was cultivated with the blood essence of the Stone Man King. As long as the Taoist rhyme is not broken, no matter how serious the injury is, after applying its juice, it can recover, reshape the body, and stabilize the soul. The next moment, Xiao Chen's mouth was blocked with 3 grasses, and when he saw the little thing, he wanted to pull out a few more and put them in his mouth. Xiao Chen hurriedly stopped it. Because 1 grass is enough. 3 are over. The bitter divine herb seemed ordinary, but it was cultivated by the little stone emperor with his essence and blood. The effect was beyond imagination. His flesh shell and soul continued to make thunderous sounds, and he began to repair almost in a short moment, and the cracks quickly disappeared. Xiao Chen flew away, and he swallowed half of the 3 life-returning grasses, and then he recovered completely. Full of energy, he bit the god grass cultivated by the Stone Man's blood, and suddenly gained confidence. He has reason to believe that it is enough to replenish the divine power for the 3 emperors' mirror until the moment when he finds the 99 heavy stone steps. The attack from the rear became more and more fierce, but Xiao Chen temporarily got rid of the threat of death. Even if his body was subjected to terrible shocks, he could recover quickly. At the same time, the mirror of the 3 emperors constantly reflects the light of the gods to resist the attacks of the kings. And, at this moment, there was a tremor in Paradise Lost, and the lucid consciousness that matched the dream flower turned around, and the divine flower swayed, stretching out a vine, which touched Xiao Chen's body, providing him with endless divine power. Yeah, Kiki immediately relaxed, and took the time to take the essence of heaven and earth that she had collected for many years, and used it for the little stubborn dragon and others to quickly restore her divine power. Suddenly, the endless coercion shook the heavens and the world. Right in front of a desolate mountain, 3 terrifying phantoms emerged. The other 3 great ancestors from the other world finally appeared, and one of them had a faint figure. It was the Spike whose body had been destroyed, but his soul was so powerful that even the king of the Stone Man was surprised, and the feeling of oppression made the heart chill. Ahead, the mountains are endless, but not a single blade of grass grows. Xiao Chen sensed the terrifying aura of the 99 stone steps, which slowly emerged from the bare Death Mountain range. The kings were shocked, facing the ominous 99 stone steps. Everyone felt a little apprehensive. This is the intuition originating from the source, and the inexplicable, mysterious and terrifying 99 heavy stone steps gave them a strong sense of oppression. In the past, during the last battle in Kyushu, they saw with their own eyes an evil stone gate emerging at the end of the stone steps. That terrifying spectacle still makes them unforgettable. The three alien ancestors are extremely powerful. Ignoring the kings, it seems that they are not afraid of their arrival at all. Glancing coldly in all directions, the three ancestors from other worlds shot directly at Xiao Chen, and the terrifying power fluctuations like the vast sea immediately submerged there. Be careful, he has the mirror of three emperors. Lu Zan reminded. The mirror of the three emperors trembled slightly, its brilliance flourished, and immediately reflected back all the unparalleled divine power attacks. At the same time, Xiao Chen suffered severe injuries to his body, but he was healed by the hymning grass shana cultivated by the little stone emperor with his blood essence. Without looking back, Xiao Chen rushed straight up and came to the 99 heavy stone steps. He ascended to the sky, quickly rushed up several stone steps, and looked back at everyone. At this moment, the kings hesitated, unable to advance or retreat. They naturally knew what Xiao Chen's plan was, and wanted to use their hands to shake the 99 stone steps. Shoot or retreat, it's hard to make a decision. The Sanwang mirror is so precious to all, but the scary stone gate at the end of the stone steps also makes people feel extremely ominous. Is it impossible to watch the other world win the mirror of the three emperors? The kings hesitated in their hearts. In their eyes, Xiao Chen will definitely die. As long as he doesn't hand over the three emperor mirror, he will have no way to go to the sky, no way to go to the earth. He can only fall, and he can only die if he escapes to the ends of the earth. The four ancestors of the other world stood side by side, like four black magic mountains standing between the sky and the earth, bringing people a powerful coercion and deterring people's souls. The 99 stone steps are shrouded in a thick black mist, which makes it hard to see clearly and looks extremely evil. Each stone step was as tall and lifeless as a mountain. At this moment, the four ancestors came up hand in hand, and the sound of footsteps spread far and far in the empty environment. Tap, tap, tap. As they pushed upwards at the same time, the Stone Man King couldn't keep quiet. 5 of them glanced at each other, and finally stepped up at the same time. They didn't want to watch the mirror of 3 emperors fall into the hands of Lu Zan and others. As the strongest Stone King in the world, are we afraid that the 99 stone steps will fail? Someone secretly pronounced this. The few remaining people were also moved, wanting to force their way into this ominous place. Xiao Chen had already climbed the 13th stone step, and he obviously felt that the pressure increased by 1 point with each step. After reaching the 18th stone step, he looked back down. The kings followed up and forced them up. Xiao Chen was mixed in his heart. Although he led the kings here, he didn't know the good or bad. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the 3 emperors' mirror in his hand trembled suddenly. It was definitely not an illusion. Xiao Chen was startled and looked carefully. Yeah, KK pulled Xiao Chen's sleeve and pointed at the back of the 3 emperors' mirror. Xiao Chen turned it over, and found that the 3 faint human-shaped imprints on the back were clearer, and the blurred outlines were much more vivid. Chapter 644. The stone steps are broken, and the phantom emerges. After climbing the 27th stone steps, Xiao Chen felt a strong pressure and a ray of fear originating from the deepest part of his spiritual consciousness. Yes, after climbing the 99 heavy stone steps himself, Xiao Chen had a faint intuition that there is a great danger here, and it is definitely an ominous place. Human perception is a very wonderful thing, and it is hard to explain. At this moment, he had a vague premonition that something extremely terrible would happen here, surpassing everything he had experienced before. In the rear, the 4 ancestors of the alien world, including Lu Zan and Langya, all chased up and cut off his circuit. Among the kings, except for the 3 who withdrew, the others, whether they were secretly or publicly, chose to follow up and besieged and killed them. Lu Zan, we have arrived at your holy land. As the master, don't you want to introduce it in detail? Xiao Chen stood on the 27th high platform, looked down, and asked casually, what is at the end of the 99 heavy stone steps? In this regard, Lu Zan was extremely indifferent and did not say a word. Among the 4 ancestors, the mace body was destroyed, and the body was like a phantom, holding a mace stick and swung it away, like a giant pillar supporting the sky collapsed. Xiao Chen frowned, and rushed up again. After reaching the 30-odd stone steps, he felt too much pressure, and it was difficult for him to move forward. In the rear, the kings approached step by step without any haste, and gradually surrounded them. The final hunt is about to begin, and the winner of the Mirror of the Three Emperors will be born here. Although everyone knows that the result may be very tragic, no one is willing to back down. They are all old antiques who have cultivated for endless years. They deeply know the horror of the Three Emperors' mirror, and they will be invincible among kings after they get it. Furthermore, the mysterious legend about the Mirror of Three Emperors and its origin are enough to make everyone's heart flutter. Xiao Chen stopped on the 49th stone step. He felt that it was difficult to move forward. The pressure on his body was too great. If he tried to force it, he would have to spend a lot of energy. Yeah, Kiki muttered in a low voice, looking very nervous. At present, we can only go here. Xiao Chen held the Three Emperors' mirror. His heart was bottomless, there were so many kings present, he didn't know if he could escape, and he said to himself, I hope the old skull and the old duck don't let me down. He wanted to make a big fuss here, but he didn't want to lose his life, and now only those two people can help him. Die. The pupils in the Phantom of Lengya are red. His stone body was destroyed more than 20,000 years ago. Everyone who shot that day is remembered one by one, and Xiao Chen will not be forgotten. At this moment, he let out a deep roar. His voice was like howling ghosts and gods, rolling and vibrating. The power of the mind, formless and invisible, kills the king of murder, slaughters the king of gods, exterminates the devil, kills, kills, kills. Xiao Chen was shocked at the time. This living fossil, who had re-walked the path of the supreme ancestor god, had severely injured KK's father with his powerful killing intent in the past, and the lethality was extremely terrifying. The terrifying magic sound pierced through the brain like a divine spear, making one's heart split. This kind of god destroys spiritual consciousness and kills the body, which is the supreme skill of the Stone Man King. Xiao Chen flipped the Mirror of Three Emperors over, and at the same time he casually shouted, the great sound has no form, the great thought has no heart, the great technique has no mantra, no self and nothing, no boundary and no source, law and order, nothing and nothing. Naturally, he didn't master K's father's supernatural powers. He did this only to anger Lengya. You must know that K's father had severely injured Lengya in the past when he was not a Stone King. Sure enough, the light in Lengya's eyes became colder and colder, and the divine sense activated became stronger, almost covering the entire sky. Lu Zhan and the others did not stop them. Although they knew the magic of the Three Emperors' mirror and could reflect fierce attacks, they also knew that it would consume a lot of Xiao Chen's divine power. Right now, it is safest to exhaust Xiao Chen's essence. The Mirror of Three Emperors trembled, and the light emitted was extremely blazing. Xiao Chen shone on Lengya with this divine light. Boom! With a loud noise, he lost his body in the same way, and the wolf fang disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Where he stood, the stone steps burst into terrible cracks. This was the full blow of the Stone Man King, and the stone steps could not withstand all of them, but everyone knew that the steps here could be repaired by themselves afterwards. The matter did not end here. Xiao Chen frantically stimulated the divine power, and the Three Emperors' mirror shot out the divine light autonomously, and the huge beam of light was like a sharp heavenly sword, leaving terrifying traces on the 48th heavy stone steps below. Boom! All the kings changed their colors, and none of them expected that the 48th stone platform was severely damaged by the power of the Three Emperors' mirror. Xiao Chen wanted to cut off the 99 heavy stone steps. Destroy! Lu Zhan and the others were not in a panic, their expressions became even more indifferent, and they shot at the same time. Okay, it's time to fight hard. Xiao Chen sacrificed the king's god city, turned it into a square of 10 meters, and protected him inside, while rays of divine light diffused out, gathering towards Xiao Chen. Immediately, his whole body surged with divine power, continuously sending energy to the Three Emperor mirror, and the third stone soldier lived up to expectations, shining brightly, as if burning. Xiao Chen clearly saw that the three human-shaped imprints on the back of the stone mirror became clearer and clearer, and the whole stone mirror was trembling slightly. Boom! The dazzling brilliance shone out, sweeping downwards, and at the same time fighting against the four great ancestors of the alien world. Kill! At this time, some of the kings also made a move, launching a fierce attack upwards. They don't want to indulge Xiao Chen anymore, it's time to end it all. Boom! The divine city of kings is burning, and the endless stream of divine power is replenished into the Mirror of Three Emperors. Xiao Chen holds this heavy treasure, and thousands of rays of light are reflected. On the 99 stone steps, it was suddenly flooded with light. In this short moment, Xiao Chen swallowed 2 plants of life-returning grass, which meant that he was almost destroyed twice just now. Boom boom boom. The 99 heavy stone steps shook violently, Dazzling light everywhere, and the three emperors' mirrors shone in all directions, constantly counter-attacking, but in a moment, the city of kings was cracked, and the energy was too much. In addition to the attacks of the kings, this ancient city was in danger of collapsing at any time. Can't keep. An ancient stone pot the size of a palm appeared in Xiao Chen's hands. At this moment, he sacrificed the puppet of the Stone Man King, and at the same time, the pot was full of brilliance, shining a dazzling divine brilliance beside him. With the help of the power of the puppet of the Stone Man King, Xiao Chen frantically activated the mirror of three emperors, and the treasure immediately became more glaring. The other kings were also shocked. At this moment, with the help of the powerful Stone King puppet, the power of the mirror of three emperors was brought into full play. Boom! At this moment, the three emperors' mirrors shot out a blazing divine light, which pierced through the phantom of the wolf's fangs, and made a crackling sound, forcing him to fall upside down and fall down 9 steps in a row. Obviously, Langya suffered a big loss and was hit hard. The colors of the kings changed, and Xiao Chen and the puppet of the Stone Man King held the mirror of three emperors together, which posed a great threat to them. Thousands of avenues, 10,000 laws, covering the sky, piercing through all worlds, hit Xiao Chen like dense raindrops. The kings all shot, no longer keep. The Stone Man King puppet did not disappoint Xiao Chen. With his assistance, the divine power was effectively replenished, and there was no worry of lack of it, and all kinds of gods were blocked back. The 99 stone steps were trembling, and all the kings were shocked. At this moment, all the powerhouses in the heavens and the world felt the terrifying fluctuations in the other world, which could completely destroy any opponent. Even if the little stone emperor was reborn, it would probably be difficult to resist. Stormy, violent attacks. It is hard to tell whether there are 10 stone kings, or more than this number. Everyone is attacking violently, completely submerging the 99 stone steps. Boom! Starting from the 49 stone steps, there was a deafening sound, and the smoke and dust rushed into the sky, and it suddenly burst open, and the huge stone body continued to fall towards the earth. At the end of the stone steps, endless black mist filled the air, and the evil breath made people tremble, but none of the kings below stopped, and they were still attacking fiercely. The bright rays of light dispersed the dark mist that surged down from the top, and no one would back down now. The kings joined hands to fear this most evil place, and they will not give up until they get the three emperor mirror. Xiao Chen had mixed joys and sorrows. The effect was indeed achieved. Half of the 99 heavy stone steps were demolished, but could he escape? Rush. Now, unable to look back, he is one with the divine map, using ancient scrolls to protect his body, and at the same time sacrifice the imprint of the Tao of another world, burning it unreservedly. The power of endless laws, all kinds of mysterious essence of the Tao, entangled his body, helping him move forward, and walk towards the top under tremendous pressure. During this process, the puppet of the Stone Man King followed closely, helping him control the mirror of the three emperors and protecting his body at the same time. Xiao Chen wanted to tear down the 99 heavy stone steps to the end. Under great pressure, he finally came to the 81st stone step. During this process, none of the kings stopped attacking. Even the real big world is enough to be destroyed many times. The 99 stone steps showed an amazing side, withstood unimaginable attack power, but only 49 layers were broken. In just a short moment, Xiao Chen had already swallowed 5 life-returning plants cultivated by the little stone emperor's blood, otherwise his body would have collapsed 5 times. Although the stone steps were destroyed and 49 layers were broken, Xiao Chen became more and more uneasy. During this process, Lu Zhan was so calm that it was almost terrifying, without any emotional fluctuations, just slowly approaching, with heavy and powerful steps, and the other 3 ancestors of other worlds were also Gujing Wubo, walking side by side with him. The kings did not stop, and the attack was even stronger. Boom! Below the 81st heavy stone steps, everything cracked, black mist filled the air, billowing smoke and dust rushed up, and huge stones rolled down into the sky. Xiao Chen bit his bullet and continued to push towards the end. At this moment, he has already seen that the kings are using him to destroy the 99 heavy stone steps. Originally, he wanted to borrow the power of the kings, but now it seems that the kings need to use him more to realize their strategy. Kings need excuses. They have long felt uneasy about this ominous place, and with this incident, they are destroying the holy land of another world openly. Boom! The 88th heavy stone steps shattered. Under the attack of more than 10 kings, there is no force that can resist and contend. It is enough to destroy all the big worlds. The legendary indestructible holy land of other worlds is constantly collapsing. The number of stone man kings in the dark and in the open has already exceeded 10. Even if the little stone emperor is reborn, he still has to sigh, no one can stop his progress with such a powerful combat power. Lu Xun became more indifferent, making people feel uneasy, even a little scared. The four ancestors were too calm. Everyone knew that the door at the end of the 99 heavy stone steps might be opened. However, here, there is no retreat, and everyone chooses to move forward. Because, just now, the kings reached a consensus that regardless of the mirror of the three emperors, they must destroy the stone gate and suppress the terrifying existence inside. In the past, the phantom standing at the end of the 99 heavy stone steps shocked them greatly, and everyone was very disturbed. This time, Xiao Chen is not the winner, it is hard to say who is taking advantage of whom. But even so, the faces of all the kings were gloomy. Now, their intentions have been exposed. If they can't destroy the door of the other world with such evil hands, there may be some bad things in the future. Boom! The 92nd heavy stone steps collapsed, and when they got here, the terrifying coercion became more and more fierce and powerful, like adding a tangible quality to the body, and like a sharp sword forcing the body. Even the Stone Man King showed a dignified look, and everyone was very disturbed. Under great pressure, Xiao Chen relied on the divine map, the ancient scroll and the puppet of the Stone Man King to help him, and finally climbed to the most extreme peak, the 99th stone step. Like the #1 magic mountain in the world, it is surrounded by black mist, the visibility is very low, and the terrifying evil spirit is permeating the air. The trembling from the source of the soul made Xiao Chen realize that there is a great danger here. The last huge stone platform is very open and the top is extremely flat. Different from the other stone steps below, there are many symbols engraved here, which looks extremely mysterious. Yes, the last heavy stone steps are crisscrossed, runes are scattered all over, and it is full of the smell of blood. If you look closely, you can find that there are large dark red blood stains on the stone steps. At the end of the stone steps, the 99th stone step is a veritable altar. Boom! The kings continued to attack fiercely, and all the stone steps below were shattered. At this moment, everyone climbed onto the last stone step. Shadowy, in the black mist stood a series of terrifying figures of stone kings, each of them motionless like fossils that existed in ancient times. When we got here, everyone became cautious. These powerhouses have all experienced great catastrophes and were promoted from the heavens and worlds to the heavens. It can be said that they are the peak power of many great worlds gathered together. Enough. At this moment, Lu Xun finally uttered a chilling snort, and the two words he spit out made people even more uneasy. Not enough. Someone secretly transmitted a voice, and with a bang, he punched the last stone step, but the last stone step full of patterns was extremely strong, and there was no sign of being destroyed at all, and there was not even a crack on it. After arriving here, Xiao Chen knew that the Three Emperors' mirror could not be kept, and now it was time to leave the Three Emperors' mirror and find a way to escape. But, will Lu Xun give him a chance? The answer is obviously no. Nothing can be changed, and the tragedy will repeat itself. This is the cold sentence that Lu Xun made after uttering the ancient syllable, saying, let's end it completely. Boom! At the end of the 99 stone steps, the surrounding black mist was briefly shaken away. On this tall altar, a mysterious stone door appeared strangely and unfathomably. Endless horror and coercion came out, and the black mist rolled there. All the kings felt the great coercion, and they seemed to see a specter gathering behind the stone gate through the black mist. Xiao Chen's heart sank. At this moment, he learned a terrible thing and could not escape. The last stone steps were blocked. All the kings also changed their colors. They looked at the Three Emperors' mirror in Xiao Chen's hand, but no one made a move, and then looked at the stone gate, and everyone was gathering strength. It's no big deal. I'll wait for the king to join forces, and we'll be invincible in heaven and earth. So what if there are weird things in the stone gate? Even if the little stone emperor reborn at the moment when he stepped on the top, we can fight against it. Can it be compared to the little stone emperor who was proud of the ages? The kings became ruthless and determined to destroy this ominous place. Boom! The terrifying stone door was pushed open, and a phantom stepped out slowly. At this moment, the situation is changing, the sky and the earth are pale, and all the heavens and worlds are shaking. Everything was blurred, everything ceased to exist, as if the eternal world had been completely destroyed. Chapter 645, Demonic Immortality. The terrifying stone door was finally pushed open, and a phantom stepped out slowly, with black mist billowing in pitch black. After a few steps, it stopped there, like a statue, motionless. The real face is blurred, and only the vague outline in the black mist can be seen, which brings a strong sense of oppression. The kings were all intimidated, and the powerful coercion made everyone feel afraid, which is a rare thing in ancient times. Can the little stone emperor be regenerated? Everyone felt cold. Yes, they felt that this black shadow was too powerful, comparable to the little stone emperor. Because of its existence, all the heavens and all worlds are trembling, and everything they see and feel is blurred, as if all the heavens are empty, and only he is real. This is a very bad feeling. The close contact with death seems to be only a finger away. All the kings were shocked, and no one dared to make a move first. The three emperors' mirror in Xiao Chen's hand trembled slightly, and the three human-shaped imprints on the back were much clearer. There seemed to be a strange force in the stone gate and that phantom, which prompted it to undergo such a change. Kill them. Lu Zhan had a complicated expression, as if he was issuing an order, but it seemed to be in awe and respect. The silent body of the phantom moved suddenly. At this moment, it was so powerful that it seemed like a majestic mountain was pressing over, immediately covering a stone man-king. Kill. At this moment, everyone has made a move, no more hesitation. This phantom is really a huge disaster, which makes the kings feel uneasy and fearful, and must be eliminated. The one who bears the brunt of the attack is the stone-sharpening beast, and that phantom was the first to kill him. Ah, something that terrified everyone happened. The arm blocked by the sharpening stone beast seal was torn off by the phantom immediately. A stone arm was torn into several pieces by it, the blood of the stone man was sprayed, and the golden blood stained this ominous place red. This is a very serious and terrifying thing. A stone man king was severely injured when he came up, which is enough to show the horror of the phantom, which makes people horrified. But it didn't make everyone despair. The moment the stone-sharpening beast was wounded, its other arm reached out and struck on the body of the phantom, sending it flying out on the spot. The black mist surged, and the phantom fell to the ground calmly. Facing the sweeping shens, he suddenly disappeared from the spot, turned into a black mist, and drifted among the crowd. No, watch out for a sneak attack. Shan Jun shouted. The black mist was blowing, and this ominous land that was sealed off was filled with black clouds and smoke, like black belts lingering around. Silently, a black shadow condensed behind the three-eyed stone man king, and raised the terrifying demon palm. Behind you, shouted a stone man king. If it was normal, they wished that other stone kings would fall, and only one person would be honored in the world. But right now, a huge danger lies ahead, threatening everyone, and only by joining hands can the disaster be resolved. The three-eyed stone man Wang manifested the charm of the avenue, condensing endless spiritual principles. Although he did not turn around, behind him there were webs of mysterious brilliance intertwined. It was a tangible quality formed by the order of the avenues of heaven and earth. When they intersected together, they were the most terrifying power of the original law. Boom! But even so, he was knocked over by the demon's palm, his body was cracked, and he was turned upside down thousands of feet away, with a lot of golden blood spurting out of his mouth, looking very hideous and miserable. His moves were like lightning, simple and direct. This black shadow was very magical. When he came up, he severely injured the two kings and sent chills down everyone's backs. Brush. In the next moment, the phantom turned into a black light, and it swept towards the 5 stone kings standing side by side like a storm. Boom. These 5 kings did not retreat, and all of them used their strongest original magical powers, and the blazing light immediately drowned the last stone step. The rumbling loud noise shook the world, and there was a violent shaking here. The kings of the 5 paths stepped back, golden blood was dripping from the corners of everyone's mouths, and they were all injured. And that black shadow was also blown away, turned upside down and landed in front of the stone gate a long way away. Everyone felt mixed feelings. This phantom did not seem to be invincible, but it was also quite terrifying. I am afraid that if you want to kill him, you will have to pay a huge price. Kill him. The figures swayed again and again, more than 10 kings rushed from the black mist in all directions, and forced towards the phantom in the middle. All the kings show their original gods, the avenue is boundless, and the pressure is forward. This kind of pure Dao Seal divine power is the most terrifying. If any king is suppressed, he can be wiped out on the spot. Boom. The last stone steps rumbled and shook violently, but there was still no sign of collapse. One could imagine how strong it was. The Dao gods of the kings hit the black shadow at the same time, and he couldn't dodge it, because the attacks came from all directions, so he could only truly bear and resist. Boom! The phantom was thrown into the air by the combined force of the kings, and hit the stone door fiercely, making a loud noise. Then, he staggered back, nearly falling to the ground. The kings were greatly encouraged. This phantom is not invincible, and everyone can join forces to severely damage him. Although he is very powerful, he is still not as good as Little Stone Emperor. We can kill him. The sharpening stone beast has just suffered a big loss, and its arm has been restored and regenerated, but the golden blood stained on its body has recorded how dangerous he was just now. However, the kings also discovered a terrible thing. At this moment when the phantom was obviously suppressed, Luzon and the other 4 ancestors from other worlds were still very calm and did not intend to make a move, which seemed very strange. With a muffled roar, the phantom stood up straight again. His figure could not be seen clearly in the black mist, only his eyes flashed with a frightening cold light, and he approached the crowd again. Kill. All kings come together. Now is not the time to discuss the Tao, but a real life and death struggle. As long as this mysterious shadow can be wiped out, the method is not important. However, this time the phantom seemed to be much stronger. The black mist surged, and he stretched out a huge phantom palm. Between the palm fingers were connected by black lines, intertwined into a phantom net, and came towards everyone. Everyone was shocked. The seemingly ordinary black lines represent all kinds of avenues and orders, which are the embodiment of the Supreme God, and that is the root of the devil. That huge demonic palm actually enveloped everyone, grabbing down the sky and covering the sky. No one can escape. Boom. It can be said that the momentum is monstrous. The phantom covers everyone under his big hands, and black lines are intertwined, like the music of death is playing. Domineering and fierce, nothing can resist it. Boom boom boom. As if struck by lightning, all the kings vomited blood and struggled in the big black hands. At this moment, all of them were terrified in their hearts. This phantom was not the real body. They deeply felt that this was a power beyond the body itself, and this was the original incarnation of the evil way. Fear, anxiety, irritability. Endless negative emotions raged in the minds of the kings. These emotions have been far away from them for tens of thousands of years, and their reappearance now is enough to illustrate the severity of the situation. That is the coercion of the origin of Tao, the erosion of demonic power, the mighty power that should not exist in this world. At this moment, they were finally convinced that this phantom might really be able to compete with the Little Stone Emperor. However, the Little Stone Emperor wanted to be defeated, so why didn't he find this phantom? Boom. Covered by that big black hand, the kings vomited blood again and again. All kinds of divine origin laws were exhausted, and they finally held on with difficulty. Everyone, if you still have reservations and cannot work together, all of us may be in danger. Someone made such a deep voice, and all the kings shook the brand of the Tao, and fought back with all their strength. At the moment of life and death, if they hide their respective strengths, then it will really end in tragedy. One after another golden thin lines emerged on the bodies of the kings, and one after another laws intertwined in an orderly manner, and all kinds of imprints of the Supreme Tao gathered together to form a golden trace of the origin of the Tao. The golden avenue god net hits the black mark of the magic source. Boom. With a violent bump and turn, the kings shook, and the divine light flourished, breaking through the big black net immediately, and their bodies emerged again. And that big black hand was also pierced, shattered, turned into streaks of black mist, and quickly dissipated away. The black figure who lost his arm staggered back, submerged in the black mist again, and stood quietly in front of the stone gate. During this process, Xiao Chen stood side by side with the puppet of the Stone Man King, confronting the 4 great ancestors including Luzon, and did not make a move. The confidence of the kings increased greatly, and they felt that they could erase this mysterious shadow. Wait until you make a move, let him disappear in smoke. The next moment, everyone showed their original principles, and golden threads intertwined together, enveloping them forward. The phantom let out a deep roar, turned into a round of black Tao source mark, and rushed forward. Boom. But in a loud noise, it was covered by the big golden net, and everyone seemed to be on fire, urging the supreme divine power to refine the specter in the big golden net. The blazing flame was burning, the black mist was fading and disappearing rapidly, and the end of the 99 stone steps gradually became clear. That black phantom slowly faded and disappeared in the big net, and as time went by, it became more and more unclear. Refining, this is the unanimous will of all the kings, and they want to take this rare opportunity to completely kill this ghost. The blazing fire, blazing like the sun, is the original divine power of the kings, and they burnt and burned without regret. Boom. In the end, endless thunder rang out, and the black shadow flew into ashes and disappeared without a trace, and the giant golden net disintegrated in an instant. After all, it was destroyed. The kings let out a sigh of relief. Really. In the distance, Luzon, who was confronting Xiao Chen, spit out these 2 words indifferently. At the same time, all the kings changed their colors, and the stone door that was closed as the black shadow disappeared was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Inside, the black shadow walked out slowly, every step was weighty, as if it was stepping on the hearts of everyone. He has reappeared intact. The tall phantom stood quietly in the black mist, its fuzzy outline was particularly creepy, and the gleam in its eyes was piercingly cold. How so? The hearts of the kings were chilled, it was obviously refined, but it actually appeared again. It's okay, let's work together to completely refine it. The stone man king present did not hold anything back, and started to attack again, and thin golden threads emerged from their bodies, intertwined together, and shrouded in the shadow. Roar! This time, the black shadow roared up to the sky, and the terrifying magic sound shook the world, making all the creatures in the world feel horrified. Boom! It stretched out a huge magic hand, broke a corner of the seal on the sky, tore open the barrier of the big world, and stretched out 5 fingers. 5 big worlds were pierced immediately, and 5 fingers shattered 5 worlds, making them completely turned into chaos, forming 5 misty vortexes and flowing endless energy toward it. 5 big worlds are connected to it with 5 fingers, and 5 chaotic vortexes are providing it with majestic power. Anyone who sees this terrible method will be horrified. It uses this to draw strength, strengthen the source of magic, and fight against the power of the kings. Boom! The golden giant net formed by the joint efforts of the kings finally enveloped it, and then the divine light of endless order shone, refining it inside, and finally collapsed into black clouds. The kings didn't stop, and continued to refine the black cloud and mist until there was nothing left, and the golden down net disappeared by itself. Boom! However, a loud noise shattered the sense of accomplishment of the kings after the victory. The mysterious stone door was pushed open again, and a phantom strode out, pushing forward, looking down upon the world. It is still not perishing, as powerful as it was at the beginning. The phantom howls, penetrating the past and the present, shaking the past and the future. No one is unmoved, everyone is afraid. This phantom can't be killed, can't be destroyed. What will be done? It is powerful enough in itself, threatening everyone, and with such an indelible origin, it is simply invincible. At this moment, everyone had the same thought in their hearts: if the little stone emperor hadn't fallen, he would definitely be able to block this phantom. When the little stone emperor stepped onto the peak, after the moment of splendor, and then withered and fell, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but at this moment, everyone hoped that he was not dead. Only the little stone emperor can suppress this phantom right now. In the distance, Xiao Chen felt awe-inspiring. How powerful were the 5 kings of the chaotic land in the past? Even though they fought more with less, they were not weaker than the ancestors of other worlds, but they still fell in front of the 99 stone steps. What the hell is this? The kings didn't believe that this was a real cultivator. The sharpening stone beast was extremely awe-inspiring, turned back to look at Xiao Chen, and said, "When will you wait if you don't sacrifice the 3 emperors' mirror, little brat?" While saying these words, several figures emerged silently, separated between Xiao Chen, Luzon and others, blocking the great ancestors of the alien world. They didn't want to help Xiao Chen, but they had to. At this moment, they need to rely on the mysterious power of the 3 emperors' mirror. This is a treasure belonging to a certain great power from ancient times, and it may have the strange power to restrain this phantom. When Xiao Chen turned the 3 emperors' mirror to shine on the black shadow, it immediately let out a terrifying roar, and 2 frightening rays of light shot out from its eyes, staring at the stone mirror firmly, as if it had seen the origin of the stone mirror. Boom! The ghost stretched out his big hand, ignoring the kings, and attacked Xiao Chen directly. He grabbed the 3 emperor mirror and covered Xiao Chen in his palm. Xiao Chen screamed, and the puppet of the stone man king was helping him, and a steady stream of divine power surged in. The stone mirror shone brightly, and the mirror surface immediately reflected thin black lines, sweeping towards the phantom itself. Boom! The phantom shook, and its arm collapsed immediately, but before Xiao Chen could rejoice, his expression froze, and the unparalleled coercion hammered heavily on his heart. His whole body seemed to be smashed into pieces at once. Even if he had the 3 emperors' mirror in his hands, which could reflect the attack of the phantom, he couldn't bear the shock. In just a short moment, he swallowed 3 life-returning grasses, and his body and spirit stabilized. That is to say, he was almost wiped out 3 times in an instant. Feeling the enormous coercion of the phantom, the mirror of the 3 emperors trembled by itself, and the imprints of the 3 figures on the back became more and more clear, and there was a tendency to break out of the mirror. With a roar, the phantom turned into a black light and approached, about to cover Xiao Chen. This is the pure source of demonic power, the imprint of the Supreme Avenue. It will kill Xiao Chen and seize the mirror of the 3 emperors. The kings shot one after another to block the phantom. Xiao Chen was in contact with death, and the kings were protecting the mirror of 3 emperors, but they allowed his body to be exposed, and those golden gods of order did not cover him, allowing his body to escape from the golden net. Boom! The specter approached and shook the golden net of order. Xiao Chen was blown away on the spot. If it wasn't for the terrible attack reflected by the 3 emperors' mirror and the Stone King puppet belt blocking his front, he would have been wiped out in ashes. Even so, his flesh shell and soul were cracked, and he fell heavily to the ground. The mirror of the 3 emperors almost flew out, and the kings retreated with him. The giant golden net still protected the mirror of the 3 emperors, like a round of golden sun shining in all directions, blocking the black shadow. The phantom is fearless, striding forward, full of killing breath. The tremendous pressure made Xiao Chen feel unbearable. At this moment, the light of the 3 emperors' mirror became more and more intense, as if stimulated by the ghost. However, the phantom's arrogance was overwhelming, and he was fearless at all, and the light in his eyes became more and more palpitating. He spread all 5 fingers of his right hand, and continued to grab the 3 emperor mirror, but the light reflected by the mirror couldn't stop him. Don't hesitate any longer, I'll take full control of the mirror of 3 emperors, and refine this phantom. All the kings shot at the same time, attacking and killing the phantom, and the golden net formed by the god of order enveloped the mirror of 3 emperors, breaking away from Xiao Chen's control. The mirror of the 3 emperors flew upwards and was fixed in midair, with the mirror facing down, hanging above the head of the phantom. The kings urged the 3 emperors' mirror, and its power doubled immediately. At this time, something unexpected happened. 3 faint phantoms floated out from the back of the mirror of 3 emperors, standing on the sky, looking down at the phantom. The phantom is unmatched. It seems that it was stimulated by the stone mirror, and it is stronger than at the beginning, swallowing the sun, the moon and the stars, and even opened its mouth wide, wanting to swallow the kings and the mirror of the 3 emperors together. At this moment, Xiao Chen had a bad feeling. After losing the mirror of the 3 emperors, Luzon and other 4 ancestors from other worlds approached him and resisted him. He retreated involuntarily, but after only taking 5 steps, he felt a creepy sensation, and he retreated into the stone gate. Chapter 646, Unseal the Seal of the Stone Jar. Xiao Chen was terrified for a while. He was forced into the stone gate. At this moment, an indescribable terrible feeling came to his heart. Can't go in, must leave. The inside is definitely a fierce place. The phantom has been refined by the king several times, but every time it has successfully stepped out of it. If Luzon and others sealed him inside, he would definitely die, and the moment the phantom returned, he would definitely attack him. At this moment, the mirror of the 3 emperors has been lost. If there is no suspense in the face of the phantom, it is too worthless to be killed like this. However, Luzon and other 4 ancestors from other worlds blocked the stone gate, blocking his circuit, making it difficult to break through. Xiao Chen's heart was cold, and he was driven to a dead end, but at this moment of life and death, he still had a damn curiosity in his heart, wanting to see the scene behind the door. However, he didn't dare to move and couldn't turn his head. The 4 Luzon would attack at any time. He couldn't sit still. At this moment, Xiao Chen controlled the puppet of the Stone Man King to launch a deadly attack. Roar! The Stone Man King puppet let out a deep roar, and the whole stone body was on fire. He was like a big torch in the shape of a human being, with raging flames and divine light, and he rushed forward to kill. As a last resort, even if it is to destroy this powerful combat tool, a way out must be opened. Xiao Chen is completely desperate. Boom! A mace fell down heavily, hitting the puppet of the Stone King puppet whose whole body was flickering, and his body was shaken violently, but he didn't stop, crossing his hands in an inexplicable divine seal, and pushed forward. With a loud bang, the mace was shaken away and rushed forward. When Luzon shot like lightning, his withered claws seemed extremely sharp, and hit the Stone Man King's puppet's palm, and the stone chip splashed, leaving several shocking fingerprints. Roar! The puppet of the Stone Man King let out a long cry, and the stone hairs on his head danced crazily. He threw it forward, making a sharp piercing sound, and each stone hair was like a fine sword. Boom! Luzon's palms and fingers were like hooks, cutting off a large piece of stone hair at once, and at the same time the 4 great ancestors moved together. The big stick of smoke, the seal of the palm finger, and the supreme god blocked the puppet of the Stone King at the same time. The terrible fluctuations here shook the stone gate, and a large amount of stone powder fell off. The puppet of the Stone Man King seemed to be struck by lightning. His arms were cracked by the 4 great ancestors, the stone hairs flew apart, and flew back in a sudden collapse, almost hitting Xiao Chen's body. The combination of the 4 ancestors from other worlds, that kind of combat power, just thinking about it makes people tremble. Everyone is a peerless figure who can compete with King Pan Jiu. Under Xiao Chen's will, the stone man puppet rushed forward again, and had to kill a bloody path, otherwise there would be no way out. However, the 4 ancestors headed by Lu Zan formed seals at the same time at the same moment, and the Miyuan Avenue was as vast as the sea, and 4 huge palms fell down at the same time. Boom! The puppet of the Stone Man King had both arms broken, his whole body was cracked, and he was nearly torn apart by the beating. He turned into a ball of brilliance and flew back, floating on the stone jar. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He was forced to a dead end at this moment, but he must not retreat. If he retreated into the stone gate, he would definitely die. He held the mysterious stone jar between his palms and frantically mobilized his divine power, making all the marks on it bright. The palm-high stone pot is very mysterious. Since the day he got it, Xiao Chen has studied it repeatedly, but he still hasn't figured out its origin and true power. At this moment, the divine power was activated recklessly, and in addition to the existing notches, many small imprints of the spider web gang also emerged, exuding a mysterious brilliance. It looks like a network of gods of order intertwined, densely covered on the stone jar, and the breath flowing out makes people feel strange and very strange. Root of all evil, the 4 Lu Zan all changed their colors, and it could be seen that they had a certain understanding of the stone pot, and their faces showed a trace of solemnity. Chi chi chi, the stone jar suddenly shot out several beams of light, which were strange curse powers, rushing towards the 4 of them like streams of light. They dodged quickly and did not resist, because if it was some vicious curse from the ancient times in the legend, even if the Stone Man King touched it, he would suffer a serious illness and even lose his life. Undoubtedly, they felt that the curses just now were top-notch, and if they touched the body, they might not be able to get rid of them forever. Do you think you can stop us with it? I advise you not to play with fire and set yourself on fire. Lu Zan pressed forward, with boundless claws, and immediately blocked the entire stone gate, poking inside. At the same time, a mace's fang stick followed closely behind, piercing through the gap between the devil's claws. Each of the mace's fangs was extremely sharp. Xiao Chen was really close to despair and had no choice but to retreat, but he couldn't pass the Stone Man King's avenue branding. He seemed to be struck by lightning, and cracks appeared in his body. It had been severely injured before, and now it was suppressed by the 2 great ancestors, and its vitality was extremely weak. Brush. The lost paradise was opened, and the little beast KK poked her head out, and quickly pulled Xiao Chen in. Do you think it's safe to hide inside? Lu Zan sneered. At his level, even the big world can be easily broken, so naturally he doesn't care about losing paradise. The devil's claws came out, imprisoned the void, sealed the stone gate, and prepared to refine the lost paradise. But after a while, he let out a sound of surprise, and the other 3 ancestors from other worlds also shot to help him refine Paradise Lost. The legend is true, Paradise Lost and the Abyss are rare treasures, stronger than the real big world, and we can't tear them apart. However, even if Paradise Lost cannot be torn apart, the people hiding inside can no longer bear it. The treasure is intact, and everyone can't resist the mighty power that seeps in. In the end, Xiao Chen merged with the divine map, wearing an ancient scroll, and rushed out again biting a few life-returning grasses. That's right, let's end it all. Lu Zan made a deep voice, but he was still on guard. He was afraid that Xiao Chen would sacrifice the divine map recklessly, because even an incomplete formation map is enough to cause terrible damage. However, to his surprise, Xiao Chen didn't sacrifice his divine image, and remained in harmony with his body to protect himself. At this moment, he was holding the stone pot, and frantically tried to remove the seal on the top of the pot, and a strange aura burst out from there. The seal on the mouth of the can looks like yellow paper, but it is definitely not paper. It is a very special leather material, which should be the shed skin of some kind of creature. It was engraved with dense ghostly symbols, sealing the mouth of the jar tightly. When Xiao Chen poured in the divine essence and forcefully removed the seal, the stone jar trembled violently, as if some demon inside had revived and wanted to rush out. Lu Zan gasped and retreated quickly, and the 3 ancestors behind him also shot out from the stone gate like ghosts. Boy, you have to understand what you are doing. Of course I know. Xiao Chen still tried his best to peel off the seal. Although the seal was not loosened, an extremely evil power had flowed out, making people feel as if they were falling into an abyss, as if they were entering hell. You are opening up the source of disaster and looking for your own death. If I don't open it, can I live? Xiao Chen was unmoved, and sneered, Instead of this, why don't you try it, you force me, and let me see what is sealed in the stone jar at the same time. The 4 great ancestors of land warfare had a gloomy face. Without saying a word, they played all kinds of tricks, and submerged towards Xiao Chen. However, in an instant, all of them changed their colors, and the powerful spiritual consciousness of the Stone King level rushed towards the stone pot like a rolling river. It's like a wild horse running wild, uncontrollable at all. The 4 ancestors were shocked in their hearts, decisively cut off the ray of divine thought, and retreated quickly, away from Shimon. Even though Xiao Chen had a divine map to protect his body and hid behind the stone gate, he was still severely injured. The life-returning grass in his mouth melted quickly, repairing his almost cracked flesh shell and soul. At the same time, he noticed that the stone jar in his hand was becoming more and more evil. The seal on the mouth of the jar was covered with black mist, which looked mysterious and strange. Bang bang bang. The stone jar vibrated violently, like a living body, trying to rush out from between Xiao Chen's fingers. Xiao Chen felt chills in his heart. He knew that this was indeed playing with fire, and it was likely to take his life. It was a very bad premonition. More and more evil spirits were coming out from under the seal. He quickly rushed out of the stone gate, and the 4 Luzon blocked it with their supreme magic power, but at this time Xiao Chen opened a weak gap in the seal on the stone jar. A very uncomfortable breath, like the vast sea, suddenly rushed out. Boom. There is no fluctuation of divine power, just an invisible momentum that suppresses one's spiritual consciousness, making it irresistible. The 4 of Luzon were shocked and retreated quickly. According to old legends, the stone jar is the root of all evil, with unpredictable evil power. Although they didn't believe it or fear it very much, they didn't want to really try it out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Chen quickly rushed out of the stone gate, and pressed down the seal again, sealing the stone jar. However, his heart was extremely shocked, and his body was covered in cold sweat. In a short moment, he seemed to have experienced thousands of years in purgatory. Just now, he actually heard the iron chain rattling in the stone jar, like a locked beast writhing violently. If there were no iron chains, when the seal was opened just now, would there be some evil things rushing out? Xiao Chen's expression was very ugly. Although he rushed out of the stone gate, he still had lingering fears. But at this time, he was not out of danger, and the 4 Marines would kill him at any time. The mirror of 3 emperors has been lost, and the purpose has been achieved. It is time to leave. However, the entire ominous land is sealed off, and it is difficult for the Stone Man King to break through. How can he leave here? Yeah. At this moment, KK suddenly opened the Lost Paradise again, and whispered to Xiao Chen. The little guy seemed extremely excited, and it sensed the breath of his parents. Kiki's parents, through the special induction between the blood and through the seal, told the little thing to break through a passage and rescue it. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. If KK's parents were outside, Stone Crow and Old Skull would definitely be able to sense it. When they join forces, they may be able to rescue him and KK. On the other side, the battle is heating up. Just now, the phantom devoured the sun, the moon and the stars, devoured a stone man alive, and bit the stone body to pieces, leaving only a puddle of golden blood. All the kings controlled the mirror of 3 emperors at the same time, and after a difficult battle, they finally suppressed the phantom to the ground, gaining an absolute upper hand for the first time. The avenues of the kings are intertwined into a golden net of order, wrapped in the mirror of the 3 emperors, suspended in midair, with 3 blurred phantoms on it, looking down. The ghost fell to the ground suppressed by the radiant divine light irradiated by the stone mirror, struggling constantly, but unable to stand up. For the first time, Luzon and the other 4 alien ancestors showed anxiety, and it was difficult to keep calm. The 4 quickly rushed over and bombarded the golden net of order in midair. Boom! The big net woven by the Tao gods was attacked, and the 3 emperors' mirror inside shook for a while. The divine light shot down suddenly dimmed, and the 3 phantoms floating in the sky almost disappeared. The sudden interference immediately made the suppressed specter lying on the ground breathe a sigh of relief, bursting out with earth-shattering killing intent, turning over all of a sudden, and leaping into the air. Boom! He stretched out his claws and smashed the 3 phantoms in an instant. The 3 emperors' mirrors shook and almost fell into the sky. All this happened in an instant. The phantom escaped, and the kings shook. Fortunately, after they took control of the mirror of 3 emperors, they gained the upper hand in terms of absolute strength, and quickly stabilized their position, surrounding the 4 great ancestors including Luzon and the phantom at the same time. The golden order was re-interwoven into a divine net, and the 3 emperors' mirror was fixed in it, and the 3 phantoms resurfaced, illuminating a dazzling brilliance again, covering the terrifying phantom. Roar! The phantom fell on the ground, its body trembling again and again. The last step of the 99 stone steps looks like a huge altar. The ground is covered with nicks and filled with dark red blood. The ghost is in close contact with it, and at this moment, an incomparably evil power flows out. All the nicks came alive, streams of blood flowed in the nicks, like a sketch being colored. Roar! The phantom roared, and all the notches were filled with blood, which seemed to surge up from the stone. All the engravings are filled with blood, and they are connected together to form mysterious patterns. The ghosts turn over and make the 3 emperors' mirror above vibrate again and again. Die! A vague word of death came from the mouth of the phantom. Boom! A stone man-king collapsed on the spot, destroying both body and spirit. This deeply shocked the kings, and everyone was terrified in their hearts. They practiced for endless years and finally reached the highest point. If they fall, no one will be willing. He is at the end of his strength, this time he will definitely be able to refine completely, don't hesitate. Water King Song Dafe shouted, reminding the kings. The light emitted by the mirror of the 3 emperors became brighter and brighter, and the avenue formed by the kings became denser and stronger, dazzling and dazzling. The moment it fell, the phantom suddenly faded a lot, and lay down on the ground again. However, he stubbornly raised his head, his hands touched the bloodstains on the stone floor, 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes, and immediately pierced through Song Dafe. Boom! Another stone man-king has lost both body and spirit, and has completely fallen. It feels very unreal. It seems that it is not the stone man-king who shocked the heavens, but just a clay pot, which was easily smashed to the ground. The power of the phantom shook the hearts of the kings, and they wanted to fly away immediately. But, after all, they are very human beings who know how to do it. Everyone tried their best to build the gods with the imprint of the Tao, and urged the 3 emperors' mirror to suppress the ghosts. At the same time, they also acted separately to seal the 4 Luzon and prevent them from destroying. The mirror of the 3 emperors trembled slightly, the phantom was finally suppressed so hard to move, and the emptiness was almost wiped out. Very good, after all, he is going to be refined, and we must not relax. The 3 emperors' mirror slowly rotated, slowly lowered, and fell towards the phantom. Roar! The moment the stone mirror touched the phantom, it raised its head unwillingly, let out a dull roar, and with a bang, its head broke off, opened its huge mouth, and crushed another stone king at once, golden blood splashed far away. The 3 emperors' mirror trembled slightly, obliterating its body completely, and then chased the head to shoot out a series of divine lights. Boom! In the end, the head was absorbed on the mirror of 3 emperors, and gradually faded, gradually disappeared, and was refined by the kings. The 4 Luzon were frightened and angry, but they did not despair. They decisively took this opportunity to retreat and escape from the encirclement. Boom! At this moment, a tunnel was pierced out of the sealed ominous place, and KK suddenly showed an excited expression and rushed in quickly. Xiao Chen followed closely behind, but an accident happened, all the kings shot at the same time, cut off the tunnel, and sealed the 2 back. Yeah, Kiki screamed, just before she was hit hard. Everyone, don't be too extreme. The 3 emperors' mirror has changed hands. Do you want to kill it all? The voice of the old skull came. The tunnel was opened again, and Xiao Chen immediately felt a powerful aura outside, at least 3 or 4 stone kings. A flash of light enveloped KK and Xiao Chen, leading them into the tunnel. Boom! Including the 4 ancestors of the alien world, all the kings took action and cut off the tunnel again. Snort! Stone Crow's cold snort came in, and the powerful aura of Xuanzu Kiki also shook in. The divine light was dazzling, enveloping KK and Xiao Chen, passing through the tunnel again. However, the kings were determined to keep Xiao Chen, but the mighty god swept over, and he was immediately frozen. Xiao Chen secretly sighed, there are too many treasures on his body, after being found out, it caused a catastrophe. At that moment, he sacrificed the divine map without hesitation, made it merge with Kiki, exhibited the ancient scroll, put it on the little thing, lifted the king's god city, and shrouded it over the little guy's head, and then drove the sky mark and the sky tablet into the lost paradise. Except for the stone pot, he gave everything to Kiki, sacrificed his divine power, all kinds of treasures were radiant, and with the cooperation of several great kings outside, Kiki screamed and rushed out smoothly. But Xiao Chen himself was detained by several kings and returned. You are not satisfied with the 3 emperor mirror, you want to get other treasures, well, I will fulfill you, first give you the first great gift. This time, without any hesitation, Xiao Chen immediately lifted the seal of the stone jar. Clatter! There was a deafening sound of iron chain shaking inside, as if a huge monster was struggling. A terrifying aura immediately pervaded the world, endless black mist surged, and the power of the evil spirit made people tremble. "Quickly seal him in the stone gate," shouted the sharpening stone beast. The others also felt an extremely ominous premonition, and shot at the same time, shaking the three emperors' mirror, and swept Xiao Chen into the stone gate. They had to do this, for fear that there would be another existence similar to the phantom. That is, all the kings changed their colors. When Xiao Chen and the stone pot were swept into the stone gate, Xiao Chen happened to bump into a phantom. Obviously, the phantom is immortal. Although it has faded a lot, it has not completely fallen after all. This time, all the kings took action to seal the stone gate at the same time. With the help of the mighty power of the mirror of the three emperors, they finally closed the stone gate and shone with dazzling brilliance. Boom! Shimen was blocked. "Greetings to all of you female ancestors." These were the words Xiao Chen wanted to shout to the kings very much. He bumped into the phantom and was permanently sealed behind the stone gate. Moying's terrifying eyes are staring at him coldly. The visibility inside was very low, and he could only see a large area of ruins around him, so he faced the phantom head-on. And after the stone jar was unsealed, the evil aura rushing out of it became stronger and stronger, and the vibration of the iron chain was like thunder. Facing the desperate situation, Xiao Chen was completely enveloped in double terror. "Little Momo, don't stare at me like this." Knowing that he would die, Xiao Chen gave Moying such a nickname with a self-deprecating smile. Chapter 647 Inside the Stone Gate. Sealed into the stone gate by the kings, Xiao Chen held a stone pot and faced the phantom, shrouded in double terror. It can be said that one of his feet has stepped into hell. The phantom sticks out its palm and grabs it forward slowly. You can clearly see black lines interweaving between its palms and fingers. It is the orderly reorganization and arrangement. Even if the Stone Man King is hit by it, he will fall. However, Xiao Chen showed no fear and remained motionless. The closer he was to the critical moment of life and death, the more relaxed he became. Maybe it was because he knew that he had no hope of surviving, and he didn't care about anything. Dodging is useless. Unless the little stone emperor regenerates, he can overwhelm the phantom. Otherwise, this powerful phantom would be invincible all over the world, and even the kings would not be able to really kill it. The big hand that was slowly grabbed, although there was no energy fluctuation, it made people breathless. This is the real supreme coercion. Xiao Chen is like a fossil, confronting it, covered in cold sweat, fearless in his heart, but his body is out of his control, reacting instinctively, enduring the invisible potential. The devil's claw finally stopped in front of Xiao Chen, and then grabbed the stone pot in his hand as fast as lightning. Crash! The sound of the iron chains in the stone jar rang non-stop from beginning to end, deafening like a terrible magic sound. This is what Moying cares about. Boom! The phantom snatched the stone pot from Xiao Chen's hand, and held it firmly in his hand. The thin black thread between his fingers covered the stone pot like a layer of tulle. It wanted to refine the mysterious stone pot. Rumble! Although the stone jar was no more than palm height, it seemed that there were thousands of troops galloping inside, vibrating repeatedly in the hands of the phantom, and flowing out mysterious brilliance. Boom! The phantom smashed the stone pot to the ground, stepped on it, and rolled it fiercely, bursting out with incomparable terror and power. Just the breath made people tremble, and the aftermath directly sent Xiao Chen flying. He wanted to destroy the tank, but the big foot rolled over and over again. The stone tank rubbed against the ground, making a creaking sound, flying out a string of sparks and a terrifying curse force. But the stone jar under the phantom's feet is hard to damage, without any scars, and the curse power that rushed out of the stone pouch has nothing to do with phantom. Roar! The phantom roared, and thin black threads rushed out of its body like silk, wrapping around the stone pot on the ground. Xiao Chen was shocked. He didn't know why the phantom was so impatient. It seemed that he couldn't wait, and wanted to destroy the stone pot in an instant. However, all of this is beyond his control right now. He walked forward step by step. Seeing that the phantom did not stop him, he began to stride forward, wanting to leave here quickly. This is a ruin, and the visibility is very low. I don't know what kind of fog it is, and even Xiao Chen's delusion-breaking eyes successfully block it. It was 100 feet away, but the phantom didn't respond at all. Xiao Chen immediately sped up, turned into a beam of light, and fled away. Misty, endless black fog, broken walls and ruins everywhere on the ground. The area seen is roughly the same. Xiao Chen felt that he flew 100,000 miles away, and landed in an instant. He wanted to hide in the ruins temporarily. But after landing on the ground, he was sweating profusely, and his expression changed suddenly. It was still the ruins, as if it had never left. Turning his head to wait and see, he could vaguely see that the phantom was still there, smashing the stone jar, trying to destroy it. This shocked Xiao Chen quite a bit. Just now he flew out for 100,000 miles, why did he come back to the original point? This time, he didn't fly into the air, but galloped on the ground. The speed of the 8 phases was unparalleled in the world, comparable to the flying speed of the Stone Man King. All kinds of ruins retreated rapidly, the wind was fierce, and the black mist billowed. Xiao Chen ran for 30,000 miles, and didn't stop until he felt that he had left the area just now. However, the black mist blew away, and when he looked at the surrounding scene again, he couldn't help being stunned. He returned to the original point, and could sense the majestic momentum of the ghost behind him. How can this be? He felt chills running down his spine. This place was too evil. He absolutely left here just now. During the gallop, he could clearly perceive everything on both sides of the road. Obviously changed the place, why did it return to the original point when it finally stopped? Illusion, is it an illusion? Xiao Chen had a bad feeling in his heart, the world inside Shimen was very evil, he didn't know what went wrong. This time, he no longer flew or ran, but walked forward on foot. Except for the sound of the phantom smashing the stone pot behind him, and the trembling sound of the iron chain inside the stone pot, there was no other sound in this ruin. Xiao Chen walked away step by step, without turning back to watch the phantom, the ruins under his feet kept receding. After walking for a few miles, he saw many architectural relics, all of which were in the style of the ancient times, and even after countless years passed, they have not disappeared. He didn't feel confused by the illusory scene, all of this should be real, why did he just return to the original point? Xiao Chen stopped here, he wanted to confirm something. Sure enough, when he stopped, he returned to the original point, which made people crazy. Could it be that he could only move forward and not stop? Going forward in this way, where will it reach, and what is the significance? Xiao Chen didn't act recklessly in the end, there was a mysterious force covering him here, I'm afraid no matter how he tried to escape, he couldn't succeed. He tore off a few strands of hair, and controlled them to turn into streams of light and rush towards different directions. After 2 hours passed, he didn't know how many thousands of miles they flew away before he stopped controlling them. As he expected, all the strands of hair suddenly appeared between his fingers. This is absolute suppression, unable to break through effectively, all of this must be due to the existence of the phantom, how could he be allowed to leave just like that? Xiao Chen was surprised to find that the strands of hair that flew back between his palms were finally reborn on his head, completely restored. Etc. He immediately thought of a certain possibility. Could it be that the reason why the phantom is invincible and indelible has something to do with it? In addition to restricting freedom, is there a mysterious power here that can make everything return to the original point? If so, that would be incredible. What kind of place is this place? With a look of surprise and uncertainty, Xiao Chen cut his wrist and let a little bit of blood flow down. However, soon all the blood flowed back, and his wound healed automatically, returning to its original state. If it has been proven, this place is full of demonic powers, making it hard to understand. It's just that I don't know whether the power of the evil spirits belongs to the ruins, or it comes from the penetration of the phantom. If it came from the ruins, then the source should be within a few hundred feet, because Xiao Chen discovered that he could stop at any place within a few hundred feet, and he would be forcibly pulled back after exceeding this range. He was searching carefully, trying to find something. Crack, crack, crack. Just ahead, there was a flame burning in a dilapidated stone house. Xiao Chen strode here, and when he looked in, his color suddenly changed. The blue flames shone with a gloomy light, without any heat coming out, instead there were bursts of cold breath flowing, the fire in the stone house was not burning wood, but a few arms. Xiao Chen's scalp felt numb all of a sudden, and the arms of several stone men piled up together in the dilapidated stone house were actually set alight as ordinary firewood. This kind of scene makes people feel creepy. Bite the bullet and walk in, the place is extremely cold, and the arms have been burning for tens of thousands of years, and it seems that they can burn forever. Boom! All of a sudden, his eardrum was almost cracked, and the phantom entered the dilapidated stone house at some point, and smashed the stone jar heavily into the fire, causing 3 of its arms to break immediately. The phantom ignored Xiao Chen, and seemed to melt the stone pot with evil flames. He sat cross-legged in front of the fire, spit stars, moon and stars, and began to refine the pot. Crash! The movement inside the stone jar became louder and louder, the iron chain seemed to be torn off at any moment, and the unknown existence was about to break free. Xiao Chen gradually understood that Moying regarded him as meat on a chopping board, and was not in a hurry to kill him. He stood in the stone house for a moment, then turned and walked out. In the front, it was quite silent, without any sound, and the sound from the phantom in the stone pot in the rear also disappeared suddenly, and could not be transmitted here. After arriving here, the black mist became more dense, billowing and turbulent. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen strode into the place where the black mist was the thickest. Although the surrounding area is full of rubble, there is a complete hall here, surrounded by black mist and gloomy, which is very different from other places. Xiao Chen walked in, advancing step by step, and went deep inside. The hall was very gloomy, except for the echo of his own footsteps, there was no other sound. This place seems to be very empty, and there is no sense of any existence. Although it is only a big hall, it makes Xiao Chen feel like a boundless big world. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling green flame ignited, lighting up the dark hall in an instant. Xiao Chen was shocked, this time there were 5 stone bones in the burning fire. This is too terrifying, 5 stone bones are actually used as burning materials. What? The 5 stone bones were not the most shocking, the expression on Xiao Chen's face froze instantly, behind the blazing fire, there was a figure sitting cross-legged quietly. An icy and bone-chilling breath is being emitted there, black mist is lingering, flames are shining, and a few strands of slender long hair are fluttering. It's not stone hair, it's normal black hair, dancing in the mist and firelight, all hazy. Xiao Chen stepped back a few big steps, and he found that it was a body of flesh and blood. Impossible. He couldn't believe it. If there was a strong person here, he would naturally be a person no lower than the Stone King, but how could it be a person of flesh and blood? Even the little Stone Emperor couldn't last forever, so how could anyone else survive? Xiao Chen stabilized his mind, bypassed the fire, and walked forward. Under the cover of green fire and mist, the figure sitting cross-legged became more and more misty and mysterious. Xiao Chen stretched out his faint spiritual thoughts, and felt that the side was cold. He hesitated a little, then strode up to him, stretched out a palm, and put it on the man's shoulder. A few strands of slender hair fluttered, but the tentacles felt cold. This should be a corpse. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief, the little stone emperor had fallen, and he didn't believe that anyone could live forever in that realm. Boom! The flames danced for a while, and suddenly rose to a height of several meters. At the same time, Xiao Chen's face changed instantly, and his heart shook violently. He felt a hand resting on his shoulder, exuding a warm breath, and his posture should be exactly the same as that of him resting on the corpse. Chapter 648 Flawless Body. In the ancient temple, 5 stone human skulls were burning. The blazing flames were several meters high, but there was no heat emitted, and the cold atmosphere was permeating the air. Xiao Chen put his right hand on the cold corpse sitting cross-legged on the ground, but at this moment his shoulder was also held by someone else, and at this moment, his whole body froze. Surrounded by black mist and surging green fire, everything in this mysterious ancient land is so strange. Xiao Chen didn't move in a panic, but slowly lowered his arm, and then took a step to the side, the palm on his shoulder never left during the process. Brush. The moment he left the corpse, Xiao Chen dodged 10 feet away with the speed of 8 phases, but what made his scalp tingle was that the palm never left, it was still resting on his shoulder, as if it had never changed, exuding warm heat. This person is ridiculously powerful and can't get rid of it. Xiao Chen turned his head sharply, the eyes of shattering delusion pierced the void, and shot out 2 rays of divine light. However, what makes him feel cold is that the rear is empty, there is nothing, and there is nothing on his shoulders. At this time, the feeling of being put on his shoulders disappeared, and he looked around but found nothing. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression froze, and beside the burning skull, the corpse sitting cross-legged disappeared. This is too fast, but in the blink of an eye, the mysterious corpse disappeared. Who is it? Xiao Chen didn't know, he was silently pacing in the ancient palace, carefully observing everything here. The flames are rising, the blue fire is blazing, emitting bursts of cold breath, and the 5 stone bones are breathing fire from 7 orifices. This place looks very strange. This gave Xiao Chen a very bad premonition. How could the body disappear? Could it be that it was not a dead person, but he just clearly felt that the cold body had lost its life, it was just an empty shell. Xiao Chen walked to the stone platform in the deepest part of the temple, and walked up the steps. When a cold breath rushed towards him, he stopped in his tracks. The slender hair is fluttering, and the black mist is lingering. On the highest stone platform, there is no statue of gods and demons. There is a corpse lying there. It is definitely the shadow of the corpse sitting in front of the fire before. This time, Xiao Chen didn't touch it, but cautiously approached and observed quietly. It is impossible to see the true face, the black mist filled the air, covering its face, and it is even impossible to distinguish whether it is a man or a woman. There is a strange power here to block the eye of delusion. Until the moment the black mist was blown away, Xiao Chen saw a very tragic scene. A stone axe chopped on the head of the corpse, where the split skull was clamped. 2 stone arrows pierced through the eyes of the corpse, leaving only 2 arrow feathers outside. A stone sword pierced the heart of the corpse, and dried black blood seemed to be visible through the black mist. 4 sharp stone daggers nailed the corpse's palm and foot respectively. Xiao Chen squatted down, scattered Zhou Hei's black mist, and carefully observed the corpse. When the mist surrounding his face dissipated, he saw a beautiful face. If the eyes were not pierced by arrow feathers, this face could be said to be perfect, with icy muscles and bones, skin like fat, ready to break, and slender black hair fluttering gently. A perfect body with no breath of life died hundreds of millions of years ago, and one can feel the breath of time from it. Even though the eyes were pierced, the whole face still looked lifelike. Under the long eyelashes, a pair of watery eyes appeared in a trance, giving people an illusion, as if they had been regenerated. The nose was delicate, rosy and bright, and the white teeth were crystal clear. This is a peerless beauty. It is almost certain that this is the rebirth of the Stone Man King, reaching a state that people need to look up to, because the remaining power in his cold body is enough to make people feel uneasy. But even though he was so powerful, he was shot to death here. Xiao Chen suddenly realized that before he knew it, he had stretched out his right hand, grasped the stone sword stuck in the corpse's chest, and was slowly pulling it out. Moreover, the other hand stretched out involuntarily, holding the stone axe caught in the skull, and wanted to lift it. There was a shock in his heart, he let go of his hand in an instant, and took 2 steps back. What's going on here? It's not his will that dominates at all just now, it seems to be controlled by someone. But in the next moment, he felt even more creepy. He mechanically stepped forward with both feet, squatted on the ground again, and grabbed the stone sword and stone axe again, trying to take them out of the corpse. Xiao Chen was taken aback, this place is too evil. This beautiful corpse made him feel a little hairy. Although it had a perfect appearance, it was so evil. Boom! Xiao Chen tried hard to control his hands, they vibrated repeatedly, changing the trajectory, the hand on the stone axe sank, grasped an arrow feather all of a sudden, and pulled it out instantly. It's not my doing, Xiao Chen wanted to yell, but couldn't control it. He exhausted all his strength to break free, fell upside down, and fell under the stone platform. He stared at the stone arrow in his hand in a daze, and couldn't believe that he pulled it out by himself. He wants to go backwards, wants to leave here, and doesn't want to stay in this strange place. However, the moment he stood up, he involuntarily walked up the stone platform again. At this moment, he was shocked to find that after the stone arrow in his right eye was pulled out, there was no damage to that beautiful face except for a few drops of crystal blood rolling down. The beautiful eyes are half opened and half closed, like crystal black gemstones shimmering with little brilliance, exuding an incomparably mysterious aura. The beautiful eyes full of mysterious charm have the power to make people intoxicated. Xiao Chen found himself squatting down again, and pulled out the stone sword stuck on the corpse. Boom! This time, still without any effort, the simple and unpretentious stone sword was easily pulled out. This long sword and the Emperor's holy sword of the Little Stone Emperor can be said to be indistinguishable, and it contains endless power. Xiao Chen was surprised to find that the moment the stone sword was pulled out, the heart of the perfect body healed itself, only a few drops of bright red blood rolled down. This slender and graceful perfect body has obviously lost its life, and Xiao Chen feels a little bad for being so evil. He observed it repeatedly, and was sure that it was a dead body, and that there was no soul around it, but a mysterious force urged his hands to do so involuntarily. Why, resurrect the soul with a dead body? He wondered. The soul of this corpse no longer exists, and it is impossible to regenerate. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of a certain possibility. It is said that the great power from the ancient times had the great method of suppressing corpses when dealing with the peak figures of the supreme pole. No one knows how to suppress corpses. Could it be that what you see in front of you is the corpses suppressed by the mighty people from the ancient times? Boom! At this moment, Xiao Chen involuntarily pulled out the stone axe from Perfect's head, and threw it on the ground with a bang, making a crisp sound in the ancient temple. What am I doing? Why am I out of control? Xiao Chen felt chilly in his heart, facing the unknown, he couldn't calm down. The phantom was sealed in the stone gate, and the kings joined hands to carve endless words and spells on the stone gate, densely packed, completely sealing the place. Luzon and other 4 ancestors from other worlds escaped from the 99 stone steps at the first time, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. All the kings soared into the sky and returned to the heaven. Next, they will have a big battle to decide who the 3 emperors' mirror belongs to. It was on this day that the wind was raging, and King Pengu reappeared, manifesting in another world with a big axe in hand. The huge stone axe opened up the world, and the moment it crossed the sky, it split the whole world into pieces. Roar! Luzon was frightened and soared into the sky, filled the gap with supreme magic power, stabilized the big world, and shouted, "Pengu King, you dare to show yourself." The 4 great ancestors came out together and rushed forward, trying to trap and kill King Pengu. Pangu was extremely majestic, he smashed the sky with his big axe, and swept across the 4 kings in the sky. He was not afraid. Today, the stone gate of the other world was sealed, and he entered the other world for the first time. Without the terrifying phantom, he was not afraid of anything. Boom! A ray of divine light rushed over, piercing through the barrier of the great world in another world, and Kiki's Xuanzu manifested. Now he has already consolidated his realm and can compete with the Stone Man King. Quack quack! The mournful cry of the crow sounded, and the stone crow flapped its wings. Its body was as black as ink, hanging in the air like a round of black sun. "Why did you attack this scourge, and what grievances do we have with you?" Luzon keenly sensed that something was wrong, and secretly sent a sound transmission for the monks from other worlds to retreat and leave this world. After the phantom was sealed off from the Shiman, the foreign world lost its greatest deterrent power. Although the 4 great ancestors were all powerful before the ancient times, even if they could keep themselves safe, they could not protect the entire foreign world. "Someone asked me to take action, let me watch the brand of the great road." The stone crow croaked, and the terrifying curse lingered towards the 4 great ancestors. "Please act, the brand of Tao that makes your heart move must surpass the realm of the Stone King." Could it be that the little stone emperor is not successful, but he is dead, so it is impossible to ask you? It is him, the person who claims to be the stone emperor is not dead yet, and the skull is him. Luzon quickly made such a judgment. He was extremely afraid in his heart, and issued a death order, telling all the monks from other worlds to flee far away and not to stay in this world any longer. I see, that skull split into several strands of divine thoughts in the past, and they never died at all. At least 2 of those divine thoughts survived. After inferring all this, Luzon and the others all showed solemn expressions, second only to the existence of the little stone emperor in the past. Even though he had not stepped on the peak and his body was broken, he was still worthy of vigilance. After all, the past was stronger than the average Stone King. Okay, Luzon sneered, and said, "I'm afraid you guys won't succeed." When the stone axe crossed the sky, King Pengu knocked back Luzon with one axe, and shook the wolf's teeth. Boom! At this moment, a huge ancient city flew over and broke into another world. It was the former Heavenly Emperor city, and now it is even more magnificent in scale. It directly shattered the sky and appeared above King Pengu's head. Okay, I understood a lot of things at once. Luzon sneered again and again, "It has something to do with you." Swipe. Figures kept appearing in the sky. Kiki's father, standing on the cloud with a straw stick in his mouth, looked down at Spike holding a big stick, and hooked his hands. Kiki obediently followed him, protected by a beautiful woman. Boom! A stalwart figure also appeared in the sky, and the martial ancestor who had disappeared for many years reappeared. He did not choose to attack the 4 ancestors, but began to perform holy sacrifices on the whole world. This move made the 4 great ancestors all change color, and they were extremely furious. Chapter 649 Plastic Demon Body. What kind of secret is hidden in the corpse suppression method? Why did the great power from ancient times create this secret method? Xiao Chen doesn't know, now he can't help himself, his body is not controlled by himself. Boom! With his right hand, he held the stone arrow in the woman's left eye, and slowly pulled it out. A few drops of blood rolled down like tears of blood. Ding! When he threw the stone arrow on the ground, there was a clear trembling sound. At the same time, the woman's left eye glowed and healed instantly, and a beautiful black jewel-like eye slowly closed. So far, the woman's face has been perfected, her eyes are misty, her long eyelashes seem to be trembling slightly, like a beautiful woman in her sleep, she is so glamorous. Next, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand again, grabbed the dagger in the woman's left palm, and with a soft sound, the stone dagger fell to the ground. That slender jade palm was freed, as smooth as jade, shining with a bewitching luster. No, Xiao Chen forcibly controlled himself to stand up. Such a passivity, involuntarily pulling out those stone soldiers, unable to control himself, made him feel more and more uneasy. However, his mind was powerless, he couldn't help himself, and an inexplicable force was oppressing him, trying to make him squat down again. Crack bang bang, all the bones in Xiao Chen's body were making noises, as if a sledgehammer that weighed 10,000 pounds kept hitting him. His whole body was about to split apart, his body trembled, and he couldn't control himself. What kind of ghost is it? Are you really alive? Xiao Chen said in a low voice. If you have anything to ask of me, please speak up, otherwise I won't give in. At this moment, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly became blurred, his mind gradually became confused, what he saw and heard became more and more unclear, and the chaotic voice seemed to come from ancient times. The power of the ancient times. It was a vast land, hundreds of millions of miles of rivers and mountains were boundless, and the desolate atmosphere rushed towards him. Traveling to the ancient times. Xiao Chen's mind was shaken, he felt as if he had passed through the past and the present, and after endless years, he had returned to the ancient times. Bursts of horrifying aura came overwhelmingly, and the overwhelming sense of oppression was unbearable. There were people fighting on the vast land. Kai, one of them, looked down on the world, sitting on the ancient beast car, surrounded by many followers, like a god who ruled the world, wearing a crown, wearing a dragon robe, holding the three emperors' mirror to penetrate the eternal void, shining endlessly bright brilliance. Shocking cheers came from the followers around, resounding through the heavens and the world. Could it be that the great power before the ancient times, the emperor who ruled the world, was one of the three emperors? Everything was blurry, unable to see clearly. Xiao Chen didn't know what happened. Boom! The land before the ancient times was cracked, the picture was collapsing, and all kinds of holy objects emerged. 9 lights are shining, illuminating the road ahead, the stone bridge connecting the sky is erected in the air, the 9-faced steel stands in front of nothingness, and the 99 stone steps hang at the end of the sky. This is the map that the holy objects of the heavens guide the way. Xiao Chen was startled, he didn't know why he saw such a scene. The monks before the ancient times all rushed to the depths of the mysterious area, using the sacred objects of the heavens to guide the way, and wanted to enter a strange world. It was a long and distant picture, spanning time and space, many people died on the road, and not many people could reach the end. Boom! At this moment, a female corpse fell from the sky, and she was thrown from the end area on the map of Nazu dragon skin. Afterwards, the female corpse was driven here by the ancient Daneng who nailed every vital point of her body with stone soldiers using the method of suppressing corpses. Xiao Chen gasped. He knew that the origin of this female corpse was unusual, but he did not expect such a great origin. She fell from the world at the end of the Zulongpi map. The light and mist are the breath of time, tens of thousands of years have passed by, the explorers continue to move towards the mysterious world, and the female corpse is thrown on the 99 stone steps. The brilliance flowed, and all the sights I saw changed and disappeared. The origin of the beautiful and flawless female corpse is really frightening. It is actually a character in the end of the world depicted on the Zulongpi map. Is it because the rebirth of the stone man cannot last forever, or is it because of other reasons that he fell? What kind of place is that ultimate secret place? What he saw before him was still just the beautiful and flawless corpse. Xiao Chen didn't know if it was because of the female corpse that he saw all kinds of scenes just now. Suddenly the brilliance changed, and Xiao Chen heard a lot of noisy voices again, and what he saw surprised him inexplicably. In the picture, the black mist on the body of the beautiful female corpse is surging, as if surrounded by ink, black smoke rushes out from her 7 orifices and finally condenses into a ghostly shadow. The specter inside the stone gate is actually formed by the black smoke from this woman's corpse. Xiao Chen gasped. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise, and the whole ancient temple shook for a while, pulling Xiao Chen back to reality. The phantom appeared behind him at some unknown time, looked at the female corpse silently for a while, and then suddenly inserted several stone soldiers on the ground into the female corpse's body again, and continued to seal the flawless body with the method of suppressing corpses. Xiao Chen was a little puzzled, why did the phantom do this? Afterwards, the phantom grabbed him, unable to resist at all, and took him out of the ancient temple. Back in the dilapidated stone house, the stone jar was struggling in the flames of the burning stone man's arm, and the mouth of the jar had been sealed again. Xiao Chen's heart trembled, it seemed that the phantom could not do anything to the stone pot, and finally chose to seal it again. If there were no iron chains in the stone pot, most of the sealed things would have rushed out. The phantom didn't say anything, grabbed the stone pot, took Xiao Chen with it, and then turned into a black light, rushing to the depths of this mysterious ruin. There are broken walls and ruins everywhere, and there are ruins everywhere. They are constantly regressing, and they don't know how many miles they have flown. There is no way forward. A broken space is dark and empty, cutting off the ruins. The phantoms stopped here, and strangely, they were not forcibly pulled back to their original point, but actually appeared in a new place. This was a dead end. They stood on the cliff, overlooking the broken dark space. To cut off this world, could it be said that in front of this dark abyss is the ultimate location guided by the Zulongbi map? Xiao Chen was surprised to find that the conjecture was very likely to be true. No matter how you looked at it, this place looked like the deepest fault in the dead world. Cut off the connection with that ultimate place. The world inside the Shiman has a great connection with the world guided by the holy objects on Zulongbi's map. This place is like an outpost. What is the ghost trying to do? Why bring him here? Roar. At this moment, the phantom suddenly let out a roar, and the black mist around him surged. It turned into countless black smoke, disintegrated, and then enveloped Xiao Chen all at once. Boom! Endless black clouds churned, Xiao Chen was submerged, and black energy flowed into his body continuously along his 7 orifices and pores. The shadow has entered his body. Xiao Chen wanted to resist, but he couldn't do it, and then he found that his body was involuntarily holding the stone jar, and then he took a step forward, across the sky, into the endless dark rift valley. He was shocked in his heart. After the phantom entered his body, did he want to go to the ultimate place? Crash! There was the sound of shaking the iron chains, and a prehistoric beast seemed to wake up from a deep sleep in front of it. There is a giant beast that does not know how many thousands of miles long, swallowing the sun, moon and stars, and every pore is a wormhole. It really is an abyss canyon leading to a mysterious place, and the beast guarding the portal is just like what the old skull described. With the body of Xiao Chen, the phantom uncovered the seal of the stone pot here, and then a series of black lights sacrificed to the stone pot. All the marks on it became brighter, and it was unknown how many times stronger than when it was in Xiao Chen's hands. The stone pot exploded, and the mouth of the pot sucked back, trying to absorb the huge beast blocking the front. I couldn't see the head and tail of the giant beast clearly, only heard a dull roar, and a beam of light shot from the darkness and hit the stone jar. Boom! The brilliance above flowed, becoming more and more brilliant, and finally gradually crystal clear. Xiao Chen was surprised to find that the phantom was collecting the divine power of giant beasts and loading them in stone jars. Doesn't it want to cross to the ultimate region, but just come here to gather endless power? Rumbling. That gigantic ferocious beast had power as vast as the sea, and it was said that it could destroy a world by turning over, but at this moment, all the divine power it had received was absorbed by the stone jar continuously. Roar. When an angry roar came out, 2 spots of blood red appeared in the darkness, like 2 rounds of blood-colored suns hanging in the endless sky. Those are the eyes of a ferocious beast, and the terrifying light makes one's heart palpitate. But at this time, the stone pot was crystal clear, and the surroundings were in a haze, and it was unknown how much divine power it had gathered. Using Xiao Chen's body, the phantom waved lightly, and the stone pot flew back quickly. Grabbing the shrunken stone jar, the phantom controlled Xiao Chen's body and fled along the original path. But at this moment, a huge beast roared from the endless depths behind. Roar! Xiao Chen suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. It wasn't that he was injured, but that the phantom was vibrating in his body. When rushing back to the cliff here, the phantom retreated from Xiao Chen's body in shock, and he let out a low growl of pain immediately. The black shadow traces suddenly faded a lot in the dark abyss and canyon everywhere. A lot of energy floated out of it, and it actually merged into the abyss. This dark fracture layer seemed to be fatal to it, devouring its magical power. Boom! In the end, he returned to the cliff, and Xiao Chen was caught by him, and quickly left here, and then sank into the endless ruins. Soon, Xiao Chen and the others returned to the ancient temple. This time, the phantom reached out with a big hand and grabbed the flawless female corpse. He sat cross-legged beside the 5 stone and bone fire, and then pulled out all the stone soldiers from the female corpse. The moment the stone soldier on the female corpse disappeared, the whole body immediately radiated a dreamlike brilliance, and the whole ancient temple was filled with a holy aura, radiant and colorful, with different appearances. The ghost reopened the seal of the stone jar, then grabbed the female corpse and threw it into it at once. Yes, the female corpse shrunk quickly and fell into the stone jar like a pearl. Finally, the phantom looked at Xiao Chen again, grabbed him and threw him into the stone jar. Xiao Chen's body shrank rapidly, turning into the size of a grain of rice. "What you up to?" Cultivate the strongest body, the winner will give birth to my devil body. Xiao Chen fell into the dark stone pot, and when he was at the mouth of the pot, he heard rumbling thunder and the sound of shaking iron chains, and he didn't know what kind of changes had taken place inside. Chapter 650, Destruction of Another World. Today, too many things happened. When the kings retreated to the heaven and Xiao Chen was trapped in the stone gate, a fierce battle was taking place in the other world. Pangu King, you really know how to catch fighters. Lu Zon's face was gloomy, and his dry figure was like a piece of dead wood, but he was exuding a powerful spirit. King Pangu didn't answer, and the big axe in his hand flew across the sky, and there was endless chaos and turbulence. It was the power to open up the world. He had unparalleled divine power, forced the two kings back, and came straight to the front of the land battle. Lu Zon stretched his fingers together, like 10 dry wooden prongs, but possessed powerful divine power, hitting the stone axe from the side, making a clanging sound. Boom! The sky of the alien world suddenly shattered, and this destruction could no longer be stopped. Centering on King Panjiu and Lu Zon, dozens of huge space cracks burst out. The martial ancestors' ancient well in the distance has no waves, sitting cross-legged in the void, and endless fires are burning around it, igniting a large crack in the sky. The wolf's teeth screamed, turned into a meteor and rushed towards martial ancestor, wanting to kill him. Although Kiki's father hadn't become the real king yet, but he was infinitely close, and he came out with all kinds of tricks, with endless supernatural powers, and stopped Langya on the spot. There are 4 ancestors in the other world, and the other 2 shot at the same time, pushing forward. Quack quack. The sound of the stone crow makes people hairy, and its fierce reputation has shaken the ancient and modern times. The morning sound represents death and ominousness. All kinds of curses came out, drowning an ancestor in one fell swoop. At the same time, Kiki's Xuanzu blocked another person, and the battle continued endlessly. No one interfered with martial ancestor anymore. He was determined to sacrifice the other world to avenge the blood and tears of Kyushu in the past. Boom! The torrential river suddenly dried up, the towering sacred mountain collapsed instantly, and the boundless prairie quickly crumbled. At this moment, all the mountains, rivers, and land below collapsed, turning into dust amidst rumbling sounds. The magnificent rivers and mountains ceased to exist, and everything burned up, and the sky and the earth were full of flames, and the flames shot up into the sky. The power of the holy sacrifice is incomparable, it is impossible to be blocked, the whole world has been set ablaze by martial ancestor. The vast ocean dried up and turned into a valley, the earth collapsed and turned into fly ash, everything will become history, and the alien world will disappear from now on. Boom! The space collapsed, the sky collapsed, and a corner of the alien world was burned and destroyed. This trend is rapidly spreading and amplifying. Pangu King, even though you are destroying this world, it is difficult to shake our foundation. Lu Zon roared, his stone hair stood on end, his eyes shone brightly, and his strikes became more fierce. But the heavenly emperor city floated above King Pangu's head, and streams of divine brilliance flowed down. Tens of thousands of attacks were blocked, and they could not be shattered at all. It can be said that they were invincible and had an overwhelming advantage. At this moment, there was a clear whistle from the far sky, and Meng Degang, the king of the ages, appeared. He is in existence second only to the Stone Man King, and he is one of the few strong men under the ancestor of the alien world. Walk! Lu Zon was furious, and 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes, staring at Meng Degang who was approaching from a distance. He had already ordered the gods of other worlds to retreat, and he didn't want this important person to return again. The first ancestor. Meng Degang hesitated for a while, he didn't want to retreat in this fierce battle. Brush! Another figure flew over, and the real wood female saint broke into the void. The 2 stood side by side, staring at martial ancestor with infinite killing intent. Yeah, the baby-like Kiki tugged at the sleeve of her mother who was standing frozen in the void. It's okay, Kiki's mother was not worried. At this moment, a hazy stalwart figure appeared next to martial ancestor, facing the 2 strong men alone, but calm, he didn't care at all. Destroy! Meng Degang, the king of the ages, roared, his body was as high as 10,000 feet, he swooped down, swallowing the sky with his mouth wide, trying to swallow Wuzu and that figure. Om, Lo, Ah, Ho, Mu, Da. The stalwart figure didn't move at all, and he drank 8 notes in his mouth, piercing through the void, cutting off the past and cutting off the future. Containing all kinds of divine power, running through the past, the present and the future, the powerful octaves vibrated together, and finally merged into one, condensing into a bright brilliance that sealed Gao Tian. Meng Degang, the first king of the ages who was slaughtered, let out roars, but his voice gradually became weaker. He was bleeding all over, the surface of the stone body was cracking, and golden blood arrows shot out of his mouth, nose, ears and eyes, his whole body seemed to be smashed to pieces. Fuxi. He just uttered these two words, and then his whole body collapsed with a bang, but his powerful divine sense was not extinguished, turning into a ball of dazzling golden divine light, and continued to attack forward. Meng Degang, the king of the ages, was originally one of the most promising powerhouses in the other world to become the king of the stone man, but in the end he fell short and ended up in the other world with hatred. Today, the stone body was destroyed, and he ended up like this. He was willing to go all out, and even if he risked his life, he would also take the life of the ancestor god Fuxi. The blazing golden light enveloped Fuxi, where it burned blazingly, and even communicated with the power of the world that was being sacrificed to refine Fuxi. There was a sudden stalemate between the two. Fuxi's 8 tones vibrated in unison, surrounded by mysterious sound waves, which blocked the heavy golden light-killing thoughts, and fell into a short-term deadlock. As for the real wood female saint, she was blocked by the old skull, but the old skull did not make a move, but blocked her way. After seeing Meng Degang's body destroyed by the stone man, the real wood woman saint felt chills in her heart, but she couldn't step forward to help at the moment. Although the old skull could not compete with the real stone man king, it was enough to resist her. Om, lo, ah, ho, mu, ha, ha, ha. At this moment, after Fuxi drank the 8 notes, his whole body turned into 8 beams of light, piercing through the golden murderous thoughts surrounding him at once. Boom! Meng Degang, the first king of the ages, let out a roar of unwillingness, his consciousness shattered, and all the golden brilliance began to collapse. Under the vibration of the octave, his spiritual consciousness was completely suppressed, and then crushed mercilessly. When the last wonderful sound of heaven and earth shook the broken world, Meng Degang, the king of the ages, was shot dead by Fuxi and fell completely. All the power of Meng Degang's consciousness turned into fireworks, which burned together with the collapsing world, and this powerful cultivator disappeared from ashes, becoming a wave in the long river of history. Fuxi, who has always only appeared in legends, is the most mysterious and powerful ancestor god. Few people have seen it, but it has never been ignored in other worlds. In the distant past, when he first showed his power, he was named one of the strongest ancestor gods in Kyushu, and then he went a step further, successfully seizing the body of the stone man in the city of death, and wreaking havoc in another world. After forbearance for more than 20,000 years, he returned. His supernatural powers were even more extraordinary, and he personally destroyed Meng Degang, one of the most powerful monks under the ancestor of the alien world. The appearance of the old skull immediately made Lu Zon's face even more gloomy. He was forced by Pengu to retreat, and rushed here quickly. However, King Pengu didn't give him a chance, and the big axe shattered the sky, cutting off his way at once. But at this moment, the old skull moved aside, and Fuxi resisted the real wood female saint. Let's go. Lu Zon looked at everything in front of him, without any hesitation, and didn't care about other things. He didn't even go to save the real wood female saint, and completely gave up on this world. He tore apart the space, stepped into the wormhole, and disappeared instantly. At the same time, the other 3 ancestors from other worlds did the same, and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. King Pengu didn't go after him, unless the number of people was 2 or 3 times that of the enemy. Otherwise, in a one-on-one situation, if the opponent wanted to escape, it would be difficult to truly eliminate them completely. Sanmu wanted to leave, but was hit by the stone crow's curse, without any suspense, and then was shattered by Fuxi's octave, and fell on the spot. Boom! At this moment, the holy sacrifice was at its last moment, the entire foreign world banged loudly, and then completely burned up, endless chaos surged in, and this place became a land of mist. In the past, the important place in another world that flourished for a while no longer exists. All that was left was a stone step as high as a mountain, and above it was a closed stone gate, which was sealed with the 3 emperors' mirror by the kings, making it difficult to open. Did the alien world just disappear like this? KK's innocent voice came, and the little guy felt like he was in a dream. No one answered him, only its parents patted its head dotingly. In the past, the foreign world kidnapped many amazing and talented people from Kyushu, who were the pinnacle representatives of various eras. Now there is no trace of those people. I don't know what kind of killing tools the foreign world has cultivated those ancestor gods into. Pan Ji Wang Yu said. Everyone was taken aback. Collecting the most powerful players from various periods in Kyushu in another world would definitely control their minds. If such a group of combat power still exists and develops to the present, it would be really terrifying. And since they have the strength to suppress Kyushu, they naturally have a strong enough background in all eras, but now they don't see the traces of those strongest in the past. It's terrible to think about it. It's just an empty shell world that collapsed, and the powerful foundation has not been destroyed. What we have seen is only the tip of the iceberg in another world. They have another important place. When they reappear, they may be even more difficult to deal with. Pan Ji Wang Yu said. Perhaps, they will start calling that world again. The old skull said. Which world? Where is it? Kiki asked like a curious baby. It's far, far away, beyond the 10,000 realms, and we need the holy objects of the heavens to guide the way. The old skull showed the color of memory, and said, the origin of the alien world is very special. It suddenly appeared hundreds of millions of years ago. They may be the descendants of that mysterious world. Otherwise, why can they summon the mysterious power of that world? Xiao Chen. Kiki looked at the stone door, begged everyone, and said, save him out. The kings have sealed this door, it is very difficult to open it. King Pengu shook his head. The years are silent, time is rushing, and thousands of years have passed by in the blink of an eye. During this period, too many things happened, and the heavens fought endlessly. It is not known in whose hands the three emperors' mirror fell. Kyushu and the Sifang world are changing with each passing day, and great changes have taken place. Generally speaking, they are full of vitality and prosperity, without interference from other worlds, and are developing in a positive direction. In the past, there was a 30,000-year agreement, and the Zulong ship transported a large number of outstanding people, and now the time is approaching. Just today, a large ship traveled through time and space and landed in the world of longevity. The sound of the dragon's chant shook the sky, but there was a shrill smell. The ancestral dragon boat reappeared in the world, and it fell heavily on the land of the longevity world, stirring up smoke and dust all over the sky. Several figures rushed there quickly. Among a collapsed primitive mountain range, the ancestral dragon boat lay quietly among the piles of rocks. The Golden Lion King did not perish in the world of death. He reappeared today after 30,000 years of disappearance. He was the first to rush onto the ancestral dragon boat. His expression was very excited and nervous, as if he was looking for something. However, the moment he boarded the ancestral dragon boat, his expression suddenly froze. There were corpses everywhere on the boat, and most of them had turned into skinny corpses. Shocking. The entire ancestral dragon boat has no breath of life, it is lifeless, there is not a single living person, there are dead bones everywhere. Chapter 651 Inside the Stone Jar. Xiao Chen was thrown into a stone jar and has been suffering from purgatory for thousands of years. With thunder rumbling in his ears and chaotic light shining around him, he fell into a terrifying world. First of all, it was suspended in the thunder pool for hundreds of years, and it was bombarded by 5 thunders every day. Over the years, the body was smashed to pieces. It wasn't until hundreds of years later that he sank down and entered a world of flames, where he was scorched by hellfire and his skin was torn apart every day. Hundreds of years later, he sank into a pool of blood and was eroded by the dirty blood every day. Later, he was crushed into a large millstone of heaven and earth, his entire body and soul were crushed to pieces, turned into pulp and bones, and his spiritual consciousness was even torn apart. However, he has not reached the end of his life. Every time he is about to be wiped out, he will always be pulled back from the death line. After all kinds of horrible tortures, his physical body and spiritual consciousness did not wither, but instead became stronger and stronger, as if a pair of terrifying big hands were tempering him. It can be said that this is an extremely painful process, and all kinds of torture are almost exhausted. Xiao Chen wondered if he had fallen into the 18th level of hell. Every few hundred years, he would descend to one level and suffer a new punishment. Afterwards, he finally truly sensed that it was the phantom that was leading all of this. The phantom used this stone pot to refine him, yes, it completely regarded him as a treasure, not a living life body, like casting a sharp weapon, and polished it according to its will. Roar! All the acupoints in Xiao Chen's body lit up, especially in the 365 main acupoints. 365 blurry figures opened their eyes at the same time and let out angry roars. And the big invisible hand of the phantom seems to be moving for them. The invisible big hand uses all kinds of purgatory power laws in the stone jar to refine Xiao Chen's body and suppress the 365 figures. The acupoints all over Xiao Chen's body were radiant with divine light, and each acupoint was empty and then turned into a mist. Each acupoint was like a chaotic universe. The endless chaotic universe condensed together from top to bottom, possessing great power. Perhaps this is what Moying really values. He refined Xiao Chen, suppressed the 365 figures, and wanted to integrate all of them into one. However, he didn't press too hard. Hundreds and thousands of years passed by in a hurry. Xiao Chen descended more than a dozen floors in a stone jar. After suffering endless torture, he finally fell heavily to the ground, and he landed in a grotto. In the deepest part, the sound of iron chains was deafening, as if violently beating on the eardrum. Is this the world inside the stone jar? Xiao Chen looked at the surrounding situation. It was chaotic and misty in the distance, and he couldn't see any scenery. Nearby, there were sheer stone walls, and a huge grotto stretched across his eyes. The power of the phantom can't go deep into the deepest part of the stone pot. After reaching this area, the pair of invisible hands retreated. Perhaps, he just wanted to force Xiao Chen here, and use everything in the depths of the stone jar to continue refining. This is a road with no choice, and Xiao Chen can't get out of it, so he can only explore in the depths of the stone jar. Xiao Chen walked towards the grotto. He knew that this was the real situation inside the stone jar. It looks like a small tank from the outside, but there is a huge world inside. Tap, tap, tap. Ahead, a beautiful figure, like a lost soul, was walking aimlessly. It was that magnificent female corpse, and the sound of footsteps echoed in the grotto. Coupled with the rumbling sound of the iron rope in the distance, this stone jar world looks very mysterious. Xiao Chen was startled, and quietly followed her. This female corpse was unpredictable. Although she seemed to have lost her consciousness, her instincts were still very strong. Just ahead, a flickering ghostly flame swept in like a vast ocean, but the female corpse flowed gently as if facing a gentle lake, and all the flames were automatically extinguished in front of her. But when Xiao Chen came close and tried to pass, he felt an incomparable burning sensation. His whole body seemed to be scorched, his blood boiled, and his skin was torn apart. The powerful female corpse, relying on instinct, can enter the land of no one. Xiao Chen is extremely shocked. Woo! A dark wind blew, and in the depths of the grotto, there was a colorful shadow, like a ghost with teeth and claws pouncing at the female corpse. Although there was no overwhelming terrifying coercion, Xiao Chen felt an extremely fierce aura, like a sharp sky sword piercing the sky. He was terrified in his heart, the Stone Man King of the Heavens. Xiao Chen felt a familiar atmosphere. That figure had a great relationship with the Stone Man King in the heaven. That was the Stone Man King who was swallowed by the ghost on the 99 stone steps. However, its stone body has long since decayed, and what is left now is only a remnant spirit, but even so, it should not be underestimated. Although it has long lost the fighting power of a Stone Man King, it is definitely a powerful evil spirit. A pure ghost that has lost its self-awareness. Boom. However, when this powerful ghost touched the female corpse, it was still sent flying by an invisible force. Ah! The ghost let out a scalp-numbing cry, which was extremely ear-piercing, and rushed forward again. You must know that this is the remnant spirit formed after the fall of the Stone Man King. Although it has lost its powerful combat power, its inherent origin is very terrifying, almost sticking to the body of the female corpse, and the colorful soul shadow is about to sink into the corpse. At this moment, out of instinct, the female corpse slashed down with her right hand, and without a sound, she tore open the ghost heavily, splitting him in two. Then, she seemed to be puzzled, and remained silent. Between her 5 slender jade fingers, there are streaks of rays of light, which are the original power of the ghost. Chi chi chi. The ghost let out a final scream, and was refined by an inexplicable force between the 5 fingers of the female corpse, turning into the purest original force and sinking into the female corpse's body. Xiao Chen gasped. This female corpse made people feel creepy. It was a terrible instinct to kill the enemy independently and grab the original power. The female corpse continued to move forward, as if sensing something, as if attracted, she walked towards the deepest part of the grotto. Xiao Chen couldn't calm down in his heart, and followed unhurriedly. The front gradually opened up, revealing a swamp with a radius of less than 1 mile, but it was extremely muddy and the stench was overwhelming. There are several stumps in the mud, all of which are the limbs of the Stone Man King. The cracks are dense and almost completely shattered. Xiao Chen recognized at a glance that it belonged to the Stone King of the Heaven Realm, and he was still one of the few people who were swallowed and torn apart by the phantom. He didn't want to be thrown into the stone jar by the phantom. What does it want to do? Do you want to feed a terrible being sealed in a stone jar? After walking here, 2 arms, a Stone Man King's thigh and half of the torso suddenly rushed out of the swamp, regrouped in midair, and rushed towards the female corpse. In the end, without any suspense, the stone body shattered, turned into a little bit of energy, and sank into the body of the female corpse. Now, Xiao Chen gradually understands what the magic shadow said about cultivating the strongest body. It put all the remnants of the Stone Man King, remnant spirits, and Xiao Chen and female corpses into the stone pot, let them devour each other, and finally formed a strongest body to come out. It's like the folks cultivating real war mastiffs. 9 dogs and 1 mastiff are sealed together in a secret room. The real mastiff king eats 9 dogs raw, and finally survives and sees the light of day again. Perhaps, what the phantom valued most was the female corpse. It could not do anything to the contents of the stone jar, and did not dare to venture in. Therefore, it used the instinct of the female corpse to put it inside, and constantly lured it with various remnants and broken royal bodies along the way. The farther you go, the wider the view becomes. In the deepest part of the grotto world, there is a vast ocean with vast expanses of blue waves. There is a huge island in the center, where there are many palaces, and in the central area is a gloomy stone prison. The stone prison surrounded by heavenly palaces is the source of the vibration of the iron chains. The female corpse stood in the blue sea, looking at the giant island in the distance, and did not move forward. And at this moment, an ethereal voice came from the sea. Go out, kill out. It was like a ghost echoing in the empty sea, ethereal and illusory, a little eerie and frightening. The female corpse walked slowly and continued to move forward. The blue waves surged. Although she had no breath of life, she was so beautiful that she quickly approached the giant island. Boom! The tide was raging and overwhelming. Suddenly there was a tsunami, and the white waves approached from far away like a horse, submerging towards the female corpse. A headless monster with a pair of stone king wings on his back, riding on a stone savage beast, holding a strange-shaped weapon phoenix wing stone boring, rushed to kill. Get out! I want to go out! Get out of here! At the same time, the misty voice became like thunder, as if thousands of evil spirits were crying, and it seemed that endless monks were buried in this sea area. Stop! Step! And the headless monster also made a voice like a night owl, sonorous and piercing, like 2 metal plates rubbing against each other. He seemed to be speaking in a clumsy manner, and seemed to be out of his mind, and said, Who, people? This is, where the source of all evil is located. Xiao Chen made such a voice in the distant rear. To find, the source of all evil, is there, the mirror of 3 emperors, is there, the pagoda of 5 emperors. The strange man rode on the stone beast, making a mechanical sound. No, those who trespass on the forbidden area will die. Although the headless man's speech became more and more fluent, he became less and less like a person with thoughts and feelings. The female corpse standing opposite did not have any words, and it was impossible to have any words, because she had already lost her soul, and her instinct was driving her forward, forcing her towards the headless monster with a pair of stone king wings. She walks through, dressed in white, like a Guanghan fairy coming to the world. Although she has no soul, she has a natural temperament, and she has a temperament without a soul. This is a collection of contradictions, giving her an extremely strange and peerless demeanor. When 5 slender jade fingers brushed past and collided with the sharp phoenix-winged stone, making a clanging sound. The jade fingers were not damaged at all, and they resisted the king's stone soldier with their bare hands. The first chapter is here, and there are 2 more chapters to follow, but it will be very late. Brothers, please wake up tomorrow morning and read it. To help someone make an advertisement, Strange Records, ISBN 1,607,493, a small customer service of a game encountered a ghost player, and the sky changed. Chapter 652 Prisoner from the Ancient Times. The female corpse was as graceful as a fairy, with her fingertips sweeping over the phoenix wings and stone. She flew out more than 10 feet lightly, but the body of the headless monster shook violently, and the savage beast that sat down let out a roar, backed up again and again, stepped on the sea, and immediately stirred up thousands of waves. The tsunami became more and more violent. Behind the man and the beast, the white horses surged up to the sky. From a distance, it looked like a tall snow-white wall, which could be described as monstrous waves. In a short contact, the woman has such great power with a casual flick, which is deeply shocking. However, the headless monster seemed to be a machine, without any emotional fluctuations at all. The phoenix wing stone was raised high, and the sharp main blade and the phoenix wing double blades on both sides pointed obliquely at the white-clothed female corpse. He launched the charge again. The waves surged at the same time. The wild beast roared when he sat down. The shaking sea water surged again and again, making a rumbling sound, piercing the sky and piercing the clouds, like thousands of troops galloping. It was almost to the extreme, and in an instant, the wild beast rushed to the female corpse, shaking its head and tail, and the power of various laws spewed out of its mouth. The space was distorted suddenly, and there were all kinds of prehistoric spells densely covered there. The phoenix wing stone boring in the hands of the headless monster even pressed against the throat of the woman in white, causing the snow-white tender flesh there to sag immediately. However, just when the sharp boring point was about to be inserted into that slender neck, the radiance was overflowing, and the female corpse exuded a hazy brilliance. With a random flick of her jade finger, the phoenix wing stone boring was immediately bounced high. Last come first, completely broke the common sense. As if connecting the past and the present, changing the history and affecting the future, the woman's slender fingers deflected the fatal thunderbolt at will. At the same time, all the spirits spit out by the savage beast that shook its head and tail were all resisted outside the woman's water-like brilliance. A faint glow blocked the power of various laws, the space collapsed, and then began to collapse. Boom! The big white waves rolled up thousands of piles of snow, and the waves were blooming. The white air waves were like goose feathers and heavy snow, whitening the whole world. Roar! The savage beast that the headless monster sat roared, and a sound wave spewed out from its mouth, sweeping across the entire sea area, shaking the place like a volcano erupting. All the sea water rushed up to the sky, and Xiao Chen, who was in the distance shaken by the terrifying sound waves, trembled, and he backed up again and again. The female corpse in the storm remained motionless, like a beautiful statue, standing there quietly. Her eyes were beautiful, but she looked at the wild beast with a numb look. She didn't take the initiative to attack, everything was dominated by the instinct of the flesh. Behind, Xiao Chen gasped, and now he has no doubts about the female corpse. This must be the corpse left by a person who is as amazing and brilliant as the little stone emperor, otherwise it would be impossible to repel the stone king lightly. It's just that I don't know how she kept the flesh shell, why she didn't lose both body and spirit. What made Xiao Chen even more suspicious was that what the headless man said just now seemed to require the mirror of 3 emperors and the pagoda of 5 emperors to enter and exit here. Could it be that it was a token? And is he ordered to stay here? If all this is true, what arrangements did the great powers make before the ancient times, what things were sealed, and what is the so-called source of all evil? Who? The stone wings on the back of the headless monster stretched out, soaring into the sky, and then rushed towards the female corpse. Although he was asking questions, his strikes were even more fierce. The phoenix winged stone interweaves a dense golden thread, which is the original power of the avenue, and the law of order laid down by him. Chop the head and cover the top, and the phoenix wing stone is boring and chopping down obliquely. This time, the flesh shell of the female corpse was really endangered. The origin of the Stone King's avenue is not a trifling matter. The real fierce killing intent stimulated the instinct of the female corpse. She danced up like a frightened bird, seemingly weak and graceful, but she was invincible and invincible. The 5 slender jade fingers seemed to be playing a beautiful movement, ding ding ding, they all played on the phoenix wing stone, and the terrible breaking sound made people feel like falling into an ice cellar. Phoenix wing stone was struck by her 5 jade fingers, and a series of finger holes appeared. Finally, she pointed like a knife and cut lightly, and the phoenix wing stone broke instantly. The intertwined golden threads of order all collapsed, and with a loud bang, the phoenix wing stone turned into sand and was forcibly destroyed by her. The headless monster let out roars, and the whole person represented the avenue of heaven and earth. When he hit it, his hands tore at the neck of the female corpse, and a pair of Stone King wings slashed at the chest and abdomen of the female corpse like 2 sharp heavenly knives. Brush. With a violent flick of the pitch-black hair of the clean and beautiful female corpse, the 3,000 hairs were like swords, piercing through a pair of Stone King wings and cutting them off. And its pair of slender jade palms directly grabbed the hands of the headless monster, and with a little force, they were twisted off immediately, making 2 crisp sounds. Boom! She walked along the waves, swiped her robe sleeves, and pierced the headless monster's body at once, causing the stone body to shatter into pieces and fall into the ocean. The female corpse is ridiculously powerful, and this flesh body does not know how terrifying power it contains. No wonder the great power from the ancient times wanted to seal her flesh shell with the method of suppressing corpses. This is simply immortal. The savage beast roared and came galloping, the boundless blue sea boiled, and the waves submerged the female corpse. However, it was useless at all. When the stone savage beast rushed forward, all the laws of order that it tried its best to play were all smashed by the female corpse, and the golden god's net was shattered, and finally flew all over the sky like yellow sand. Boom! She transcended the shackles of time and space, came first, and changed everything. Standing on the body of the beast, with a light shake, the powerful stone beast was torn apart. All of this seemed insignificant to her, and it didn't take much effort to end it all. No matter how powerful a person is, they can't stop the passage of time. Xiao Chen vaguely guessed that neither the strange man nor the beast is a living stone king. They should be the same existence as the puppets of the Stone Man King. Their thoughts and feelings were almost completely deprived, like dead people, but even so, being shot to death by the female corpse still made people feel deeply shocked. The sea gradually calmed down, and the blue waves were endless, like a huge blue mirror. No force could stop the female corpse's footsteps, and she walked towards the giant island step by step. The island is densely covered with jungles. After arriving here, the ethereal voice sounded again. Go out. Kill out. There was one voice at first, and then tens of thousands of voices merged into one. The female corpse strolled forward, which naturally brought out a stream of light. After her arrival, all the voices suddenly subsided again, as if she was afraid. Ahead, there is a piece of turbid water, with a radius of 5 or 6 miles, forming an evil lake, which is extremely filthy and chaotic. In the water of the lake, there were actually a few residual limbs floating, all of which were the limbs of the Stone Man King. They did not sink to the bottom of the lake, but floated on the surface of the turbid water, but they had been corroded to such an extent that they seemed to be about to melt. At this moment, waves suddenly surged in the evil lake, and then the waves became rough, and the shore of the lake collapsed. The so-called evil lake was actually the sewage contained in a broken big clam. Amidst the rumbling sound, the big clam turned over a few times, and a huge wave rushed up. The two huge clam shells quickly closed, trapping the female corpse inside. Such a huge old clam is really surprising. The clam shell emits bursts of brilliance, and the carrion inside trembles, bursting out bursts of stench, trying to refine the female corpse. Among the carrion of the old clam, Xiao Chen saw that a stone man's leg was melted. One can imagine the corrosive power of the old clam. Thinking back to before, there were a few stumps of stone men floating in the evil lake, and the associations made people gasp. The world inside this stone jar is really scary. This old clam was definitely not thrown in by the phantom, it should be an evil thing that already existed here. Xiao Chen could clearly see with his delusion-breaking eyes that the female corpse was sealed in a huge clam shell, and the brilliance radiated from the whole body automatically, blocking the erosion of carrion like a pearl being honed. Boom! When the red light bloomed around the female corpse, the old clam suddenly shattered, the carrion splattered everywhere, the clam shell shattered, and the original essence condensed by it turned into clouds and condensed towards the female corpse. While Xiao Chen was surprised, he re-evaluated the instinctive strength of the female corpse. Even though he didn't have a clear consciousness, he was invincible. In front, the palaces are in pieces, standing on the cliff, forming a rare palace complex. Go out, kill out. The ethereal voice came out again. Xiao Chen sensed it this time, the voice came from those palaces, as if someone was imprisoned inside. The female corpse went straight forward, flew to a cliff, and entered a palace. Suddenly, there was a sky-shattering roar, and the ethereal voice became sharper. Boom! Smoke and dust rose to the sky, the palace collapsed, and it was cracked by the sleeves of the female corpse. A dim phantom rushed out of the hall, and rushed towards the lady almost madly. It was clearly a mad soul. However, like a moth to a flame, he was annihilated in an instant, turning into a bit of energy and sinking into the body of the female corpse. When the female corpse left the cliff and walked forward, the stone hall automatically recovered and stood upright again. Xiao Chen frowned. Could it be that there is a ghost imprisoned in every hall? Boom! The female corpse walked into the second palace, her white clothes fluttering, her hair flying. The palace shattered when she raised her hand, and another soul shadow rushed out, but it also turned into essence and was absorbed when she slammed forward. Xiao Chen was taken aback. The female corpse seemed to destroy the barrier effortlessly, but Xiao Chen knew that it was because she was too powerful, so she could destroy everything here inadvertently. Because Xiao Chen also tried it before, and felt that it would take an enormous amount of divine power to break a palace. The phantom must know that there are endless prisoners here, and it wants to devour the female corpse here. Xiao Chen had such a guess. Before the ancient times, I didn't have any serious mistakes. Hundreds of millions of years have passed, and I should be out of sleep. At this moment, an old voice yelled. Compared with those faint shadows just now, they seem to be much more sober, and have not been imprisoned to madness. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Could it be that the so-called root of all evil is a prison cage? Is it impossible to imprison the felons from the ancient times? And this is just the periphery. What kind of existence will exist in the huge stone prison in the center? The sound of the shaking iron chain indicated great ominousness. Could it be that a super-ancient power was imprisoned? However, the meaning of the source of all evils does not seem to be fully represented by an ancient power. It's almost 12 o'clock, everyone, don't wait for the next chapter, just get up and read it tomorrow morning. I'm afraid I'll fall asleep while writing the third chapter. Chapter 653 5 Emperor's Tower. Time is the most ruthless. A mortal will feel depressed and uncomfortable if he is confined in a dark space for a few days. Even though the monks in ancient times were strong and tenacious, their spirits cannot bear the heavy pressure after being sealed for hundreds of millions of years. Closed for endless years, their bodies have long since decayed, and their consciousness has been completely split, leading to complete madness. Therefore, the moment the Forbidden Land was shattered, they all became mad souls. Xiao Chen observed all this later, and felt sorry for them. As the female corpse moved forward, 7 or 8 palaces had been destroyed, and even 7 or 8 soul shadows had turned into spirit energy and merged into her body. It was obvious that her skin became more crystal clear and lustrous, as if it had been moisturized. Unknowingly, Xiao Chen traveled tens of miles and climbed a tall mountain, where he could overlook everything around him. However, such a huge mountain is not majestic at all compared to the terrifying stone prison in the center of the island. It's not that it's not big enough, but just judging from the aura it exudes, the prison in the center of the island is even more terrifying and frightening. Strictly speaking, the stone prison is not as tall as this mountain, but the oppressive mountains are very small. Help me, the still sober voice sounded again, constantly echoing on the high mountain. It's not my fault, let me out. Affected by this, on the surrounding mountains, there were bursts of misty voices from various palaces, kill out, kill. The resentment like a ghost, like the magic sound of hell, makes people feel very uneasy on this island. Xiao Chen walked forward slowly. He decided to make a move, and tried his best to play out his supernatural powers. Om, Lo, Ah, Ho, Mu, Da. The 8 sounds of Yuan Yuan shook together, and the magnificent palace in front of it suddenly burst, sending up smoke and dust all over the sky. Under the erosion of the years, these stone palaces cannot remain immortal forever. Brush. A shadow of a soul rushed out immediately, his eyes were very sharp, and a little fierce breath shot out. Xiao Chen was startled suddenly. Since these people were sealed here, they must have been the big murderers before the ancient times. He made seals with both hands, and the 4 major Sancho were always ready to strike. The hazy phantom was very dim. He glanced at Xiao Chen for a moment, and the fierce light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Who are you? Xiao Chen showed a dignified expression. I am an ordinary monk. I was imprisoned here for endless years, and I am about to be completely destroyed. Soul Shadow seemed very regretful, with a fierce look in his eyes, and said, if you can come 10,000 years earlier, I will be fine. Aren't you out of trouble now? It's too late, my consciousness has been continuously split, and now this is only the last strand, my soul power is almost dry. Soul Shadow was full of indignation. It's a big deal to start all over again. It's easy to say it again, but will God give me a chance? The ghost roared, and the ominous aura immediately overwhelmed the sky, saying, this is a cage that cannot be broken through, no one can escape, but here there is no way to cultivate, you can only passively consume your own essence, I am so weak, I cannot escape death. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart sank. He had already sensed the abnormality, and it was difficult to capture the energy between the heaven and the earth. If he always passively consumed his body's essence, he would naturally fall. Xiao Chen asked about the origin of this place. Although the soul shadow was split into countless strands, and only the last wisp of spiritual consciousness remained, he still told Xiao Chen some related secrets. This place is indeed a terrifying prison from the ancient times, where many serious criminals were imprisoned, and there was almost no way out. All of a sudden, this powerful spiritual consciousness rushed towards Xiao Chen, killing Xiao Chen very quickly. Boom! Xiao Chen's 4 Sancho struck out one after another, all of them pressed on the black shadow, causing his last wisp of consciousness to shatter immediately. I rescued you, why did you attack me? Could it be that the felons here are all so vicious? Xiao Chen asked coldly. I don't want to sit and wait for death. Before the soul shadow was shattered, it was extremely ferocious, and said, I will give you one last piece of advice. If you want to survive, you can only devour the soul power of others. Xiao Chen is silent. If it is true what Hun Ying said, the only way is to devour it. However, the ghosts from the outside world will definitely take him and the female corpse out, maybe they can take this opportunity to strengthen themselves. What is suppressed in the stone prison in the center of the island? Unfortunately, the soul shadow was shattered, and it was impossible to respond to him again. Cultivate the strongest body, Xiao Chen said to himself, the phantom knows everything here, it really is a terrifying existence. The female corpse was about to disappear from his sight. She didn't destroy the palace constantly, but only occasionally smashed a few buildings blocking the way. The target of the female corpse is the huge stone prison in the center of the island, and she is heading there. Xiao Chen was terrified immediately. There was definitely something extremely terrifying sealed there. Even the phantom seemed unable to deal with it. If the female corpse accidentally let it out, there would be unimaginable disasters. He quickened his pace and rushed over, watching carefully. Is the phantom from the other world crazy? Do you want to use the female corpse to deal with the existence in the stone prison? If it fails, wouldn't you pull up the iron gate and release the tiger? Suddenly, the mountains trembled, and many palaces shook violently. Not all the felons were about to perish, but there were still some people who persisted until now, and they were still very strong. They felt strangers approaching, and they all rioted. Xiao Chen was surprised for a while. Here are a group of ancient criminals. If they get out of trouble and enter the heavens and worlds, the world will definitely be in chaos. He ignored it, without any sympathy, letting these people fend for themselves as the best choice, and even devouring them if necessary. The female corpse had already arrived at the center of the island, with a very clear goal, as if a lost soul had heard a soul song, approaching the stone prison infinitely. The terrifying prison was thousands of feet high, but it was full of darkness. When the sound of the iron chain shaking came out, the whole prison shook. Kai! Suddenly, a rainbow light shot out, piercing through the female corpse, a large blood splashed out from the chest, and an extremely terrifying blood hole appeared there. The female corpse is powerful enough to overwhelm the gods. She is fearless in the face of the Stone King's phoenix-winged stone. She can crack the stone soldiers with her bare hands. It can be said that she is a real rotten body. It is difficult for the swordsmen of the world to hurt her body. However, she was pierced by a rainbow light right now. A little bit of blood fell on the ground, and the female corpse stepped back more than a dozen steps. Between the towering twin peaks, the bloody hole slowly healed by itself, and her dull eyes looked ahead blankly. On the main entrance of the huge stone prison, there was a stone sword hanging, and it was the rainbow light shot by it that injured the female corpse. The female corpse moved forward again, stretching out her slender fingers, propped up a light curtain, and blocked it. But at the moment when it was approaching, the stone sword hanging at the main entrance of the prison shot out streaks of dazzling brilliance again. The rainbow lights pierced through the light curtain in front of the female corpse, struck together with her slender fingers, clanging. Xiao Chen's distance here is relatively close, and he can see it clearly. That rainbow light is not a sword light at all, but a beam of light condensed by the order and law of the Tao. It's so thick, it's quite terrifying. I have seen the order built by the Stone Man King before. Those golden lines are very fine. Although they are very cumbersome and dense, their strength is far less than this horror. In the end, the rainbow light shot by the stone sword repelled the female corpse again, which made people marvel. The female corpse's hair fluttered, and her white clothes fluttered. She walked forward again, subconsciously forming seals, and a pair of jade hands changed complicatedly. This is an extremely mysterious seal. Xiao Chen was taken aback. He found it very familiar. It wasn't the mysterious method on the monument, but it was somewhat similar. What the hell is this woman from? Vaguely, Xiao Chen felt that this woman probably had an inexplicable connection with the person who carved the mysterious method on the sky tablet, because this kind of mysterious divine seal was so similar, there must be some connection. Roar! The island trembled, the mountains trembled, roars came from many palaces, and they felt the abnormal movement here. Xiao Chen's face changed. There are more ancient criminals here than he imagined. Many people have survived until now, and they are still very strong. Such a force is very terrifying. If the prison is broken, it is really hard to imagine what these people will do together. The divine seal formed by the female corpse was extremely powerful, and before it was cast, it already shook the entire island, and the stone prison in front trembled violently. The iron chain rattled, and a huge iron chain protruded from the inside, and it kept yanking on the huge stone prison, as if it wanted to smash it. Boom, boom, boom. The female corpse walked forward, and every step that fell was as heavy as 1,000 junctures. At this moment, she pushed out the divine seal violently. Boom! Sheng Lai's light turned into a colorful lightning, and the divine seal was so powerful that it hit the stone sword all at once, causing the whole stone prison to shake violently. Click! The stone sword made an ear-piercing sound and broke immediately. Immediately afterwards, there was a rustling sound, a piece of yellow sand drifted down, the stone sword was shattered into dust, and the powerful divine seal instantly destroyed a terrifying stone soldier. This has to make people sigh. What power can stop this female corpse? Just now the divine seal was too powerful, even the kings would show fear when they saw it. However, what happened next surprised Xiao Chen. The brilliance in the stone gate suddenly shot out a dazzling light, and directly killed the female corpse. This stone prison, Xiao Chen was taken aback. Only then did he realize that the shape of the stone prison was a bit abnormal, like a half-stone tower. Yes, the more you look at it, the more you feel it. The stone prison is divided into upper and lower layers, as high as 1,000 feet. If several layers are connected, isn't this very similar to a stone tower? Sky, Xiao Chen's heart was shocked. Could this be part of the Five Emperors' Pagoda? The more I think about it, the more possible it is. The two-story Five Emperors Pagoda was actually left here, and it was used as a cage to seal something, which is simply appalling. The female corpse resealed subconsciously. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up immediately. The gesture of the magnificent female corpse turned out to be a very mysterious one in the mysterious method of the Tianbei. But then, the complicated and profound divine seals that were derived from this were beyond his comprehension. They were ever-changing, incomprehensible, and the Tao rhyme was endless. Xiao Chen held his breath immediately. The woman's life experience made him feel more and more mysterious. He carefully observed the most mysterious divine seal, and carefully remembered it in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. The female corpse made 4 divine seals, which immediately collided with the brilliant brilliance gushing out from the main entrance of the stone pagoda. In the fierce collision, inexplicable black vortices were torn out one after another, directly covering the surrounding space. Xiao Chen was accidentally swallowed by a black vortex, and the next moment he found himself in the Five Emperors' Tower. Because he happened to see the female corpse outside the stone gate, attacking and wanted to come in. Xiao Chen was terrified immediately. This ancient pagoda was a cage, which sealed an unknown terrifying thing, and he also entered. The situation can be described as extremely dangerous. It should be sealed on the 2nd floor. Xiao Chen comforted himself like this, feeling uneasy for the first time in his heart, very uneasy. While nervous, he looked around. The interior of the 1st floor of the stone prison was very empty, and suddenly his eyes froze, and he saw 5 engraved pictures on the surrounding stone walls, 5 figures. Their postures are different. Xiao Chen vaguely felt that what they presented was a kind of supreme mystery. 5 Emperors' Pagoda. His heart was shocked, and now, it was almost confirmed that this must be the 5 Emperors' Pagoda. Chapter 654 Body carved on a stone jar. The interior of the 5 Emperors' Pagoda is dry and clean. Yes, it can fully describe the cave's vocabulary. It doesn't look so sacred and special. There is nothing special about it. It looks like a huge grotto. The inside is very empty. There is no expected brilliance on the rock wall, but it is plain. It can be said that it does not match at all compared with the pre-Megatron daimyo. Perhaps this is the back-to-basics, almost crude cave, or the 5 Emperors' Pagoda that can be compared with the 3 Emperors' Mirror. Xiao Chen was almost fascinated. He stared at the 5 engraved pictures on the stone wall, motionless. His thoughts had already left the fleshy shell, and he was completely immersed in the 5 engraved pictures in front of him. Some of them pinched their seals, some clenched their fists, and some pointed like swords, slanting towards the sky. There is no pretending to be deep. Some are just simple and direct essence, unreservedly showing their own supreme seal. Yes, there are no obscure and lengthy explanations, but just a few gestures, which express the most original profound meaning. Xiao Chen's spiritual consciousness was fully revealed, as if he had merged with the 5 engraved pictures and merged together. At this moment, he was swimming in the endless source of profound meaning. He wandered in the void and transformed himself into the 5 emperors. He pinched his hands for a while, clenched his fists for a while, and pointed like swords for a while, pointing slantingly towards the sky. The phase is born from the heart, moves with the gods, expresses the heart with the momentum. Xiao Chen condenses the momentum with the body, embodies the spirit with the momentum, and expresses the mind with form. At this moment, his body moves with his heart follows the emperor's plan, and his body evolves into a Tao rhyme. His hands are moving very slowly, but they flow out of the path of Tao. At this moment, Xiao Chen's body and mind were ethereal. Without any joy or worry, he temporarily put aside all kinds of thoughts, and his whole body was like a piece of crystal. Standing in front of the engraved picture, Xiao Chen stretched his body, condensing the charm of the 5 emperors, the ancient well without waves, like the bright moon shining in the sky, and the jade plate reflecting the water. Boom. Squeezed out, pushed forward, suddenly there was a depressing dull sound, the entire Five Emperors Pagoda was shaking, and Xiao Chen suddenly woke up. He felt that the power of the seal he pinched just now was as vast as the sea, and it was so majestic that it even shook this ancient pagoda. It was conceivable how terrifying it was. Xiao Chen regained his focus, but found that it was difficult to advance to the wonderful state just now, and pushed out with fists, although the wind and thunder burst, but it did not have the power of just now. Then pointing like a sword, slanting towards the sky, and slashing across the sky, although the majestic and powerful is amazing, but it can't compare with the first pinch. He had to sigh, it was just a flash of inspiration, far from a solid state, so he only showed a momentary youth. Boom. But just when he was disappointed, he inadvertently pinched the seal, only to find that the Five Emperors Pagoda was shaken again. The Five Emperors Fist and Five Emperors Finger Sword have not been consolidated, but the Five Emperors Seal has taken shape like a god, which made Xiao Chen more confident. Crash. At this moment, a thick iron cable extended down from the second floor of the stone tower, rolling towards him like a black dragon. Xiao Chen was startled, knowing that he is now deep in the stone pagoda, infinitely close to the source of all evil. Just now his mind was immersed in the state of enlightenment, and he almost ignored this huge danger. Fortunately, at this moment, he is not without fuss, pinching the Five Emperor Seals to guard against, and retreating quickly. He doesn't want to directly shake the strange iron chain. Boom. The iron chain was pulled heavily on the rock wall. That kind of force was terrifying, and the vibrating Five Emperors Pagoda shook, but the thick iron chain did not leave a trace on the rock wall. The iron chain continued to extend, rattling like a revenant, and it was about to lock Xiao Chen. However, it is obvious that the Five Emperors Pagoda is a place to suppress evil, and the predecessors have already arranged it. The 5 engraved pictures are not only precious metaphysics left for future generations, but also have other great uses. The brilliance of the 5 engraved pictures flowed, the 5 emperors, coupons came out through the wall, and the iron chain hit by a light fist almost broke, like a poisonous snake being hit 7 inches, and suddenly weakened, and slowly retreated to the second floor. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart, everything here cannot be judged by common sense. Boom. At this moment, the female corpse suddenly broke through the protective power of the stone pagoda, stepped in briskly, and walked in from the main entrance. Xiao Chen felt terrified in his heart. This female corpse is too powerful. Unless the little stone emperor is reborn, there is really nothing in the world that can stop her. She circled around the empty cave on this floor, then slowly stepped up, walking along the stone stairs to the second floor. This made Xiao Chen's heart sink suddenly. She was really getting close to the source of all evil, and she didn't know how much trouble she would cause. Tap, tap, tap. The female corpse's originally brisk steps became heavy and powerful for some reason. Perhaps it was an instinctive reaction under the pressure of danger. Brush. With a flash of brilliance, the fantastic and beautiful figure finally entered the second floor of the stone pagoda and disappeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Boom. In an instant, a wave of mountains and seas, the aura of broken rivers and mountains suddenly surged, and the huge energy breath lifted Xiao Chen out like a tsunami. The terrifying energy fluctuation that suddenly appeared was too powerful, it could be described as incomparable. It shook everything here, and the 5 emperors' pagoda shook violently. On the second floor of the stone pagoda, the sound of the shaking of the iron chain was like thousands of thunderbolts shaking, and the pot exploded, making a sound that made people's eardrums buzz. There is also a horrifying aura, overwhelming the sky and covering the sky, completely submerging this space. Bang bang bang. There was a sound like clapping palms and fingers. The second floor of the stone pagoda boiled, and the terrifying aura radiating out became more and more intense. Yes, it was too powerful. The whole world seemed to collapse at this moment. Xiao Chen felt like he had gone through a reincarnation and almost lost consciousness just now. Boom. A huge force sent Xiao Chen flying violently, hitting the rock wall heavily, and this was just a wave of air overflowing from the second floor. I have to let amazement and creeps. Boom. At this moment, the female corpse fell from the ceiling on the second floor and rolled directly down the stone steps. Xiao Chen was shocked, and found that the arms of the female corpse were deformed, and she was falling weakly. Her slender fingers were almost shattered, bloody and bloody. What kind of power is this, to actually knock down the female corpse? Just thinking about it makes one's heart shudder. However, the flesh shell of the female corpse had already reached a shocking state, and it repaired automatically. In almost a moment, her arms and fingers became crystal clear and returned to their original shape. Then, she walked forward again, went up the stone steps, and re-entered the second floor of the ancient pagoda. There was a violent trembling sound, and Xiao Chen felt his mind go blank, a powerful yet evil force, and the burst of breath almost destroyed his will in an instant. What it is? Being sealed in the Five Emperors Pagoda, it can still cause such a momentum, it is really appalling. The whole world seemed to cease to exist, and the vibration of that evil breath seemed to shatter the heavens and worlds, almost depriving people of all perceptions. There is only fear and numbness in the mind. The so-called root of all evil is really extraordinary, and Xiao Chen's heart is full of shock. When he recovered a little, he found that the pure white clothes of the female corpse had already been stained with blood, like plum blossoms blooming in the snow. Her heart was pierced, the front and back were transparent, and the blood was gurgling. But this time, it took a full quarter of an hour before her fleshy shell recovered by itself, dispelling the evil power. While Xiao Chen was terrified, he became even more curious. What is the source of all evil on the second floor? It is really scary that it can seriously injure the female corpse. Clatter. The sound of the iron chain vibrating was like the revenant from hell, which made people feel horrified. Tap, tap, tap. The female corpse persevered, as if some kind of will was guiding her forward, and walked towards the second floor again. No one in today's world can fight against the root of all evil. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly heard a sudden voice, and he was taken aback. This voice is very old, but very peaceful, and seems to see through everything in the world. Who? Xiao Chen scanned all directions, looking for the source. A little light flew out from the stone wall, faint like a firefly, erratic, and seemed to go out at any moment. Before Xiao Chen could say anything, that light spoke first, saying, "It's very rare, after endless years, someone has entered here again, and I will give you some advice before I fall." Xiao Chen didn't feel the killing intent, the light was very weak, and said, "Don't let the source of all evil get out of trouble, don't try to refine and absorb it, no one in today's world can suppress it." "Who are you?" Xiao Chen was very surprised and couldn't help asking. "It's just a fallen stoneman king." Hearing this sentence, Xiao Chen was very surprised and asked questions continuously, but the other party answered all his questions with only a sigh. The fallen person is just a symbol, what else is worth asking? Then let me ask you, what is the root of all evil? I'm afraid only the Five Emperors know about this problem. They are here to suppress evil, and no one else knows. The light flickered on and off, and continued, "That woman is terrible. The flesh shell is beyond the scope of the Stone King, but it is obvious that she can't suppress the source of all evil. If she accidentally releases it, it will be a catastrophe. I advise you to leave early." "I want to leave, but I have no choice." Of course Xiao Chen is willing to leave here, but all this is dominated by the ghost, and he doesn't know how to get out. "We are destined to meet after all, I will tell you how to leave." The light spot like a firefly continued. "There is only one way to get out of trouble, and that is to become the mark of the stone jar, so that one day they will see the light of day again. Before that, only one stoneman king was turned into a mark and killed, but unfortunately he fell short at the last moment and became a puppet." Xiao Chen was taken aback, he finally knew the origin of the stone man puppet sealed on the stone jar. It was put into the stone jar, turned into a mark, and failed when it rushed out. Later, he learned by accident from the unintentional words of this spot of light that this spot of light that was about to disappear was the soul of the puppet of the Stone Man King. "You or him?" While Xiao Chen was shocked, he felt deeply guilty. He regarded the puppet of the Stone Man King as his most loyal thug, and he didn't want to encounter his soul here. Greedy for a while, Guangdian sighed and was speechless, and continued after a long time. "I got the stone jar, and I heard that the Five Emperors in the legend once contained the source of all evil, so I couldn't help but want to find out. I want to refine this thing, I don't want to end up dead." After hearing all this, Xiao Chen was very sympathetic, and it was emotional for a generation of stone kings to fall here. Afterwards, after hearing in detail how Xiao Chen got lost here, Guangdian immediately made a judgment, saying, "That phantom must have split into a ray of divine sense to dominate all of this in the female corpse. It also wants to devour the source of all evil and cultivate the strongest body. If you want to escape, you must rely on the female corpse. Only her powerful flesh shell can truly break free from the shackles of the stone jar. Otherwise, it will be like I used to be." What needs to be done? Xiao Chen knew that this disabled spirit had a countermeasure. That phantom doesn't dare to approach it personally, and it's impossible to probe into the powerful spiritual sense. Only a ray of divine sense guides the actions of the female corpse. I will help you, and I can completely destroy that wisp of will. Afterwards, I can use the body of the female corpse to get out of trouble. Maybe I can take a last look at my body. When Xiao Chen was discussing countermeasures with this remnant spirit, the female corpse attacked the stone pagoda on the second floor again and again, almost destroying the flesh shell several times, but she persevered and continued to attack. When she launched the offensive for the last time, she was as holy as a pure white lotus, forming seals continuously, and there were several divine seals of the heavenly tablet mixed in. Of course, those were all starting moves. Unparalleled divine power was exerted, and the entire Five Emperors Pagoda almost turned over, rumbling and shaking. Not good. At this moment, the spot of light shouted, the divine seal of the female corpse is too vast and unpredictable. This female corpse is weird. The magic shadow's divine sense can't suppress her pure fleshy shell. Her instinct is too strong. Her offensive is very likely to destroy the seal here, and let the source of all evil be seen again. Boom! The deafening sound annihilated everything. Xiao Chen was shocked and lost consciousness on the spot. He was deprived of all senses, and the light spot almost collapsed directly. He fell into Xiao Chen's body and escaped for a short time. Boom! The pagoda of Five Emperors was overwhelmed by a wave of divine light. At this moment, the 365 phantoms in Xiao Chen's body all opened their eyes, and they burst into billions of rays of light. This directly stimulated the 5 engraved pictures in the Five Emperors Pagoda, and the 5 hazy figures hit the 5 Emperors seal, 5 Emperors fist, 5 Emperors sword, etc. respectively, resisting the raging waves rushing down from the second-story stone tower, allowing Xiao Chen to escape. However, such a chaotic bombardment made this place even more dangerous. During the process of Xiao Chen's coma, the place shook continuously, and finally the world was turned upside down. With a loud bang, the second floor of the stone tower fell off, lost contact with the first floor, and rolled into the distance. The sky was full of smoke and dust, and endless terrifying aura erupted. This place was like a vast ocean, and the terrifying energy violently surged. At the same time, the phantom outside opened its eyes in an instant, and threw the stone pot in its hand into the fire as if it had encountered a snake or scorpion. I don't know how long it took before Xiao Chen woke up and found that the second floor of the Five Emperors Pagoda had fallen off. He was so shocked that he couldn't be more shocked. The body of the female corpse was almost shattered, covered in blood, and fell not far away, in the stone tower on the first floor. At this time, the light point flew out again, and said, "Quick, now, rush into her body with a strong will, and destroy the ghost's ray of divine sense." Xiao Chen complied, and the light spot walked with his spiritual consciousness and submerged into the female body. In fact, it was done very smoothly. The ray of divine sense left by the ghost couldn't completely suppress the instinct of the female corpse, and it was almost completely wiped out in this body. "Turn into a mark and get out of here," Guangdian urged when controlling the female corpse and putting away Xiao Chen's flesh shell. According to his guidance, Xiao Chen turned the body of a female corpse into a mark of the Tao, violently tearing open the space. Brush. The next moment, he found that he had floated on the stone jar. Yes, he turned into a mark and carved it on the outside of the jar. The phantom was just holding the stone pot to observe at the moment, and did not know that such changes had occurred. And Xiao Chen accidentally discovered that the first floor of the Five Emperors Pagoda was brought out by him, and it was also engraved on the stone jar. Chapter 655 Sealing Demons in the Imperial Tower. The cold stone jar, with complicated and mysterious engravings, has a new mark on it, and the female corpse is engraved on the body of the jar. There is also a strange building above its head. It is said to be a palace but not a palace, and it is said to be a temple but not a temple. It is the first floor of the Five Emperors Pagoda, which is simple and atmospheric. Xiao Chen had mixed feelings of joy and sorrow, finally escaped from the stone jar world, but now he is in an awkward situation, not to mention entering the body of the hostess. Just being unable to move at the moment can also make him feel uneasy. If it is discovered by the phantom, the consequences will be unpredictable. Obviously, luck was not on his side. The phantom didn't notice anything at first, but when it continued to refine the stone pot, it keenly discovered the abnormality. Ding! A magic finger struck heavily on the tank body, immediately making Xiao Chen feel like being struck by lightning, but fortunately, the source was not hurt, and the phantom found the newly appeared engraving, and it let out a low growl. Obviously, it expected what happened, and seemed extremely dissatisfied, and vigorously urged the black flame to burn the engraved picture. Xiao Chen couldn't move, and could only endure all this passively. He has now turned into a mark, and he doesn't know how to break out of the wall. Jingle. The noise continued, and Xiao Chen didn't know how many times he suffered heavy blows, but fortunately, the stone pot was hard to damage and protected the mark on it. After an unknown amount of time, the phantom stopped moving and sat cross-legged on the ground, silently, as if it had melted into a sitting position. But at this time, that speck of light quietly communicated with Xiao Chen, and whispered in Xiao Chen's mind, telling him how to use the body of the female corpse to break out of the wall. Xiao Chen operated the profound method silently, secretly controlled the body of the female corpse, an arm stretched like a floating cloud on the tank, and slowly touched the Five Emperors' pagoda. After that, he remained silent, and slowly established contact with the Five Emperors' tower in secret, which was the strongest weapon he might use when he got out of trouble. If you want to severely damage the phantom, ordinary weapons and gods are completely ineffective. Only the Three Emperors' mirror, the Five Emperors' pagoda, or the combined power of the kings can suppress it. In the darkness, the clouds and mist surged, and the phantom's body gradually faded, and finally disappeared slowly. This is a strange phenomenon observed by Xiao Chen. Seeing this, he stopped his impulse and decided to continue to observe. This terrifying demonic existence is very mysterious. In the end, he found that the phantom seemed unable to condense into shape for a long time, and would disintegrate on its own every once in a while, turning into an illusory black mist. However, when there is any disturbance in the outside world, it will manifest immediately. After learning enough from the faint spot of light and being sure that nothing will go wrong, Xiao Chen controlled the female corpse to manifest suddenly. And at this time, the phantom is also manifesting, recondensing the incorporeal body. At this moment, Xiao Chen is the female corpse, and the female corpse is Xiao Chen. Although he feels uncomfortable in this situation, and even has goosebumps, he has to bite the bullet and maintain the status quo. I have died several times in my life, and I am afraid that a short-term body change will fail. Currently, being able to control this powerful flesh shell is the only capital that can survive. Call. The wind was surging, and the 5 slender jade fingers shone with a crystal luster. He held the Five Emperors' pagoda and swung it down. His figure was graceful, but full of incomparable power. Boom! The Five Emperors' pagoda smashed heavily on the phantom's body. When it was about to solidify but not fully formed, this heavy bombardment was most effective. In particular, the body of this female corpse contained vast and unpredictable power, holding the ancient sacred relic of the Five Emperors' pagoda, with a fierce and unparalleled killing power. Simple and direct, the phantom was scattered on the spot. Seeing this, Xiao Chen didn't stop, picked up the stone jar, turned around and flew away. He would not think arrogantly that he could kill the phantom in one fell swoop. Even if you control this powerful female corpse, it's not enough. After all, it's just pure power. Without the exquisite skills of the female corpse itself, it can't communicate with the imprint of the Supreme Tao. It is difficult to compare with the phantom. Flying away quickly, he rushed towards the deepest part of the world inside the Shimen. He didn't dare to stay for fear of being pulled back to the original point by a strange force. Tear. At this moment, a cloud of magic surged over, cut off his path on the spot, and cut off a strand of hair from the female corpse. Even though the phantom was scattered, its original power was still terrifyingly powerful, and it would condense into shape again in the blink of an eye. Right now, Xiao Chen could only move forward but could not stay. He pinched the seal of 5 emperors with his left hand and waved the pagoda of 5 emperors with his right hand, and blasted forward on the spot. These are the 2 extreme powers he can exert at present. Boom! The seal of the 5 emperors was beyond imagination. After the seal was pinched with the left hand, the phantom's body cracked instantly. This was beyond Xiao Chen's expectations, and he was deeply shocked. No one knew how powerful and terrifying the phantom was, and even the kings joined forces to kill it. But soon he figured out the mystery. The seal of 5 emperors is naturally extremely mysterious, perhaps only this female corpse can exert its power to the extreme. Now, it is not his body that is using the 5 emperor seals, but the female corpse is using it, so it is not surprising that there is such an effect. The phantom shook, but quickly repaired its body, and came back to fight back. At this moment, the 5 emperors' tower had already been crushed down, and it was broken again without any suspense. Xiao Chen still didn't dare to stay, didn't dare to continue to use the killer. He knew that the current methods could not really exterminate the opponent, they could only block it for a short time. In today's world, it is already invincible. Let me out, let me use my spare time at last. The faint light spot said on the stone jar. What are you up to? I can't do it anymore. My spiritual consciousness is about to collapse. Let me provide you with Tao Seal, communicate with the endless divine power of the female corpse, sacrifice the 5 emperors' pagoda, and severely damage this beast. Xiao Chen was silent in his heart. he could be cold-blooded and ruthless to his enemies, but sometimes he seemed too emotional to the people around him, and it was hard to accept the news that the puppet of the Stone Man King would be wiped out completely. But even though he was helpless, he couldn't change the reality. Xiao Chen sacrificed the puppet of the Stone Man King, and the light spot disappeared immediately. Unexpectedly, after endless years, I can still return to the original body. Unfortunately, Dao Yun began to collapse, and the original source has dried up, unable to return to heaven. The puppet of the Stone Man King looked very lonely. Without any delay, the whole corpse turned into a bright light, blending with the 5 Emperors' Tower in the female corpse's hand. At the same time, Xiao Chen turned into a female corpse, and all the infinite potential contained in his body exploded out. This is a sacred power beyond the Stone King. The world behind the stone gate suddenly collapsed, as if everything ceased to exist, and the light became the only one. The 5 Emperor Pagoda in the female corpse's hand was like a precious wheel, and it burned like a sun, and 5 figures emerged from it. And the female corpse herself has also become extremely powerful, with flying hair, cold eyes, and a heroic posture. The 5 jade fingers have established a very subtle connection with the 5 Emperor's Pagoda. At this moment, although she stopped for a short time, she was not pulled back to the original point by the strange power, because absolute power can break all confinement. The phantom spread its 10 fingers together, and the thin black threads interwoved into a dense net, covering the female corpse below. It naturally felt threatened, but it had to desperately. Boom! The blazing divine flame was burning, and the female corpse swung the 5 Emperors' Tower, and the 5 figures above moved in sync with her. The endless light destroyed the thin black lines, and shattered the phantom on the spot. This time, even though Moying was well prepared, he still suffered a big loss. Although Xiao Chen's body and the female corpse fit together, although it was extremely awkward, he had to marvel at the strength of this kind of power, surpassing the mighty power of the Stone Man King, and controlling the legendary Holy Stone Soldiers. The combat power displayed was incalculable. Boom! The Tower of 5 Emperors turned into a huge city, suppressed it, and 5 figures stood on it, firmly restraining the phantom, and pressing it into the tower. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt invincible. With the aid of the Dao Dao seal burned by the puppet of the Stone Man King, he awakened the strongest potential of the female corpse, controlled the 5 Emperors' Tower, and ruled the world. Boom! The phantom shook and wanted to overturn the 5 Emperors' Tower and get out of trouble, but Xiao Chen didn't want to let go of this rare opportunity. The 5 Emperors' seal pressed down to cooperate with the suppressed 5 Emperors' Tower. Roar! At this moment, the phantom let out a roar, the black mist surged, and the magic flame surged to the sky, fiercely resisting on the spot. However, Xiao Chen's aura is in full swing, and the infinite potential burst out from the female corpse's flesh shell. Although the 5 Emperors' Tower is only 1 floor, the power it exerts is still unimaginable. Boom! The seal of the 5 Emperors was laid down heavily, and the phantom swayed on the spot and fell into the Tower of the 5 Emperors. Refining. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so Xiao Chen naturally wouldn't let it go. He used the unrivaled flesh shell to activate the 5 Emperors' Tower, and sealed Liuhe, hoping to destroy the ghost once and for all. The 5 shadows above the 5 Emperors' Pagoda returned to the tower at the same time to suppress this beast together. The blazing divine sense was burning, and the 5 Emperors' Pagoda was like the only divine fire in the darkness, extraordinarily dazzling. But Xiao Chen is frowning. The phantom is too powerful. It seems that it will be difficult for him to eradicate it with his own hands before he reaches the Little Stone Emperor realm. Just having strong power is not enough. Without knowing how to refine this supreme branding method, the 5 Emperors' Pagoda only suppressed the phantom for a short time. Boom! At this moment, the body and spirit of the puppet of the Stone Man King were completely burnt out. After the final sublimation, the 5 Emperors' Pagoda dimmed a bit. Xiao Chen felt that the power flowing out of the female corpse was not so smooth, he couldn't fully communicate, and couldn't fully exert it. Roar! The phantom immediately counterattacked, repeatedly attacking the 5 Emperors' Tower, and was about to rush out. Boom! An accident happened, and Xiao Chen found that when he pinched the seal of the 5 Emperors, the 5 engraved pictures in the pagoda, pictures of pinched seals released a powerful divine power. Refining. Is the engraving in the 5 Emperors' Pagoda the key factor? While running away, Xiao Chen mobilized the endless divine power in the flesh shell of the female corpse, and poured it into the 5 Emperors' Pagoda. Right now, there is nothing more important than eliminating the phantom. The powerful female corpse, with its endless divine power, seemed to have activated the 5 great brands in the 5 Emperors' Pagoda, constantly absorbing the sea-like power inside this fleshy shell. The female corpse can't really communicate with the Tao of origin, but the 5 Emperors' Pagoda can. It is supplemented by an endless stream of divine power, which is extremely terrifying for the phantom. At this moment, Xiao Chen had come to the cliff, jumped off the cliff without any hesitation, and sank directly into the dark abyss. Chapter 656 5 Emperors of the Holy City. The wind whistled in Xiao Chen's ears, and he kept sinking into the darkness. He didn't know if he would appear at the end of the world of death. But no matter what, he wanted to get rid of the magic land above, which was too dangerous. During the rapid descent, the 5 Emperors' pagoda burst into light, and the suppressed phantom fought back fiercely, and might rush out to attack Xiao Chen at any time. It is difficult to ride a tiger right now, so Xiao Chen can only mobilize endless divine power to refine this demon with a stone pagoda. Endless darkness, no light to be seen, extraordinarily quiet, the roar of the phantom was sealed in the tower. Xiao Chen performed the profound art, recalled the seal technique that the female corpse had performed before, performed the opening gesture of the mysterious technique of the Tianbei, and then used the instinct of this body to drive the next gesture of the divine seal. Boom! With the idea of trying, he actually made a terrifying divine seal, injected it into the 5 Emperors' tower, and caused the phantom to suffer heavy damage. Only the female corpse's own imprint can communicate the full potential of this fleshy shell. Swipe. Xiao Chen continuously changed his gestures and formed seals, hoping to connect the divine seals of the female corpse during her lifetime. However, he only displayed part of the mysterious seal that he remembered in his heart, and it was no longer coherent. Remembering doesn't mean being able to use it. If it wasn't for this meat shell, Xiao Chen doubted whether he could perform a move. But this is enough to pose a threat. The 5 Emperors' pagoda was poured with powerful divine power, and the 5 figures were blurred. As one of the most famous stone soldiers in ancient times, the ancient pagoda displayed incomparably terrifying divine power. Boom! The phantom shattered into pieces and let out a long and shrill howl. It was overwhelmed by the ocean-like mighty power of the female corpse and the terrifying power of the 5 Emperors' tower, and it was almost wiped out. The dim shadow was very vague, and it kept roaring. It has to be said that it is too powerful, transformed into the original power of demon nature, and finally rushed out with the remnant body, leaving only a black magic leg in the 5 Emperors' tower. Boom! The moment it rushed out, it gave the female corpse a heavy blow. Even though Xiao Chen's soul was hidden in the flesh shell of the female corpse, he almost lost his wits on the spot and suffered a heavy blow. He greeted him with the seals of the 5 Emperors, but he couldn't stand it at all. The phantom was ever-changing, and his killing styles were endless, completely suppressing him in the big realm. Yes, the great realm beyond the Stone King is an insurmountable moat. If the female corpse's flesh shell was not strong enough, he would have been completely destroyed at this moment. In this world, only a flesh shell of the same realm can bear this supreme power. Suffering a series of terrible shocks, Xiao Chen found that the body of the female corpse was completely cracked and was about to collapse. As a last resort, he suppressed the 5 Emperors' pagoda on the female corpse, covering himself, and was forced to turn to defense. Confrontation, he is not an opponent at all. It is already very difficult to suppress the phantom with the 5 Emperors' pagoda again. It has suffered a lot from being taken in once, and it is difficult to succeed the second time. The dark abyss contains mysterious power, and the phantom roars, and there is a special power to restrain it in the abyss. Prior to this, Xiao Chen discovered this fact when it used stone pots to collect the divine power of the beasts on the other side of the abyss. For Xiao Chen, this is the only favorable factor. Taking this opportunity, he hid in the 5 Emperors' pagoda, and the flesh shell of the female corpse quickly recovered, finally allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. In the darkness, a pair of icy eyes stared at Xiao Chen inside the 5 Emperors' tower. The phantom couldn't open the 5 Emperors' tower after several attempts. Every time it wants to grab it, Xiao Chen will fight back frantically, and the stone tower will bloom with billions of divine brilliance, repelling its claws. Xiao Chen didn't want to be controlled by the phantom of the 5 Emperors' tower. If so, he would definitely die. Right now, it will take time to see if the phantom can last forever. After struggling and hesitating several times, the phantom finally let out a long and shrill cry, and launched the last wave of attacks. Tens of thousands of thin black threads of order wrapped the 5 Emperors' pagoda like a spider web, and wanted to fly upwards with the stone pagoda. The situation was extremely critical. Xiao Chen didn't care to think about it, and blew himself up on the right arm of the female corpse, and with a bang, the flames shot up to the sky, instantly illuminating the abyss and destroying the thin line of the black god of order. Then, he exploded most of the body of the female corpse, burning the endless divine power, and finally completely destroyed the gods of order, and freed the 5 Emperors' tower. The phantom was restrained by the mysterious force in the abyss, and finally couldn't support it. His body became weaker, let out an unwilling roar, soared into the sky, and returned to the cliff. Xiao Chen broke away from the control of the phantom, and continued to sink into the darkness. At this moment, he gradually understood that only people in the realm of the female corpse and the little stone emperor can truly display the power of the 3 emperors mirror and the 5 emperors pagoda. In today's world, no one can kill the phantom. The 5 emperors pagoda gradually became dark, and the body of the female corpse finally gradually recovered after a long period of time. In addition, there is a black magic leg in this stone tower, surrounded by billowing black mist, exuding incomparably powerful power. That was left by the phantom, the stump that was suppressed here. For Xiao Chen, this is definitely a priceless treasure. It contains powerful and unparalleled magical power, and it is even more precious than the corpse of a stone king. He can slowly perform the holy sacrifice and use it for him when the time comes. At the same time, this time the 5 emperors pagoda was brought out by accident. The power of this sacred object has already been experienced. It is not necessary to think that it is comparable to the 3 emperors mirror. If it is used properly, it is enough to make the enemy tremble. However, Xiao Chen has other thoughts about this stone tower. He thinks that a single-story stone tower can be used as a city. Yes, the stone man Nirvana needs to construct the God City, and the 5 Emperors City in front of him is definitely the supreme treasure in the God City. Nothing is more solid and powerful than it. It would be unimaginable if Xiao Chen's own divine city were built in this way, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it the most sacred giant city in the past and present. Just thinking about it makes Xiao Chen's blood boil, and no one can resist this temptation. As it continued to sink, the mysterious power in the abyss became more and more condensed. If it hadn't been for hiding in the stone tower, Xiao Chen would be melted for a long time. This kind of mighty power not only restrains the phantom, but also a terrible disaster for any other living beings. Xiao Chen was surprised to discover a fact. In the process of falling, there were many big cracks in space, which were connected with this abyss. It seems that many worlds are connected to the abyss. He didn't rush in, but was looking for the breath of the dead world, locating the coordinates of the kingdom of the dead, and he wanted to escape from the familiar road. Finally, vaguely, he sensed the energy fluctuations of the world of death. Xiao Chen drove the 5 Emperors Tower, flew towards it, and finally entered a large dark crack. Darkness is the main body, and various wormholes are intertwined in front of him. He is sure that he has reached the deepest part of the dead world. At this point, he was a little puzzled. The dark abyss seemed to be artificially cut out, and it cut off the heavens and the world. Because, it seems that every world has a big rift connected to the abyss. The rushing river of time, the 3-story stone steps soaring into the sky, and all kinds of dense wormholes are all familiar and strange. Xiao Chen felt a little emotional, and finally escaped alive. I just don't know if he risked his life to lead the kings into the alien world, whether it caused great trouble to the alien world. He doesn't know anything about what's going on outside. After coming here, the first thing he did was to quickly withdraw from the female corpse's flesh shell and return to his body. While a rather embarrassing experience, there was nothing to blush about. However, at this moment, an inexplicable thing happened to him. The supreme treasure body of the female corpse was slowly cracking, and small cracks appeared on the porcelain-like smooth body surface, and traces of blood oozed out. This is not an illusion, but something that actually happened. How so? Xiao Chen was puzzled. The female corpse is immortal, and the flesh shell has existed for endless years. Why is it starting to collapse now? Suddenly, he thought of Little Stone Emperor. It is difficult for an existence of this kind of realm to last forever. Xiao Chen's heart sank, and he quickly put the female corpse into the 5 Emperors Pagoda, and the broken body stopped cracking immediately. This let him gradually understand one thing, why the phantom is so powerful, and dare not appear in the heavens and worlds, but just hides behind the dark stone gate. Such a powerful existence cannot last long in the world. If they lived in the real world, they would destroy themselves. Too powerful to be envied by heaven. The stronger it is, the closer it is to destruction. After careful observation, Xiao Chen felt a little worried. The female corpse seemed to have stopped cracking, but in fact it just slowed down. At this moment, the inside of her fleshy shell was still slowly collapsing. Even so, the flesh shell can't survive. The phantom has no flesh shell, and the Little Stone Emperor's flesh shell turned into fly ash. Before that, the female corpse was sealed by the magic suppression method. Xiao Chen didn't know the great method of suppressing demons, so he could only allow the shell of the female corpse to crack very slowly. Maybe thousands of years, maybe tens of thousands of years, this corpse would completely cease to exist. Nothing could be changed, so Xiao Chen stopped thinking about it. Over the years, although he felt that time was rushing, he never thought that thousands of years had passed and too many things had happened. In Xiao Chen's estimation, at most, more than 1,000 years have passed. Therefore, in this pure land in the deepest part of the world of death, he began to practice with peace of mind. He wanted to try to build a god city with the 5 emperor towers, and he wanted to become stronger. Of course, he won't sit for tens of thousands of years. He already has experience in the tomb of the little stone emperor, and he doesn't have to follow the absolute path of the stone man. Everything is under his control. The 5 emperors' city was held in Xiao Chen's palm. Although it looked like the size of a palm, it exuded a majestic aura. He shook his hand and threw it, and the city of 5 emperors quickly enlarged to a size of 10 feet in radius, and then slowly landed down, taking him inside. He didn't want to turn the city of 5 emperors into a giant city like a mountain. It was so big that it could just surround him and help him cultivate. Xiao Chen began a long period of painstaking practice and comprehension. Over the years, he has practiced many kinds of supernatural powers and secret methods, and now it is time to sublimate himself. Time flies, Xiao Chen gradually builds his own rules of order in the 5 Emperors' Pagoda, and slowly forges his own god city. It has to be said that taking the 5 Emperors' Pagoda as the main body of the city is truly a shocking move, and anyone would be envious. The first floor of the Supreme Ancient Pagoda can definitely be called the #1 city in history. Time flies, and hundreds of years passed by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Xiao Chen woke up several times, and then closed his eyes again. He was comprehending various mysterious Taoist rhymes. Using the 5 Emperors' Pagoda as the city of God to practice, all kinds of miraculous things have happened. For hundreds of years, he seems to have heard 5 voices telling the way of heaven and earth in turn. Both real and illusory, very ethereal, making it difficult for him to distinguish, as if in a dream. But every time he wakes up, he gains something, making him understand that it is not an illusion. However, that voice was very ethereal. Although he was trying to listen, he only heard part of the essence. It seems that it takes a long time to accumulate before it is possible to gain insight into the essence of all Dao Yun. He realized nirvana here, covered by the 5 Emperors' Pagoda. The outside world couldn't perceive everything here, as if he was isolated in another time and space. 500 years passed in a blink of an eye. Xiao Chen's consciousness became stronger and stronger. A layer of stone armor condensed on the outside of the flesh shell, and the flesh and blood inside became more crystal clear and lustrous. On this day, Xiao Chen finally walked out of the 5 Emperors' city. He felt his strength. For hundreds of years, he often sensed inexplicable fluctuations outside, which seemed to appear every few decades. This time, he decided to see what happened and walked forward step by step. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's face changed, and he sensed that the source of the fluctuation was the location of the 8th celestial monument. The pagoda of 5 emperors hung over Xiao Chen's head, and he turned into a stream of light and rushed forward quickly. When hundreds of miles away, Xiao Chen stopped, and thunder and lightning danced wildly in front of him, splitting the sky, igniting fires on the ground. Bloody lightning flashed across the sky, and the huge celestial monument erupted with an incomparably powerful aura. That is, Xiao Chen was taken aback. He saw a figure flying around the steel, reaching out his palm to touch the huge steel from time to time. No one knows better than him how terrifying the 8th celestial monument is, and it cannot be approached at all, yet this person keeps rushing towards it over and over again. He watched with the eyes of delusion, and found that every time that person touched the steel, various ancient characters and engravings emerged from the steel. Isn't the 8th celestial monument without any patterns? Xiao Chen was extremely shocked. He always thought that the 8th steel was a steel without words, but he didn't expect the words and engraved pictures to appear today. Obviously this person knows more about the 8th steel than he does, and is currently trying to observe the steel. Fortunately, this person is not flesh and blood. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. By now he was already a little allergic to strong men of flesh and blood. Having seen the amazing talent of the little stone emperor, who is unparalleled in the world, has resisted the terrifying killing intent of the ghost, and witnessed the incomparable power of the female corpse's flesh shell, he is really a little afraid of seeing such an existence. But he also knew that such a character could not really exist in the world alive, otherwise no one could contend. They belong to the truly invincible characters. Since ancient times, there are only a handful of them. Who is this Stone King? Is he an extremely strong man born in the world of death? Xiao Chen knew that this person had been observing here for hundreds of years, and even though he hadn't practiced the previous profound techniques of the Tianbei, he might have gained something here. Hey, looks familiar. Xiao Chen's heart sank. Observing through the eyes of delusion, he vaguely felt that he had seen this person. Like the ancient god that was enshrined in the ancient temple in the past. Chapter 657 Hongjun. Recommend a good friend's lascivious book, Emperor Shomalu, ISBN 1,638,472. Interested readers are invited to support and vote. I don't know how to look for the book number, there is a through train on it. In the past, there were ancient temples and Taoist temples in Kyushu and Changsheng world. For a long period of time, there were no ancestor gods such as Yanwang. But this person in front of him was once ranked in the supreme position, aloof, and had absorbed the greatest wish power of all living beings. Hongjun. Thinking of this name, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly shot two cold lightnings. It was not wrong, he was the giant who made waves in the catastrophe of false gods. Meeting in this situation, Hongjun, who was causing trouble in Kyushu, had already been beheaded by the Yellow Emperor and the Ancestor Dragon, but the Stone King in front of him was the source of his body. This is a powerful Stone King in the world of death. Taoist Zushin mentioned the horror of this person in front of Xiao Chen more than once, and even wanted to use the divine map to kill this person, saying that this person has the ability to defy the sky, and he is indelible without the divine map. And Xiao Chen also sensed the terrifying aura of that person, it was unfathomable. Under the dark sky, the huge sky monument stands majestically, giving people a strong sense of oppression, even if they are separated by hundreds of miles, they still feel depressing. The powerful Stone King flew around the stele, clapping his hands in front of the mountain-like stele, hitting hard every time, his palms were shrouded in a halo. Xiao Chen was attracted by his movements, and he saw an engraved picture on the Tianbei, a mysterious magic seal, which was very similar to the divine seal cast by the female corpse. The Stone King is carefully observing the picture. He is not aimlessly hitting the stele, but is injecting divine power very regularly, so that the words and engraved pictures can be manifested. Xiao Chen didn't take any action, he was also contemplating the engraved picture in the distance. It can be said that the charm of Taoism is endless, and the magic is tens of thousands, which makes people feel intoxicated. At this moment, he forgot the other things, and he seemed to be possessed like the Stone King, his eyes could not move, and he was immersed in the celestial monument. Although it is just a pinched picture, it seems to have its own soul, lifelike, and seems to come out through the wall. Boom! I don't know how long it took. Xiao Chen felt the Five Emperors Pagoda floating above his head tremble, he shivered suddenly, and woke up from the state just now. This surprised him, his consciousness was damaged unconsciously, as if a part had been torn apart by an invisible big hand, and his soul seemed a little dim. This situation is horrifying, the image on that side is a hell abyss, which can swallow people's consciousness. Xiao Chen looked forward and found that the whole body of the Stone King was shining with brilliance, and the powerful divine sense was piercing the monument to the sky. He was closer to the Tianbei than Xiao Chen, and almost stuck to it. If it wasn't strong enough, an ordinary person would probably have a broken consciousness. But he was not afraid, instead he went against the tide, forcibly protruding his consciousness, observing this mysterious and endless divine seal, as if he wanted to snatch away all the charm of the Supreme Tao. It really is a terrifying Stone King. Xiao Chen felt awe-inspiring. Xiao Chen has been in seclusion for hundreds of years, and has sensed fluctuations in the outside world several times, which are obviously manifested by this Stone King. Looking at the position of the engraved picture, it is located at a third of the sky monument, and it seems that some of the above mysterious methods have been viewed by him. At this moment, the Stone King suddenly hugged his head in pain, let out a long howl, and all the stone hair flew up. His head was cracked open, and all the huge spiritual consciousness rushed out, showing signs of collapse. It was a group of bright brilliance. After rushing out of the body of the Stone King, it attached to the Tianbei. The wordless sky monument is really terrifying, it has attracted all of Stone King's consciousness. At the moment when the brilliant divine light was about to sink into the monument, Shi Wang's body trembled, pulling back the departed divine consciousness like a mouthful of sea eyes. Boom! Stone King's body shook violently, and the split head closed again. He seemed to have experienced a tragic battle, and his whole body was exhausted, with blood seeping from many parts of the stone man. Now, he was no longer able to levitate in front of the Tianbei, and he had no choice but to retreat due to the oppressive momentum. Xiao Chen didn't make a move, like a cheetah, quietly waiting for an opportunity in the dark. After the mysterious Stone King retreated far enough, he meditated in the void and attracted endless bloody lightning into his body. He actually used the violent power from the deepest part of the world of death to cultivate his body and cultivate his spirit. Half an hour later, he woke up, and after a little hesitation, he flew towards the Tianbei again. Xiao Chen sighed that he was not as good as he was. He was absolutely unable to compare with Stone King right now. Hong Jun's body source was very powerful, and he had already returned to his peak state in such a short period of time. To observe the mysterious method of the steel, one must imbue a huge amount of divine power. When he made the engraved picture manifest again, the entire stone body became crystal clear and radiant. Xiao Chen was taken aback. The source of Hong Jun's body was split into two, turning into a yin-yang fish, and then re-entangled to form a Taiji diagram. The yin-yang fish figure rotates slowly, exuding the aura of Tao, which is extremely powerful and unpredictable. This has to be surprising. Hong Jun's original body has a profound strength, and he uses his body to transform Tao. This kind of method is rarely matched even among stone kings. The yin and yang diagram gradually took shape, and finally returned to the truth, becoming a Tao diagram. It really is a character. No wonder Shu Tian is jealous and wants to get rid of it by any means. After the Stone King was transformed into a Taiji diagram, it exuded a mysterious aura and began to forcibly grab the brand on the steel. Bang bang bang. Tao too kept trembling, but he managed to capture the charm of Tao, unite with it, block the coercion of the heavenly monument, and obtain what he needed. Xiao Chen was taken aback. The engraving on the Tianbei gradually disappeared, while the yin-yang and Tai Chi diagrams gradually revealed the mysterious method of pinching. This Stone King is deceiving the heavens and stealing Tao, forcibly replacing the brand of Tao, and letting Tao Yun blend into his body. This method is very against the sky. It can also be called a trick, not using one's own body to understand the Tao, but using one's own body to integrate the Tao, making oneself the incarnation of thousands of Taos. Xiao Chen couldn't sit still at that time. If Hong Jun had secretly replaced the Tianbei's brand in this way, then the Tianbei would be called a real wordless Tianbei, and there would be nothing left. Brush. With a flash of light, the yin-yang diagram flew hundreds of miles in an instant, and then reformed into a stone body, standing in the void, like a mountain, holding the mysterious seal in his hand, like a female corpse in a stone jar, exuding the immeasurable pressure of the divine seal. The moment the imprint came out, the sky and the earth turned pale, and the deepest part of the world of death suddenly went berserk. Thousands of blood-colored lightnings rushed there, and endless waves of energy surged wildly. However, at the moment when the source of Hong Jun's body was pinched and stamped, all the vast and mighty power was suppressed. Once this stamp came out, the mighty sun and the moon covered the world. That momentum made Shan tremble and Xingyu tremble. The terrifying pinched print is just an aura, and it has such power, it hasn't been played at all. In the end, the Stone King stood back and did not make a divine seal. Xiao Chen frowned. This person is very scary. He does not understand the Tao, but merges with the Tao, deceiving the sky. It is hard to imagine how he did it. The imprint left by the original creator of the Tianbei Xuanfa is absorbed by it and borrowed for its own use. This kind of power is incalculable. Brush. Hong Jun transformed into a yin-yang Taiji diagram again, and then came to the Tianbei again, wanting to observe the ancient methods of the Tianbei again. However, this time when he paid attention to the next article, Tao too was no longer stable, making a crackling sound, slowly cracking. At this moment, Xiao Chen decided to make a move. He didn't want to be taken away by Hong Jun, who made the imprint of the Tianbei. Protected by the Five Emperors Pagoda, he turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed towards the Tianbei. However, that Stone King's vigilance is very high. Even though the Tao map is broken, it can't affect his perception. Brush. The method of divine escape, the limit of speed. He escaped in the blink of an eye, without even fighting. Xiao Chen even wanted to take over the female corpse again, use that supreme treasure body to control the Five Emperors Tower, and try to get rid of Hong Jun, but he never expected him to be so cautious. Stone King fled without a fight. One can imagine how vigilant he is, and he doesn't want to confront with physical injuries. This is a terrifying character with peak strength. If he is allowed to completely win the brand of the Tianbei, there will be few people who can check and balance him. Xiao Chen didn't continue to chase. He was thinking silently, how did the Stone King melt into his body? This method is very worthy of reference. Now, although Xiao Chen is not the Stone King, he has the Five Emperors Pagoda in his hands. The stone pagoda hangs above his head, and the endless chaotic atmosphere flows out, covering him. The coercion of the Eighth Sky Tablet can't stop him from moving forward. Xiao Chen successfully came to the God Steel, and he also followed Hong Jun's example, slapped down, injecting endless divine power. Pinch print reproduction. Although it is very vague, but it can be perceived, it is gradually becoming clearer and deeper, and the pinched and engraved image is reappearing. The Tao is boundless, the charm is endless. Xiao Chen had a glimmer of understanding that the Tao can be taught, but it cannot be stolen. It can take one path and accommodate 100 paths, but it cannot grab endless paths. There is always an innate line outside the heaven and the earth, an endless line, living and growing, changing endlessly, and then giving birth to endless ways. If you want to achieve great success, you have to form your own innate way and evolve thousands of ways by yourself. Xiao Chen entered the country briefly, and then quickly woke up. He began to infuse divine power from the top of the Tianbei, and read intensively from the beginning chapter. In just a moment, Xiao Chen withdrew his divine power. In the beginning chapter, it is pointed out that the former seven-faced celestial monument should be used as the foundation, otherwise, if you practice forcefully, you will only injure your own body, and even if you are gifted to the world, you will never be able to achieve perfection if you intercept part of the morality. Xiao Chen's heart was shaken. Right now, the eighth celestial tablet cannot be cultivated. Now that he has collected all the profound techniques of the 6 celestial tablets, he still needs to find the 7th celestial tablet. After reading a few chapters in a hurry, Xiao Chen suddenly had the feeling that his consciousness was about to shatter, and hurriedly withdrew. However, in this brief moment, his heart was shaken. The 2 engraved pictures were so similar to the divine seal cast by the female corpse. If they were slightly changed, they would be the same seal. What is the connection between this and which printing method was created first? The female corpse came from the mysterious world depicted on the Zulongbi map. Did the Tianbei also come from there? Xiao Chen turned to the other side of the Tianbei and injected divine power. He was surprised to find that ancient characters and engraved pictures also appeared. This is not a mysterious method, but it is more important than a mysterious method to him. I don't know who left the clues. The words and engraved pictures are very different from the other side, and they are definitely not from the same person. It records where the first 7 celestial monuments might have been suppressed in pre-immemorial times, as well as speculation about the origin of the celestial monuments. Chapter 658 Return. It is a pity that Xiao Chen has never heard of the 7 regions mentioned in this ancient text. That was the name before the ancient times. As time passed, many ancient worlds no longer existed, let alone the 7 mysterious places before the ancient times. However, the next paragraph of words made Xiao Chen feel excited. Before the ancient times, there were many masters, the strong came out in large numbers, and the prosperity reached the extreme. It was a fascinating era. Among them, a few people have cultivated to the extreme peak, and all monks in the heavens and myriad worlds can only look up, but will never be able to stand on the same height. The person who left this text has several speculations. It is very likely that the celestial monuments were evolved by those people with supreme magic power. Each celestial monument records the avenue of a supreme figure. The person who left this text is more inclined to this kind of speculation. He was fortunate to have cultivated a few ancient methods of the celestial monument, but it is a pity that he was unable to evolve the celestial monument, and he could not even live forever, and eventually fell. The second speculation is full of mystery, saying that the Tianbei came from a mysterious world, and that area is an unperceivable strange place beyond the world. There is even a further inference that all the methods of practice originated from that mysterious world, where the origin of all things in the myriad worlds is located. Moreover, this kind of speculation is not surprising and endless, saying that it is the only real world, and only there can be truly immortal. The above 2 speculations are speculative. As for the third speculation, it seems a little weird. It is said that the sky monument is a person, and the person is the sky monument. Although people who have cultivated to the top are insurmountable existences in the eyes of the gods, in fact they are not really detached. This kind of remarks made Xiao Chen frown. Such an idea is really unbelievable, and it is hard for ordinary people to believe it. The fourth speculation is that the Tianbei is the law of the sky, which is formed by the interweaving of the order of the heavens and myriad worlds. It was originally an invisible law, but due to the opening and closing of chaos, the fusion of yin and yang, it turned into a tangible thing. That is to say, the Tianbei is the physical manifestation of the law of order, and the original embodiment of the Tao. This kind of speculation is more acceptable. Many people among the powerful in the heavens have had similar thoughts, but based on past historical experience, what the public can speculate is often far from the truth. The fifth speculation is astonishing and weird, but it is also acceptable. According to this theory, the celestial monument is a tombstone, which was inscribed by the most outstanding person during his lifetime. After his death, the body changed and accumulated over time. The essence of the body and the Supreme Avenue were branded all over the body of the celestial monument, thus forming the celestial monument. Different speculations have different reasons, and it is difficult to really tell which one is the truth. Xiao Chen even suspected that none of the 5 so-called conjectures went to the root, and all of them could be overturned. The muddy swamp stretches as far as the eye can see, the mist is misty, the faint black mist is lingering, and the smell of corruption is permeating. In the mud and swamp, bones can be seen everywhere, and there are even some rotting corpses, which are the corpses of devils and zombies, emitting a stench. In the depths of the swamp filled with black mist, there is a gloomy old castle standing tall, lonely and indescribably creepy. Xiao Chen has already left the deepest part of the world of death, and he felt vaguely uneasy, thinking that it is time to go to Kyushu to take a look, because many things may have happened over the years. But before going back, he needs to do some things in the dead world, and now he has come to this familiar place again. In the past, he had visited here, and it was the residence of the old undead devil angel. This old antique once fought for the ancient 7 magic cities, and he could be regarded as a tyrannical creature in the dead world. In the swamp, a majestic old castle stands majestically, surrounded by demonic clouds. Boom! With Xiao Chen's arrival, the gate of the ancient castle opened wide automatically, and the 5 emperors' tower above his head stepped in. Who broke into my residence? The old undead demon angel sat on the bone chair and looked down. The huge body of his mount, the demon dragon king of hell, lies in the open palace below. An old friend is visiting, don't you know him? It's you. The demon angel's expression froze, and then he pressed his right hand on the precious chair, leaned back, and said, "What's the matter with you?" Xiao Chen was keenly aware of this detail, and when the magic angel pressed the bone chair, a little mysterious aura rippling out. The 5 emperors' pagoda trembled, quickly zoomed in, and enveloped it forward. The dragon king of the area on the ground, the huge black skeleton was bouncing, like a thunderstorm, it danced, and immediately filled the interior of the magnificent castle, blocking the front, protecting its master. Boom! However, as the cover of the 5 emperors' pagoda fell, this huge mountain-like black skeleton was broken on the spot, and the mountain-like skeleton was broken into 7 pieces. This was the result of Xiao Chen's mercy. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could push the 5 emperors' pagoda, which is comparable to the 3 emperors' mirror, and crush this hell dragon king into powder in an instant. What you up to? The old undead roared, his body shone with brilliance, without a gloomy aura, but looked very holy. A pair of white wings of light stretched out from both sides of his body, as holy as an angel, worthy of the name, Magic Angel. What message did you just send? When Xiao Chen said these words, he strode forward, and the 5 emperors' pagoda was fixed in the air, and the misty chaotic atmosphere flowed down, covering the demon angel. Brush! In the hand of the old undead appeared a sacred bone staff inlaid with a skull, and swept a piece of divine light towards the 5 emperors' tower, but it was useless at all the divine power was absorbed by the ancient tower, and there was not a single drop left. Boom! Without any words, Xiao Chen squeezed the seal of 5 emperors and pushed forward. Boom! Like mountains and seas, the huge wave of divine power rushed out immediately, and the entire magnificent castle collapsed on the spot, turning into flying ash in an instant. The old undead shrouded by the 5 emperors' pagoda also cracked like porcelain, and collapsed in an instant. This is a tyrannical creature that has embarked on the path of the supreme ancestor god. However, under the combination of the 5 emperors' pagoda and the 5 emperors' seal, it was difficult to resist and was completely suppressed. This is the current manifestation of Xiao Chen's strength. Xiao Chen didn't press any more questions, and directly searched for his spiritual knowledge by himself. You are calling Zushin. Many things have happened in the world of the dead over the years. Zushin issued a reward order, whoever can provide Xiao Chen with clues will get an ancient magic city. Okay, I'll wait for him here. Up to now, Xiao Chen is not afraid of Taoist Zushin. After he said these words, he began to refine the demon angel and the dragon king of hell. I leave you in the world of death, summon and make friends with other tyrannical creatures, lobby them to unite, and look at the heavens and the world. Xiao Chen seemed to be hypnotized, and ordered the refined old undead to stir up trouble here and prepare to enter another world. Yes, he had this idea in the past, to organize a terrifying force in the world of death, but it would definitely not work in a short period of time, it would require long-term planning and instigation. Right now, he himself definitely couldn't stay here, so he sacrificed a thoughtful but extremely loyal puppet. One day, I will need thousands of troops to break into another world. No matter what method you use, you must instigate a turmoil. I need such a powerful force to unite all forces that can be united. I can give you time. 100 years is not 1,000 years, 1,000 years is not 1,000 years, and if not, 100,000 years. I can wait. Thousands of troops and horses break into the other world and connect the world of death with the other world. This is Xiao Chen's idea long ago. Zushin, you are finally here. Brush. Xiao Chen disappeared from where he was, and appeared 100 miles away in an instant, with a magic city in front of him towering high in the sky, with billowing black clouds churning around. Without any extra words, he directly sacrificed the 5 Emperors' pagoda, enlarged it in an instant, and bombarded the giant city in the sky. Boom! The 5 Emperors' tower is not as tall and majestic as the primordial demon city, but it is imposing, like a comet hitting the ground, piercing the sky, and illuminating the continent of death. In an instant, the sky shook, and the ancient magic city in the sky was shattered on the spot, boulders rolled, and broken walls and ruins fell down. Not a single stone tile was wasted, not a single stone brick escaped the absorption, all were swept in by the 5 Emperors' tower, the huge essence contained in the ancient magic city was all absorbed, and then turned into fly ash and dissipated away. The 5 Emperors' tower devoured the primordial demon city, took its essence, discarded its dross, and made itself more perfect. A figure rushed out and quickly fled towards the distant sky. Where is Zushin going? Xiao Chen was no longer the same, his whole body was covered by stone armor, and he urged the 5 Emperors' city to cover him away, and fixed the man in the air on the spot. Boom! The body was torn apart, and the figure shattered in the city of the 5 Emperors, gradually faded, and was about to disappear. Xiao Chen, you are beyond my expectation, but don't be complacent, you will die in 500 years. I will become king, no matter what treasure you have, I will not save your life, and I will kill you in 500 years. It's just a ray of incarnation. Shu Tian is extraordinarily cautious, he has never revealed where his real body is. Xiao Chen had no choice but to leave, and then saw the ancient 7 magic cities hundreds of thousands of miles away, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, blooming billions of divine splendor. Hey, that's... The 7 primordial demonic cities were burning fiercely, and endless energy rose to the sky, surging towards the imperial city in the sky. The 7 demonic cities were shattering, and the 7 stone men among them were also cracking and burning. And that imperial city became brighter and brighter, and the aura it emitted made the Stone King change color. Boom! At this moment, a piercing sound came from the far sky, and a huge city emerged. It was actually the city of the Emperor of Heaven, which appeared in the world of death. A huge stone axe crossing the sky, protecting the Emperor city, appeared here. Pengu's axe protects the heavenly Emperor city here, how could this happen? Xiao Chen was full of doubts. You still owe me 3 souls of the ancestral gods. At this moment, such mental fluctuations came from the heavenly Emperor city. Xiao Chen was ashamed, this promise has not been fulfilled. But I don't need it anymore. I have used other methods to ignite a ray of vitality in Tiandi city, and let it glow with its former power. Are you the Emperor of Heaven, haven't you already fallen? Xiao Chen stared at the giant city in the sky in surprise. The Emperor of Heaven has never fallen, and has always existed. Hearing these words, Xiao Chen's face suddenly changed. Many mysterious events in the past gradually became blurred. 3 emperors don't know that there are 3 emperors, and 5 emperors don't know that there are 5 emperors. I am the Emperor of Heaven, but who is the Emperor of Heaven? This was the last sound made by the city of Tiandi, and then it made a loud rumbling sound, and became one with the city of emperors in the sky. Boom! The ancient 7 demon city collapsed and all merged into the Emperor city in the sky, and then the huge heaven Emperor city turned into a stream of light, which instantly tore through the barrier of the great world and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, several powerful spiritual thoughts reached here, and they all belonged to the powerful spiritual consciousness of King Stone. Xiao Chen's heart trembled, the tyrannical creatures in the world of death were indeed terrifying. He used the 5 Emperors' tower to isolate everything from the outside world, and in the midst of it, he fled away like a stream of light. In the end, Xiao Chen appeared on the Devil Plane in the Longevity Realm, and he returned to this world from a magic hole. The earth shook, and he saw a Lion King dragon running. This world did not enter the era of technological civilization like Kyushu, and the seeds of life that were rescattered in the longevity world once again entered the age of gods and demons. Soon, Xiao Chen stopped the Lion King dragon and searched a lot of information from its mind. Suddenly, his expression froze. He never thought that thousands of years had passed, and he had missed the promise of 30,000 years. Xiao Chen let the Lion King dragon go, walked forward on foot, walked thousands of miles, left the Devil's Plain, and entered a barren mountain that made him uneasy. The ancient veins collapsed, The rocks stood everywhere, and many mountain peaks were cracked and collapsed to the ground. All this was caused by a huge dragon boat. The ship's hull collapsed this barren vein, which was hidden among the Rocky Mountains. The ancestral dragon boat has decayed, the divine power contained in it has been exhausted, the heavenly tree and the keel have rotted, and there are even bursts of unpleasant smells. It can be seen that there are many black bloodstains in the ship, which have long since dried up, and the wind and rain are hard to wash away, telling the story of the bloody battle that once took place. Xiao Chen walked forward with a blank expression on his face. He already knew from the mouths of the current natives of the Longevity Realm what happened after the dragon boat fell into the Longevity Realm. The people who left by boat in the past were all dead and buried. This is really a sad news for heaven and earth. Seeing it with his own eyes now makes his heart fluctuate and it is difficult to calm down. The inside of the boat was empty, and now there was nothing left except for bloodstains. Who actually did it? Xiao Chen gritted his teeth. In the past thousands of years, he has never hated him so much. It's a pity that those outstanding people died. Who exactly caused this murder? He wanted to know, to avenge the dead. He thought of the scene he saw in the small stone Imperial Mausoleum. At the intersection of the Imperial Mausoleum with the real big world as the node, there was an ancestor dragon boat passing by, and a black shadow chased after him. That person did all of this. Did everyone die and no one survive? Xiao Chen didn't know, it was hard to accept this reality. Ancestral dragon ship sent away the first batch of heroes such as Yao and Shun before endless years, Xingtian and Kaiyu and others are the second batch of people transported away in the later era. Yao Shun and others should have survived. Xiao Chen thought so, but where are they now? They couldn't keep the appointment, they died in other places, the murderer is still in Ren Xiaoyao, I missed the appointment of 30,000 years. Xiao Chen stood motionless on the rotting Zulong boat like a fossil. Chapter 659, The Murderer. Time is the most ruthless, it can obliterate everything, and can also bury joys and sorrows, tangible and intangible, all traces will eventually be erased slowly. The keel was riddled with holes, like a beehive, and the heaven-reaching wooden deck was like mud, about to turn into dust. The first sacred dragon ship that could pass through the barrier of the great world was completely decayed, and the inside was empty, and the corpse was buried by no one. Xiao Chen stood here for a long time, and then lightly waved his sleeves. The ancient barren mountain collapsed completely, and the smoke and dust rushed up all over the sky, completely burying the Zulong boat. The ancestral dragon boat that carried the hope of Kyushu just returned to the Loess and became history. The powerful god of war Xingtian, the resolute and courageous Kaiyu, the ancestor of Kyushu, their peerless demeanor are still clearly in front of us. If there is no death, what kind of amazing talent will it be when he returns after 30,000 years? This late autumn is particularly bleak, the trees are withered, the fallen leaves are like tears, a gust of autumn wind blows, the residual leaves are rustling, flying all over the sky, and it is a mess. Withered flowers and leaves, weeping plants and trees, the death of Kyushu. After a long time, Xiao Chen strode away. Time is like a knife, it will gradually wipe out everything behind. Putting aside his gloom, Xiao Chen moved forward all the way without any surprise, occasionally turning around, he could only let out a soft sigh. Ashes return to ashes, dust returns to dust, everything is one, there is no difference between the holy and the ants. Walking out of that oppressive place, Xiao Chen revisited the Longevity Realm, watching the clouds roll and the clouds relax, the sun set in the west, and the stars shine, as if he had never left, the sky was still the same day, and the ground was still the same place. The Longevity Realm has re-experienced the civilization of gods and demons, and half-ancestors have already been born, but the most powerful half-ancestors are still some distance away from the realm of ancestor gods. This is a new reincarnation. Xiao Chen watched all this quietly, did not intervene or point out, like a passerby. Occasionally, he would also wonder whether there are people outside the larger world observing him and the former members of Kyushu. From west to east, stepping out of the mainland, looking far away, you can see the waves of the vast East China Sea. Xiao Chen walked on the waves, he didn't come here aimlessly. An aboriginal resident of the Longevity Realm said that there were strange corpses appearing and disappearing here. His heart was moved after hearing this, and he wanted to find out. The waves are turbulent, the giant fish jumps, and thousands of waves are stirred up. When Xiao Chen passed by an island, he felt that the place was lifeless. After searching the island, he found that it was a zombie island. It was a group of monks from the immortal world who were killed when there was a massacre in other worlds before endless years, and they were collectively buried here. After so many years, a corpse change occurred, and many corpses crawled out of the burrow and caused chaos in the nearby sea area. Woo! There was a burst of crying and howling. Those ghosts who had not fully activated their spiritual intelligence just now, but whose bodies were extremely powerful, all roared, rushed out of the burrow, spewed black clouds, and came to surround and kill Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned. He didn't want to interfere with the affairs of the longevity realm, but now he had to make an exception. Allowing these ghosts to grow might threaten the creatures of the longevity realm. He saw a few powerful characters in it, and even felt familiar. After careful observation, he found that one or two had met once in the past. Then, Xiao Chen's pupils shrank, feeling that the autumn style was bleak, and his heart felt a little cold. The three shadows that rushed out at the end were not unfamiliar at all, and they had dealt with them more than once. It turned out to be one person and two beasts. The figure was a woman with a graceful figure and a peerless appearance. It was Yin Ying, the third princess of the great merchant kingdom in the longevity realm, but now she was dead, her face was pale, her eyes were dull, and her nails were curved and sharp, like 10 iron hooks. A generation of beauties who turned into corpses turned into such a state, with ghosts and evil corpses. This is really admirable. Xiao Chen felt a little astringent in his heart, not purely sentimental for Yin Ying, but thinking of many old friends from the past. Of those two mythical beasts, one is the Peacock King, colorful, and its tail feathers are shrouded in multicolored rays of light, shrouded in a lot of yin qi. The other mythical beast is a golden ape named Jinzi, who used to compete with KK in the past. Xiao Chen was silent. The old man he saw before him was in a relatively good situation. Most of the other people should have been wiped out, leaving nothing behind. A group of ghouls howled and howled, rushing forward with waves of dark mist. The breath of death rushed to the face, and the whole island was gloomy. Xiao Chen sighed. How could he kill these people? And finally he sat cross-legged on a mountain peak in the center of the island, with thousands of rays of light all over his body, and auspicious colors shot out, covering the entire island. With his own great mana, he began to purify this ghost island, dispelling all the yin energy, purifying the corpse energy of a group of ghosts, turning their yin bodies into yang bodies. As for the reopened spiritual wisdom, he let it grow and did not erase it. After doing all this, Xiao Chen left here and walked into the waves of the East China Sea again. The former friends, those who have not escaped into the world of death, seeing this one, almost already know the fate of everyone else. There is no need to talk about others, the ending is already doomed. The sea area ahead was calm, but Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. He scanned the surroundings carefully. Suddenly, he was startled, and there was a thin figure hundreds of miles away, which almost escaped his spiritual exploration. A powerful ancestor god, perhaps a supreme ancestor god. Has the current longevity world produced ancestor gods? This is not realistic. This person gives people an unfathomable feeling, far more powerful than ordinary supreme ancestor gods. But Xiao Chen is not afraid. The 5 Emperors Tower hangs above his head, turning slowly, protected by the strongest stone soldiers in the past and present. Even if he meets the Stone King, he can retreat calmly. The delusion-breaking eye pierced through the mist and saw the true face of that figure. Xiao Chen's heart was shocked and turned into a stream of light, which came to him in an instant. Buddha. He actually saw Buddha. In the past, he left with the outstanding people from Kyushu on the ancestral dragon boat. Didn't he suffer any disaster? When he was 100 feet away from that skinny figure, Xiao Chen's heart sank. His spiritual thoughts could penetrate into the Buddha's flesh shell without any hindrance. There was nothing there, like a boundless void, and nothing could be caught. Without a soul, the Buddha lost his soul in the waves of the vast East China Sea. His head was bald, his eyes were closed, and his skin was light golden, which was different from ordinary corpses, without any gloomy aura, but an immortal golden body. Yes, the veritable Buddha's immortal body is harder than ordinary stone bodies. It may be comparable to the Stone King body. In the past, the Buddha was infinitely close to the ancestor god. After 30,000 years, such an achievement is not surprising at all. Given him time, he definitely has the background to aspire to the Stone King. In the past, another powerful god of Buddhism lost his soul in the Sea of Taboos, but he died because of the Dead City. Later, when the foreign world invaded, he finally disappeared completely. What happened? Why did Buddha also lose his soul, and how did he appear here? Xiao Chen moved with the Buddha's immortal flesh shell, pacing on the calm sea, while his powerful spiritual consciousness continued to penetrate into the Buddha's body. He did not believe that such figures left nothing behind. There is nothingness inside the Buddha's immortal golden body, as empty as the primordial universe, with no stars, no nebulae, pitch black, and endless dead silence pervades. Buddha should be able to leave a little clue. Xiao Chen persevered, protected his consciousness with the 5 Emperors Pagoda, and went directly into this dark source area of emptiness, which should be the end of Buddha's sea of emptiness and silence. Brush. At this moment, the light suddenly shined brightly in front of him, and at the end of the eternal darkness, a raging fire ignited, and Xiao Chen was almost burned by the blazing light. Yes, if it wasn't for the 5 Emperors Pagoda protecting him from his consciousness, he would probably have been severely injured just now. The brilliance of the radiant divine fire was beyond imagination, and the source of the surging divine flame almost instantly ignited the entire dark sea of nothingness and death. In just a moment, the empty and immortal golden body of the Buddha was filled with blazing divine light, and it was no longer as dark and empty as before. Buddha, Xiao Chen screamed. He saw at the most original end, there was a small golden Buddha body, only the size of a thumb, meditating with eyes closed, motionless. He, ha ha ha. Suddenly, there was an incomparable maniacal laughter, and rumbles rumbled inside the immortal golden body, as if the 33 heavens were trembling together. You are not a Buddha, who are you? Xiao Chen was taken aback immediately. This could not be a Buddha. This kind of insolent laughter is really astonishing, unscrupulous, arrogant, that kind of madness that tramples on everything, makes people feel so uncomfortable. It seems that anyone is insignificant in front of him. 5 Emperors, don't you know me? The arrogant words were extremely cold, and the words suddenly changed, and said, hey, it's not the 5 Emperors, it's just the 5 Emperors Pagoda. He. It doesn't matter, I finally found the correct coordinates, and I didn't get lost in nothingness. 5 Emperors, you miscalculated, I will definitely come back, you wait. Xiao Chen felt terrified in his heart. This seemed to be a terrifying figure from ancient times, who was actually related to the 5 Emperors. Which end are you, little brat, what are you, dare to talk to me like this? The endless golden light surged, and the thumb-sized Buddha body was compressed and immediately withered. All the golden brilliance belonged to this mysterious figure, not to the Buddha. Did you kill the people on the Zulong boat? That's right, it's just a reptile ship, and it actually carries a group of descendants of the 5 Emperors. If I don't kill them, what's the point of heaven? Although I have been exiled into nothingness, and my body and spirit are gradually disappearing, I won't waste much effort to deal with ants like you. On the reptile ship, a few slightly stronger people wanted to escape, so I followed suit with dozens of strands of divine sense, and finally found my way back. The 5 Emperors thought they could get rid of me forever, but this is impossible. Now, I have the coordinates, and I will definitely come back. This ferocious character seems to have a scary background, but the so-called 5 Emperors are no longer in this world. If he returns, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hey, the 5 Emperors seem to have fallen, he. Then when I come back, I won't have any scruples anymore. Xiao Chen teased. You yourself said that you are going to die, why not dig a grave for yourself earlier, and rush to die when you come back? Even if I die, I will die in this world. He. Descendants of the 5 Emperors, please pray for yourselves. This ferocious voice, extremely arrogant and dark, said, it was you who awakened me from my deep sleep with the 5 Emperors Pagoda. My origin has obtained the coordinates of this world, and I will begin to return. This endless golden light is just a wisp of the murderer's consciousness, so powerful, one can imagine how terrifying his origin is, and it is invincible to the peerless little stone emperor. Chapter 660. Boom. The golden light was burning fiercely and attacked Xiao Chen. The 5 Emperors Pagoda vibrated, uncontrollably at this moment, and spun on its own, showing an incomparably powerful momentum. This is the battle of destiny, a continuation of the battle between the 5 Emperors and the ancient exile. The 5 Emperors Pagoda swirled on its own, its brilliance was tens of thousands of feet, bursts of divine light burst out from the ancient stone pagoda, the 5 Emperors' seal, 5 Emperors' fist, 5 Emperors' sword finger, etc. were all swept out, and the bright golden light was immediately torn a big hole. The short moment is like a reincarnation, the so-called instant eternity is nothing more than that, like a million times passing by in a hurry, the golden light is entangled with the 5 Emperors' tower, and the battle is endless. There are hundreds of millions of divine splendors there. Xiao Chen's spiritual consciousness is excluded, he can't sense anything, what he sees is just endless light. Whistling, roaring, crashing, evening drums and morning bells, 100,000 light years away, millions of time ago, the battle before the ancient times is sublimated at this moment, the duel of fate, the glorious end. Boom! With the last bang, the war came to an end. The golden light circulated, the fog was misty, and the 5 Emperors' pagoda was as big as a mountain, and it was slowly descending, gradually suppressing the golden light with a majestic momentum until it collapsed. 5 Emperors Pagoda. Although the voice of the extinguished golden light was very weak, it was still extremely arrogant, and said, "The 5 emperors are all gone, leaving the ancient pagoda alone, but killing me. I will return in the future, who can stop me? In this world, living long enough is also a kind of capital. In a sense, I am more successful than you. Ha ha ha." The Buddha's body became extremely dark again, only the thumb-sized golden Buddha body shone with a faint light. He had withered, like shrunken vegetation, dry. Xiao Chen approached and observed carefully that this was the epitome of Buddha, the origin of his nearly dried-up spiritual consciousness. The Buddha is in danger and suffered a severe blow in the past. Xiao Chen wanted to rescue him, but at this moment, he suddenly found that the golden Buddha shadow trembled. In that thumb-sized golden Buddha, a seed is taking root and sprouting, and it is growing rapidly. In a short moment, a transformation was completed, and the seed grew into a golden lotus, filling the withered body of the little Buddha. The body of the Buddha planted a golden lotus. The little golden Buddha planted golden lotus with his body, and it seems that it has been going on for endless years. It was not until today that the golden light from the outside world was shattered that it began to really grow. Xiao Chen felt a powerful breath slowly flowing out of the withered Buddha body. At this moment, the shriveled Buddha body seemed to be gradually regaining life and recovering slowly. Perhaps, strictly speaking, the golden lotus is growing, it is recovering, and the Buddha's body planting the golden lotus is a powerful and far-reaching change. Xiao Chen slowly withdrew from the Buddha's body, his spiritual consciousness returned to his body, and the 5 Emperors Pagoda hung over his head in chaos and mist. The Buddha's own changes, if external forces interfere with it, will not benefit him. Xiao Chen saw the lost Buddha gradually disappearing into the depths of the vast sea, and he did not pursue it. He believed that once the Buddha's soul awakened and returned one day, earth-shattering changes would surely take place. Xiao Chen visited the last place in the longevity realm, which was a god island suspended in the sky, but at this moment, there was silence here, the god grass withered, the god tree withered, and it was desolate. This is Kai Yu's residence. Xiao Chen had been here in the past, and he saw a few dead bones here. They were god slaves transformed from the blood essence Kai Yu took from several young strong men, and they are dead now. In the past, Kai Yu once said that in the future, if a few strong young men die, they can use the essence and blood of the earth to revive them, but obviously this cannot be realized. Jin Sanyi and others have disappeared for many years and have not reappeared. Kai Yu's own life and death are unknown now, and the blood in this place has dried up, so it is impossible for the young and strong men to be revived. Afterwards, Xiao Chen left the longevity realm, successively entered the curse realm, Qi realm, soul realm, and finally entered the burial valley of the soul realm. Several powerful ancestral weapons were gone. Xiao Chen explored the spiritual thoughts of the other weapons, and finally knew what happened. Brass Bagua had already broken the iron chain and regained his freedom, but he was taken away by the reborn Fuxi within a short time. As for the sacred soldiers sacrificed from the corpses of the ancestor gods of the previous era, they were also not in the Valley of Burial Soldiers, and were taken away by Nuwa. The Suiren family also appeared thousands of years ago, holding a half-cut knife, and joined with the black unicorn in the valley to sacrifice a complete unicorn knife. In the past, Xiao Chen once brought out half of the black broken knife from Longdao, which was the remaining half of the Qilin knife. Later, he didn't want it to fly to Yuchao Tiangong by itself, and then disappeared. That was originally Yuchao's divine weapon, but Yuchao had long since perished. The Yuchao clan and the Suiren clan were close friends, and they were born again. It is not surprising to find a half-cut knife in the broken Yuchao ruins. In the Valley of Burial Soldiers, all the ancestral soldiers have been taken away, and they will start a new transformation, and will face a more brutal battle. All of this indicates that there will be an earth-shattering fierce battle in the future. In the end, Xiao Chen left the Sifang world and entered Kyushu. Thousands of years have passed in a hurry, and now the technological civilization of Kyushu has developed into a very glorious period, and even poses a certain threat to the civilization of gods and demons. However, there is currently no corresponding civilization of gods and demons appearing in Kyushu, and only a few monks survived in this land after the First World War. Xiao Chen came to the bank of the Yellow River on foot, and the map of the 7 demons has long since disappeared, but the Zulong village has not reappeared, and the old prehistoric ancient village seems to have disappeared. Today, there are many high-rise buildings, row upon row of buildings, and the fragrance of flowers and plants covered by reinforced concrete. It is like Zulong village in a paradise, which has disappeared forever in the long river of history. The goose feathers were snowing heavily, and the land was white. Xiao Chen stood on a skyscraper and looked at the vast land. At this moment, my mood is ups and downs, and my hometown is in front of me, but everything no longer exists, and I am completely changed. At last he sighed, walked up the yellow river, walked out of Kyushu, and left a series of blurred footprints in the heavy snow, heading west. He didn't fly, he measured the land with his feet, recalling many past events. A few days later, Xiao Chen came to the west, and he saw a familiar bar in an unremarkable town. Yes, he had seen it 30,000 years ago. At that time, he came to the west with Chapelang and others, passed by a small hotel, and soon watched the grand occasion when Lan Nuo achieved the status of the half-ancestor. It's still this place, it's still this small town. Although it has entered the era of technological civilization, it still retains its original style. I don't know if it's an antique tourist attraction or because of something else. Xiao Chen walked into this bar, looked up just in time to see an old figure. His expression was startled, and sure enough, he saw an acquaintance Kai Luo. Kai Luo, a genius illusionist, once confronted Xiao Chen on Dragon Island, and then the grievances disappeared with the wind. He stayed in the West alone and lived an ordinary life. 30,000 years later, when they met again, the two were relatively silent. There was a hint of excitement in Kaila's cloudy old eyes. He was lucky enough to survive. He has lived alone for 30,000 years. Everything in the past is like an illusion. Everyone is dead. There are no people from his time in this world, and he can't get rid of it like a nightmare. Today, I was fortunate to meet an old man, which made his almost numb heart surge. Neither of them said anything, they sat quietly by the fire, each picked up a glass of strong wine, and slowly drank it with their heads up. For Xiao Chen, the Kai Luo in front of him could not give him any help, and meeting him now just represented a special meaning to him. Just like the appearance of the corpse of Yin Ying, the third princess of the great Shang kingdom, it reminded him that the past and the past have become clouds and smoke, and everything has passed away. Are you leaving Kyushu forever? Kaila asked after a long time. I want to leave, but I will come back one day. Xiao Chen braved the wind and snow and left like this. After walking through the Western world, and then across Kyushu and overseas, the severe winter is over. The spring breeze blew, and the cherry blossoms fell in bursts. We counted the falling cherry blossoms under the shade of the trees, which seemed to be the passing years. On a sea island, when Xiao Chen heard this sentence, he felt a little interesting, but when he saw that it was two 13 or 14-year-old kids sighing, he was suddenly speechless. Such a brat pretending to be deep really made him dazed for a few seconds. How could he be so embarrassing for such an old antique of tens of thousands of years? Suddenly, Xiao Chen was stunned, and under the cherry blossom tree, a small white-shelled tortoise crawled sneakily, as if trying to escape. The two little kids stepped forward immediately, and two pairs of soles blocked its way. Xiao Chen felt extremely familiar with the little white-shelled turtle. After careful observation, he was surprised to find that this should be the old white-shelled little turtle, or it could be called the Dragon King. 30,000 years have passed, the former Dragon King should at least have grown to the realm of the ancestor god. Why is he sneaking around at this moment, and was stopped by two little kids? Xiao Chen's heart moved, he walked forward, and knocked the foreheads of the two young boys unceremoniously, wanting to give them two chestnuts. Boom, boom, the two chestnuts were solid, and the fingers were in close contact with the forehead, and a bloody red mark suddenly appeared on it. However, it was not Xiao Chen who hit the heads of the two brats, but Xiao Chen who was hit instead. The little white-shelled turtle on the ground did somersaults exaggeratedly, rolled on the ground with its hands on its stomach, and giggled, as sneaky as it could be. At this point, Xiao Chen was convinced that it was definitely the slippery little turtle with a white shell from before, but he didn't know who the two brats in front of him were. Boy, don't you know me? Just when Xiao Chen was guessing, the two brats called him the brat instead. You are, brush. With a flash of light, the two of them changed into another look. One old man dangled around and looked old, while the other old man had a face like a shoe target with a wisp of goatee, full of vigor. It turned out to be the old Shigui and Shizongdi from the past. It's you. Xiao Chen was taken aback, and said, you. Of course we are the same person. The two said in unison. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded and felt a little unbelievable, but after thinking about it, he felt that it should be so, their personalities are too similar. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of another person, Old Skull. The Old Skull once said that when he fell from the real body, he split into one or two wisps of divine sense and escaped the catastrophe, and Xiao Chen should have seen it. That's right, you've guessed it, that skull is also us. The two old guys laughed at the same time. It's not that they pretended to be mysterious in the past. Before meeting the old man's backbone, the old Shigui still remembered some things in the past. As for Shizongdi, he only remembered the name of the past, and did not know the past events of the past. I want the 7th celestial monument. Xiao Chen suddenly became excited, and shouted to the old stone turtle.